Oops. All right. Let's get this going. Get my invites going and get this thing all the way over here. Get over here. Let's dance. Get up here. Let's dance. All right. Let's get these shares going out, man. See what this Friday, if I don't get too tired early. Too tired. Hopefully I don't get too tired. I'ma get them in here. Get them in. I ain't see them in a while. I ain't see them in a while. Oh, man. What kind of everybody? Oh. And she'll never come in here until she come in here. I start sending invites. Who else I could send one to? Who else I could send an invite to? Did I send it to everybody? Did I send it to everybody? I think that's everybody. Yeah. Let's get this party started. All right, the topic, man, is pro-black a joke today, man. I'm just really wondering, is people just saying it just to say it? Because there's too many things we doing to counter what pro-black is. But we gonna talk about it today, man. I don't even think it's the same anymore. It's the fake version we got today, man. This the when we feel like that we ain't get our way, let's go ahead and say that. Let's say I take up for them first, but then we don't show no type of forgiveness. We don't give each other a chance. We over here with this gender war today. So-called pro-black, and we gender warring it. We the main ones doing it. we get a dang on thrill out of that feeling. Yeah, we're tearing each other down here. So, what's the deal, AJ in the building? What's the deal? Just getting started. See how this gonna go today. All right, who the heck? I don't even know who that is. I don't know who that is. So many people don't block me on this thing. I can't tell. Let me fix my boxes up. I don't know if they can see the whole thing. So boom, we're gonna do that. What's the deal? What you got up, man? What you got up, AJ? All right, let me make sure I get all these. I get money, I'ma stop. Kida. Watashi. Man,
Oh, what's up, everybody?
it is AJ in the building. You been alright?
Yeah, I've been good. I'm good.
Yeah,
Just been chilling, taking a little bit of a break, focusing on some other stuff. Usual.
there we
Yeah, I
go.
come in. Gotta see Big Head Kev real quick. I see my brother. He was talking about saying whose feelings he gonna hurt, and you gonna hurt some with these, but you gonna hurt some feelings today.
Oh yeah, you already know the usual. I'm on that time.
Look, I'm gonna run through it real quick. Answer the very first one, the one in the red. Hell yeah, that shit's a joke, right?
Ooh.
Anymore, y'all just want to say that, but I don't really ever see it. And at the same time, y'all only care about that unless it's benefiting you. Let's be real,
Ooh,
right?
yeah,
Like if it
AJ,
ain't
watch
benefiting
out.
you, you don't give a fuck, right? Like you know what I mean? Y'all be out here giving out like the trashiest service for some shit. And then when we don't want to support it, be like, well, you ain't pro-black, bro. Like, nah, your service is trash. What you mean, dog? Like,
We get it
you a barber and
somewhere.
can't cut a straight line. Like, what you mean? You ain't line nothing up. Like, you know what I mean? That ain't gonna work. You know, but then at the same time, you also got the people who also claim that, oh, everything got to be pro-black, pro-black. Okay, cool. But then you don't support black business owners anyway.
Mm.
So y'all can't have your cake and eat it too. Like, if you're gonna be pro-black, then what the hell does that mean?
Always asking for a deal.
You know what I mean? And then on top of that too, like y'all always say that, but then you just exclude other motherfuckers. Which
Mm.
because if we talk about just being the black experience, just being here, that's so many other people that fall into that category. But y'all want to pick and choose who can stay in that category and when they're relevant and when they're not. And that's what I have an issue. Like that's why I don't fuck with it. I don't fuck with it.
Me
No.
neither, right?
It don't make no sense. Like y'all want to pick and choose when somebody can be a part of it, when they can't, when it's beneficial, when it's not. So no. Nah, I'm not gonna miss me with that. And or is it used to hide? Yeah, of course it is, bro. That don't make no sense. You know what I mean? If you're trying to support a community in which you live in, that involves the other people who live in your community, not just the black folks, not just black folks that live there. That don't make sense. You know what I mean? If you're just supporting just, if you just want to just support black people, then that's fine. But what do you mean by that? Like, make sure that you're willing to answer that question. So that I don't necessarily care for. Also, if you're prejudiced against one race, of course. I think the problem nowadays is that y'all mixed up two terms. Y'all think that systemic and systematic racism is the same as racism. Anybody can be racist. We just all
That's what
can't
I'm
be
trying to tell people.
systemically racist. Those are two different things. They're not the same. So yes, and if
Oh
you
man, don't say that again. You're going to hurt some people. Don't say that part again.
look, look, I'm just saying. Okay, I'm being honest. I'm being honest. Y'all can
All
come
right.
and fight me if you want. I really don't care. I stand 10 toes on my shit. We ain't
Thanks.
doing this. If you live in America and you've been influenced by Western culture, you have shit that you have to unpack as far as your racism goes, and that includes us motherfuckers. Because again,
Mm.
not all skin folk are kinfolk. We know that. It's the same. Y'all got to work on that. What does it take to be pro-black? Again, I need to know what the hell y'all talking about when you say that. Okay, because a lot of times
It keep changing.
I need to know what the hell y'all talking about when you say that. Okay, because a lot of times
It keep changing.
that's what I'm saying. Y'all change it. Like depending on who you talking to, they're like, "Oh, pro-black, bro. We gotta save the culture." Okay, but then what culture are y'all talking about? Y'all talking about girls out here shaking their ass and promoting that shit and Pookies and Ray Rays, and that's I'm supposed to support that?
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? Like, y'all gotta pick a struggle. Okay, like we need to pick a struggle as a people. Pick a fucking struggle. We can't have all the fucking struggles. Pick one. It's crazy. Can another race be pro-black? I feel like that's a contradicting statement. If I'm being honest, look, if you want to be pro-black and you want to support minority, BIPOC people, then support all of them. That includes, you know, um, Latin people, Hispanic people, white, you know what I mean, whoever. Well, not necessarily white people, but you get my point. You know what I mean? Support brown people. It don't matter. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. That's completely subjective on it, whether or not y'all want to do that. Me personally, I just don't know what you mean when y'all say pro-black, because that definition changes depending on who the fuck you talking to. How can you be pro-black and not be for marriage? Again, depending on what the definition of that is, right? I'm not for marriage. That don't mean, you know what I mean? As far as the whole pro-black thing, I ain't gonna sit there and say I'm pro-black, because I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm pro-human being. I'll put it that way, because not all of y'all run with ethics and run with some shit. Okay, like some of y'all will sell somebody out real quick in a heartbeat to save your own ass. No, we ain't doing that. I care about integrity. So if you don't have integrity, can't be accountable, you don't have any perseverance, you ain't got a work ethic, you ain't got none of those things, I don't care. It just is what it is. Bonus, would you make it in life being the opposite gender and race today? I mean, I don't know how I would survive being a man, to be honest, because I only ever known the world as a woman. There's stuff that I can kind of see, but I don't know what that means to be exclusively a guy, right? And opposite race as far as what? Because I'm mixed, so what does that mean? And by mixed, I'm Pacific Islander and black, so I don't know necessarily what that means. If you're talking about like as a YT person, again, I wouldn't know what that experience is like because I'm not YT. So I don't know what that is. I can only assume it from sitting over here. I don't think it's probably going to be any different. But as far as the gender portion of it goes, I mean, that's hit or miss. That depends on you and the kind of life you want to live at the end of the day. So, but yeah. Look, probably a good thing I came up early because I would have been mad. What do you mean?
What do you mean? Or you got that one YT person. You shouldn't be saying it. Like, what is the heck? It don't make sense.
Saying it that way.
How
like
you madder than my people?
One girl that was trying to argue with a old girl about slavery. I was like, she's like, I'm from Colorado. Like, girl, who cares? That's crazy. Don't argue with us, okay? This is a conversation we trying to have amongst ourselves, so we can get some understanding. We can move forward as a group. I think that's the problem when it comes to our communities, as black folks and everything else. Nobody want to have an actual conversation. When we do, we want to exclude motherfuckers out the conversation. Nobody just wants to have an honest conversation about some shit. We want to sit there and justify stupid shit or stupid behaviors over and over and over again and make an excuse. Yeah, shit's fucked up. Yeah, we're going to have, the odds are going to be stacked against you. These things are going to happen, but are you strong enough to get through it? Figure out your mindset, because there's many of us that are still out here pushing through and doing what we need to do, right? The world's our oyster. So you got to kind of have that mindset. You got to kind of figure it out. It could be easier said than done. I am light bright, but I'm just saying, for me, that's my mentality. I don't sit around thinking about what I don't have based off of, oh, well, you're black, so, I can't have this and I can't have that. I don't even focus on what I can't have. That ain't even important to me. The word that doesn't even apply to me. I focus on what the hell I want to get, where I want to be, and the kind of life I want to live. A lot of y'all just want to live the life that you either think that you should have or you think that you're aesthetically supposed to have nowadays. Right? Like, I've never heard, it wasn't until I got on this app, I've heard so many people try to revoke other people's black cards. How the hell are you going to do that? Explain to me what that means.
All right.
Explain to me what that means. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm taking your black card. Like, when the fuck did we get cards? Like, I want to know that, number one. Number two, how you going to take it from me? Like, we come from different places. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure your definition of being black in Detroit going to be different than being black in Denver. Being black in Chicago. Being black anywhere else. So, what the hell are y'all talking about? And why? Because some of us, we chose better. We chose to break certain things. We chose not to live in our stereotypes. There's already been enough to that, but we chose not to do that, and now we're the jerks for doing that. You know what I mean? You want to come take my black card? Okay.
Right. We is getting somewhere. Oh my, she hitting all the points.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna hit all the points.
That's true. You not black, and then why you talking proper? You ain't black.
Why you talking proper? You ain't black. What you mean? You're 32 and you don't have any baby daddies? Like, bro.
All right, you're not like you're not like us.
You're not like us. What you mean? Like, bro, and that's the funny part too, is when you talk to those people, they never talk about the amazing things that our community, and as black folks, they never talk about the amazing accomplishments that they've done. Why aren't y'all looking up to those people? No, y'all want to look up to what the Meg the Stallions and the fucking P Diddy's of the fucking world, the fucking Y'all want to look up to those idiots. But y'all don't want to be looking up to these people who, you know what I mean, these women who made NASA what it was. You know what I'm saying? All these amazing documentaries of all the great things that we have done, not just in this country, but we have accomplished. Y'all don't want to follow that. You don't want to follow that. And if you do, you guys do choose somebody, y'all usually choose Malcolm X. Y'all usually choose the same people. But then you misconstrue their messages all the damn time. All the damn time. I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, y'all just need to start picking it. Y'all need to pick a struggle. What up, CD? 40 and no baby mommy. See, CD? But, bro, they gonna come take our cards, bro, because we ain't out here being problematic. You know what I'm saying? We ain't out here doing problematic shit. We over here just trying to go to work, pay our little bills, live our little lives, do what we gotta do, not hurt nobody, inspire some people, maybe motivate some people. But nah, we can't do that. We can't do that. I gotta be over here, you know, being ratchet and whatnot. The amount of times people on this app have threatened to take my little card. I'm gonna take your black card. You don't know what that is. No, I don't know what that is because I don't listen to ratchet shit.
And then if you ain't that, they gonna say you're not black enough. And then if somebody else said that you were, then they gonna be like, hold up, who are you to say that? That's a stereotype. Like, hold up, make your mind.
So we had that in this live, like I think a year ago. So
What is pro black? I was hoping somebody would tell me, cause it keep changing every year.
that's what
What's
I'm
the
saying.
deal, lovely? What's the
I don't know
deal?
what that means. Like, what do y'all mean by
Hey,
that?
last week she wasn't hugging lions last week.
Look, I don't be fucking
I
with
forgot to
no.
tell you, she told that one girl, she said, shut up. I need you to shut up. I'm like, oh, she ain't hugging lions today.
Oh dang, that's crazy.
I forgot to mention. I was like, yeah, I done caught the other side. I know I could get it out of Lovely. I knew I
I don't even
could. Them
know Lovely
lions
there, but
was.
love it. Look, I'm saying if you got Lovely to that point, that is like the most patient human being I have ever fucking
She
known.
said, I am a mod and I will let it be known. I told you, Kevin, I got it in me.
That's what I'm saying. I have been in some lives where, like, even I had to leave. I was like, Lovely, I can't with this. This is blowing my brain cells. And she just really calm, like, okay, let's
Hugging
get through
lions.
it. Let's get there.
It'll be all right.
I'm just saying.
She isn't having it with old girl that day. You just won't shut up.
That's why I was like, God damn. Like,
That was so funny, man. I was like, wow.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I think at the end of the day, I think we need to stop worrying about being so pro-black and figure out how we need to be better human beings at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Why is it we don't have compassion for each other? Right? We
True.
so quick to throw each other down real quick or disacknowledge an experience from somebody so quick.
Mm-hmm.
You can judge it. So how the hell can you be pro-black if you willing to judge the next black person? Make that make sense to me. You willing to throw them out. You willing to take their cards. You willing to do all these things that don't make sense to me. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what that means anymore. What does that mean?
Hey AJ, let me ask you a question, because I've been on the YT side of TikTok too, you know, but most of them were actually promoting anti-racism, and I was like, is there such thing as pro YT?
Yes, but that's 3 letters we can't say on here. If you want to get
That's
technical.
funny. That's
Exactly,
funny. I didn't
AJ.
even think that was funny. You caught me off guard.
Those 3
That's
letters you
3
can't
letters we
say on
can't
here.
say on here. That's funny. I thought I caught on to it quick when she said it.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
Yeah, exactly. You can't say it. Oh my goodness.
like I said, like I get the concept of it, right? Like the concept everybody's trying to go for is like, okay, we should support, you know, black people need to be supporting other black people. I get that, but when it changes and we so quick to switch up on the support, like I can't with y'all. Okay, y'all too quick. Y'all playing too many damn games. Okay, now it's me versus Kev. Well, yeah, I gotta support AJ because she a black woman, but Kev a black man, and yeah, but he a man, so we gonna support AJ. Like, take that support somewhere.
Well, and a lot of the lives that you see too, as we scroll through, is interracial dating okay? You know, so now you're talking about it's not even pro
Why
black
do
or
that
pro
matter?
white. It's like mixture. It's like what? Like
They
where
be
is
finding
everybody?
anything to get mad about nowadays.
But that
Yeah, it's like
exactly.
this
But
melting
that's
pot.
the thing with us is like that's the reason why I'm saying like we can't. We're never gonna be able to move forward or do any of
No.
the things that everybody wants. As far as
Right.
like communities going pro black, bringing the black dollar, all these fancy little fucking like great ideas that everybody fucking has, never gonna happen until we can actually sit down as a collective people, have a conversation where we're not excluding anybody, but we can have an honest conversation and call out the bullshit without
Exactly.
somebody getting upset, without somebody having to go run and find people to go co-sign for them. Why can't we just have a fucking conversation?
Mm-hmm.
Why we keep getting mad over every fucking thing, right? That's what I don't understand. We get mad over everything. Oh my god! Well, you know what? You know what? Now I'm gonna discredit Kev because he's making a lot of sense. You know what I'm gonna discredit? He wasn't at church last Sunday. Like y'all find the most ridiculous shit to discredit. I don't
Can
get.
you imagine, AJ? I was in a live yesterday and we were talking about because I seen that there's a creator or whatever that the man is BLK and the woman is YT, but the man is blind. He never even knew what color the skin of the wife that he married was. So it's like, imagine if all of us were blind. Would race matter?
It's not.
Mm.
Yeah. So like I get that aspect of it, and I think that's definitely important. I think the this is the problem with TikTok. Okay, everybody want to have conversations, but they never want to ask the real questions, right? It's like the men versus women conversation with all the women. Oh my God, men are so dangerous. This, that, and the third. Why? Why isn't anybody asking? Why are you scared of men?
Right. Exactly.
Why is Adrian so quick?
Like why? Right? All the men, all these black women, all these women. Why are you scared of women? Why do you care so much? If you
Well,
don't
I
like
think
them, why do you care?
a lot of people feel like they're being discredited because I have to look at it from like even my husband's perspective. You know, when he says it, he's like, you still have to understand that he comes from a different background. He comes from a different understanding. When he leaves the house, it's different than I leave the house. You know, so we're not trying to discredit people. We still have to account for what people go through and still accept ourselves. Like at the same time, it's like you gotta find a balance. You
But that's what I
can't.
was saying. If you've been influenced, you've lived in Western culture, you grew up here, you were born here, maybe you're from generations from here. Don't matter what color your skin is. You have to go through a desensitization. You have to unlearn a lot of shit because you
Yes,
already
I
have a lot of
just said
biases
that
and a lot of
earlier,
everything
AJ.
that's already
Right before I
pre-programmed
just
in the
got
system that you
here.
live in
Right before
without
I
even
just
realizing it. Right?
yeah.
As people of color, think about it. As people of color, you can't turn on the TV without hearing something about some other race, some fucking joke, some passive aggressive whatever. Right? Unless we literally sit in the house, turn off the TV, turn off the radio, don't turn on anything, and just sit in the house by ourselves, is the only time we don't hear it.
It's always gonna. It
It's always
always.
going to be there. So if you can only imagine what that's like for people of color, imagine everybody else that's living in this world, that's living here.
Exactly.
Everybody's exposed. So you may have laughed at something, like, "Damn, that's kind of funny," but then you realize years later, "Oh shit, that's kind of fucked up." You say,
Yeah.
"Why did I laugh at that?" That's the
Yep.
reason why we have to undo it, right? If we
Yep.
want to make the world a better place, again, we have to find the humanity in it, right?
Well,
Every
it's
single time, I'm so tired of coming on this app every time a fucking crime is committed, right? And I'm not talking about the unjustified police pew-pewings. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about every time somebody of our community commits a crime, there is always two debate lives. Well, you know what? He shouldn't have gone to jail. The dude jumped at a judge and swung on him.
well, you know what that comparison is
That's not
though
even a
too.
conversation.
That kind of reminds me of like when people compare that trauma. It's like you went through this, I went through this, you went through that, I went through this, and that's why
trauma.
relationships have issues.
Well,
Because
it's not even just that. It's just, at the end of the day, it's just I'm tired of the stupid argue. Like we find everything to argue about instead of focusing on the shit that's important.
yeah, can we
Right
can we
now,
focus on love?
we have a huge
Can we
problem
focus
within our
on
community
joy?
where one, let's be real. Okay, it's not necessarily that they're trying to incarcerate a bunch of black men anymore these days. They're trying to pew pew them.
Right,
We over here
right,
sitting over here
right.
arguing men versus women. Oh, I gotta be scared of men. Black men, black men. You know, I've never been scared of men my entire life. Like I don't understand where this fear comes from. Maybe because I don't hang out with trashy ass, weird ass men.
Well,
Mm.
even though like me as a child like was violated by men, like I was still not afraid of them.
I mean, but that's my point. Like when it comes to our community, I'm so tired of everybody trying to one up each other and have a Me Too movement. Why can't we
Yeah.
focus on the fucking issues that are important? I'm tired of it. That's what I'm tired of. I'm tired of the
This is
Me
why I
Too
love you,
movement.
AJ. This is why I love you, AJ.
Like this is the reason why. Like I ain't even front with y'all. This like I have not been on here a lot. One, it's political season, so I'm already annoyed.
Right,
20.
right. Me too. I
Like
can't go into those lives at
I'm not even
all.
going on those lives, bro. Like it's
I
on
never
TikTok.
go
I gotta
into
see some
political
stupid shit.
lives
I gotta hear some stupid
ever.
shit. I'm so tired of people having an opinion on something that they don't know shit about. Like, why
Uh-huh.
can't we like that's the reason I made that post the other day. I was like, why can't we normalize not having an opinion on shit you don't know?
Right,
Mm.
exactly. I
Normalize it.
don't know why you don't come up on my FYP. I don't know why I don't
You
get
have to
your
engage. You probably have to
vid.
engage. You have to engage with my content.
I get Kev's.
Yeah, no.
I'm
Yeah,
a,
if you see it like one time, then you start seeing it like crazy. That's
Yeah,
what
you'll start
happens.
seeing it like
yeah,
crazy.
yeah,
But you
yeah,
just have to
yeah.
engage. You just have to go over there, like maybe like comment
Sure, you got something to tell me now?
something, so it just starts populating, and then
Oh,
it'll
okay.
start.
I got you, AJ. I got you, AJ. And you have my. We both have each other's number, so.
Yeah, yeah, you can call me, but I'm just saying, like, and that's the thing. That's kind of where I've been. You know what I mean? I know everybody's kind of been reaching out to me because my DMs are like full right now. Everybody's like, "Dude, where are you? How come you haven't been around? Or is everything okay?"
Mine too.
I'm like,
People have
"Dude,
been out.
everything's great. I cannot
I
with the
also have
social media
people
right now.
shut me down too.
Like I am right now trying to push to work towards not just making myself a better fucking person. Because at the end of the day, here's the thing. When it comes to our community, this is another question that hold on, give me 2 seconds.
Go ahead, Nate. Dang, my junk kicked up.
Sorry, my bad. My bad.
I'm gonna let Nate go in real quick because she
I
was
just
trying to say
wanted to
something.
say real quick that for me, when it comes to our community and everything, right? I try to be one of those people where I can set the example, right? I'm not sitting there saying you have to follow every single thing that I do to a T. But there's got to be some good shit that I'm pushing out here that could be pushed on to the next generation, right? That's just how I am. I'm not one of those people who's going to sit there and say, Nate, you got to do this. You know, Jen in the comments, you got to do this. Kev, you got to do this. Lovely, you got to do this. Why I ain't doing jack shit? I'm so tired of those conversations. And that's just where I'm at. But I'm going to shut up, get off my soapbox. Like I said, I don't really understand what y'all mean by pro-black. Somebody come explain that to me. And please come with more than 2 brain cells because I do not have the fucking patience. Today, I'm going to destroy your whole shit.
Oh, right. I already heard it. No, they gonna be super. Nate, what you about to say? What's up? What's up, Nate? How you feeling anyway?
Hey, Kev.
You been all right?
Hey, Nay.
Hey. I've been good. How about you?
I'm good, man. Work.
Okay, so like I just got to tell you this because okay, so like it was like last week.
Mhm.
Like so I went like to my part-time job
Mhm.
and like one of my supervisors, like I swear, like he remind me of you so bad.
It's me. Sorry, I'm talking to.
Like
They came in here laughing, and why am I laughing? And I don't even know.
like I had showed him your TikTok because I was
Oh,
like you really remind me of somebody. And then he started laughing, and then he was like, "You crazy."
that's funny.
But
He is
I
fine.
swear, just like you just remind me of him, and like he remind me of you. Like I don't know, and like y'all talk the same way,
Wow.
and like think the same. Like
What? I got a twin out here, man. You ain't know that was me though. That was me. I've been trying to get you. I told you to get to work, Nate. Get to work. It's like,
Like, yes, like you have a twin that you don't even know.
that's crazy. He got a TikTok, so I gotta see this. He started saying the same thing about accountability and stuff. I know, son. Look, like, brother, where you been at?
No, I don't know if he have a TikTok.
Oh, okay.
Nate, I was almost scared when you told Kev that you had to tell him something. I was not expecting that.
No, but for real, like they really remind, like I don't know, like that man really remind me of Kev. Like every time I go to work, like
Hey, go AJ, bro.
Hey, you ain't need coffee, you need me. Take accountability for your life. Stop
I know
blaming
she was up
everybody
to
for
something
your
while her screen was
choices.
up.
AJ,
This
I
is
can't with
crazy.
you. I can't with you, AJ.
Ah, man. I
Oh
don't
my
like
goodness.
AJ.
Look. Catch her around again. Look at the screen. See, we look alike. I'm like looking in the mirror.
That's a handsome lady up there. Got a mustache. You got the mustache almost like Mars. I'm mad.
Actually, the
Everything.
closest, the whole goatee.
Wow. That's crazy. I actually looked at it like that about 5 years ago. Had the little
Oh my
mustache and
goodness.
stuff.
Oh my
Just got my
goodness.
beard and stuff in my
The only
30s.
thing AJ don't have though is that tattoo.
Somebody just found out that I had that too, and they knew
Hey,
me
don't
all
play
these
with me,
years.
y'all, because I can Photoshop real quick.
Oh man, reminds me of Black Guru. Oh my, come on.
What? You cannot compare.
All right, I
No.
don't heck you know. Hey, you seen when Saul was acting like Black Guru? That was some funny stuff. I was crying.
Yeah, no. We've
Hey,
all been through
hey,
those
I'm just
movies.
saying, okay? We gotta laugh and learn over here. Okay, you gonna laugh through the pain, or you gonna learn something. Okay, so
Right.
this is why you guys gotta take accountability for your actions and
Yeah,
stop
they
blaming
say
other
that word. That's
people.
me for sure.
Okay, and stop pandering. Like it ain't helping nobody. Call some people out.
I'm telling you, we all need a comedy show. That's what we need.
Them
Mm-mm.
things. With them things.
We could build. Look, Kev and AJ, we could build a whole comedy show just based upon what we've experienced on TikTok.
Oh my. We went through so much
Hey,
within these few years.
hey. I'm trying to be demure. Okay,
Some people still say that
I
too.
need y'all to stop being such narcissistic people and let me be demure.
Ah!
I can't even with the stupid.
You remember that when we used to do that?
You wanna know what's funny? Since we did that, nobody comes in here and says that. You ever notice?
No, that's so true.
Nobody comes
She
in here
still
and
got the
says that.
picture though too, which they had the word of the day kind of in the
The
back.
word of the day.
What is the
The
last word
next
she
one,
got on there?
we gotta come up with maybe the next phrase of the day. I don't know, maybe the next word. I'm trying to think.
Is it? It's overrated.
You know what? You know
Word
what
of
the next?
day
You want to know what
is-
the next phrase is? The next phrase is not all. Every time somebody say not all, I'm like,
Oh my goodness.
stop saying that shit. That sounds stupid.
That is
Not
so true,
all.
AJ. Like, not all. Okay. And now
so
people are
tired of that.
having to correct themselves and say, oh, well, I don't mean you. I mean
Look, okay, here's my
other
thing.
people.
Here's my other thing. Here's my other thing too, right? There's a reason why I stopped kind of jumping around into just random lives. So I used to like jumping on, having different conversations, different types of people, just kind of see what they was talking about. And then I realized every time I jump up in a panel, and I just happen to notice it, sometimes I'm the only girl that's up there, and it's a bunch of men. And all the men are stepping on eggshells trying to say what they need to say. It's just, women just do, but not all women. Like, I know it's not all women, but it's just, I'm like, boy, if you don't say what you need to say, I am not one of these girls.
I catch that too,
just to
AJ.
make sure, not all, not all. Remember
Okay
that.
now, okay now, okay now. But I wasn't saying all women. Like, bro, I didn't
Well,
even.
All women, but
that's
you gotta
because
admit that it be sometimes that it be a little handful of y'all that got.
It be a
Yeah, I'm
handful of
just
y'all.
trying to
Like y'all be
see.
trying to, and I'm just sitting over here. That's what I'm saying. Anybody who says not all, whether you correcting it, you doing it, whatever. Because I'm gonna tell you why. This shit don't make sense. Okay.
Mhm.
If it don't apply, let it fly. Everybody on here likes to run around with that saying, but y'all run around with not all. Those are two contradicting things. That's two contradicting ideologies. Pick one.
Well,
Yeah.
that's the thing though, AJ, is that sometimes women will be on those panels and be like, "Well, that's not me. That's not me. That's
And
not
why
the
you
type
say
of
something?
person I am." And they're like,
Because at the
"Okay,"
end of the day,
and
here's the thing. Here's the thing. That
you
is
have to
you.
correct it.
Okay. Because
Let's
I ain't
step
never,
up your
look,
vocabulary.
I don't think I've ever rolled through a live, heard something about like a 304 or something, and got offended.
Mhm.
Right? Like, if anything, if I rolled through a live where somebody was saying something about something that didn't pertain to me, I just kept scrolling. Ain't that
Yeah,
crazy? Isn't that
exactly,
crazy?
AJ.
And the funny part is y'all have that ability. Just saying.
Yep.
Mhm.
I say that there's power in the swipe.
It's too much though, man. It be burning because people got to get their words up. That Pride and Eagle is a motherfucker.
Baby.
I
Yeah.
realized that when I was playing Mortal Kombat
Ooh.
this game recently. I be playing that lately. That's what I've been doing all week.
Actually, I'm
That
just happy
Pride and
she stopped
Eagle,
making
boy,
noise,
that is
though.
something else.
Mhm. Oh my goodness.
Matter of fact, if anything,
Main
I've
thing, what's the
decided.
deal? Taj, I see
I'm
you
just gonna
down there,
say.
Taja.
Actually, I'm just gonna do this. Okay, I'm not even gonna use a word of the day. Just anytime anybody say something I'm so tired of hearing of, I'm just gonna start making noises.
Clicking. And
What's up with
so
you? How you feeling? How you feeling?
I'm gonna start
How many
having
people you
line.
triggered, man? She part of. I know she part of the trigger crew. She for sure part of the family. Nah,
I'm
Not
gonna start.
triggered.
I thought I'd be triggering people. She is part of the family for sure.
Not triggered.
She be on the women neck. You said what?
I need to go back to hugging lions again.
Oh nah, nope. You lost it. You lost
I
it,
did.
lovely.
I
It's a wrap.
did.
I finally seen your other side after all those years.
No,
You
after
finally
all
told
those years,
somebody to shut up. I was like, oh, we got the
I was,
unhuggable
I was,
lioner. And it had to be my room too. At least you did it in my room. I feel special.
no, I would probably only probably because I feel comfortable.
She's like, hey, you, don't mute again. I'm gonna tell you this one time. Shut up. She don't want to shut up. Oh man,
I've
that
never
girl was
done
running her mouth like crazy
it
though.
takes a lot. It takes a lot for me to get to that point. It takes a lot. A
Yeah,
lot.
I
And
swear. I guess my
usually,
lies be testing people
What
because
the
everybody be
hell?
blowing up in my stuff.
Hold up, Jen, are you
I be
serious
trying
right now?
to. Oh man.
Why are
Good thing
you
I
lying?
let go a lot of my the toxic people out of my room though that I used to keep in. You know, like Tansy and
mm-hmm,
Jerome, all them people. Yeah, I don't
mm-hmm,
got time for them. Like even Charles. You know, I don't let none of them in here no more. They
Hey,
all
hey,
get
hey,
blocked.
hey, hey, hey. The reason why there's so many unwanted puppies in the world is because
Mm,
black women keep adopting dogs and then
mm,
they not adopting the puppies. Okay?
mm,
It's black women's fault because we adopting the dogs but not the puppies.
mm. Hey, hold on, did I see Jen down there laughing? I just thought about that too. Even though Lovely just got some days ago, I just seen Jen go off yesterday, and it was Tansy that got her. She like, you know what? I'm about to speak up today. I'm tired of this. You do the exact same thing every time you. She was on Tansy neck. That was so funny, dog. And I was like, dog. I said, I've been blocked her. Like, I knew she was about to start laughing. Yeah, she got y'all getting fed up now. Y'all like, I'm tired of it now. All the people that used to hug lions and stay quiet is talking. They talking now. Oh my! I'll be glad I'll be around to witness it, man. Hey, sometimes it got to be like that, man. But instead of that, man, I just rather block them. Cause like people like that, I think eventually, Mary gonna do the same thing, man. He gonna see that she of no use. You know, she do the exact same thing, and I believe you was No, I know you were most definitely on point the way you described. You said you do the same exact thing. You act good for the first couple minutes, then out of nowhere you find something to get triggered about to try to trigger the room and do the same. And that's what I noticed a while ago before I blocked her. I'm like, yeah, you do the same repetitive thing, but the way you broke it down, that's most definitely what she do.
Look. First off,
Oh, I wish I was there
first
to
off,
see that.
y'all gotta give her a chance. Okay, it's her trauma. Okay, it's because she's trying to trauma bond, and y'all ain't letting her trauma bond.
Man,
And
I
it's because
tried.
of trauma, because trauma is very hard with the
And
trauma.
trauma is trauma.
And if y'all can't figure out the trauma and behind the trauma, in the traumatic trauma that she experienced, I'm gonna shut up.
And I
Y'all
think
guess the word of the day today?
I almost unmodded one of my favorite mods that quick. That's crazy.
as we were talking, AJ and Kev, how many lives have we been on where we've seen all that? We've seen all the trauma bonding, the arguing, the feistiness, the anger, and the
The beginning of me starting this thing when I had enough.
It's all your fault,
I
Kev.
lost
It's
so
all
many
your
friends
fault.
when I seen that. I'm like, whoa, so I got to play some music to calm you down? I got to talk about what you want to talk about to calm you down? And I'm like, you know what? I don't operate off of you. I'm going to speak my mind. And then that's when I started losing friends.
Uh-huh. Yep. Well, and you know what? Actually, the friends have lost me too. Well, like remember, I don't want to say no names because I don't like to gossip. But remember, like the Bible study groups and stuff that I was going into, like
Yeah.
you know, kind of who I'm talking about. I know you would know. And they just like she just shut me out. And but so the other people that were in the group, but she shut a lot of people out before she shut me out. And I was like, I didn't even know why I was being shut out. I never got a word or anything of
Dang.
why. It was weird. And I was just like, that's what helped switch me up. That's what made me learn. I'm not hugging lions no more. I'm hugging freaking whales and shit.
Mr. P in the building. What's the deal, my brother?
Hey,
Oh,
Mr.
not
P.
much, man. How's everybody doing this evening?
I'm good, man. I'm even better. My boy in here now. Let's get it.
Hey, anybody who has been paying attention knows me. Just want to let you know the wife's first round of tests came back all clear.
Oh, good.
Oh,
Fuck yeah.
let's
Good.
go. Let's go. That's so good.
How sick
Oh,
is
we
that?
got yes.
That's good news.
Hang on. Where my stuff at? What I wanted to come. I can't find the right buttons.
Hello,
Oh man. Okay.
it's me.
Wrong thing. Oops. I couldn't find no claps. But that's good news for sure, man. Hey, that's the power of prayer right there.
What's
Too.
on your playlist, Kev?
That's on my soundboard. I don't know what the heck.
I don't know, but it was soothing. I know that.
Hello, it's beautiful.
That's when you gotta play something like that. You start doing circles and dancing and stuff with your hands up. There you go. Oh man.
So, have you been going live for a while, or you just got on?
I just been on for like what, about 43 minutes now. Yeah. Just kind of got on, just getting started, warming up. Where did AJ just go? She just gonna sneak up out of here. I don't know.
Saying great comments about my wife's news. I appreciate that. Anybody in the comments, I'm horrible about reading comments. So people have had whole conversations with me without me knowing, being in the comments. So I just want to make sure I thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Well, I'm glad you're in a space where you're able to share that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, I think this is a good room, good people in here.
Some people ain't good. Let me go ahead and check them out. Let's go and see. Sorry, I'm talking to you. It might be that guy Kev, third page up there. Sorry, no.
Apparently, I wasn't good last week when I stopped hugging lions. So
Hey, Hey, y'all having enough, man. I feel it though. I feel it, man. But I would say, that's good. That's why I say sometimes you gotta stand up for yourself. But then again, we also don't want people to make us. We don't want that to be a consistent thing though, because that's when people just start because they're gonna want to purposely do that to us because they know they got us. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why I really kind of just block people that's like that. Like I let go of Vel. I don't know if y'all remember that dude. I blocked him a while. Like I said, I'm short. I'm short on my patience with people.
Oh,
Cause the thing is, I'm a very observant person. I pay attention. People be thinking I don't. Like people that be thinking I'm stupid, I'm not stupid. People that I could tell fake supporters, I could tell real supporters, I can see who's sticking around. But I just stay quiet though. You know what I'm saying? I know who come back. I know all type of stuff because I really pay attention. But when I seen him doing the same exact thing. Only time he come up is when he want to argue with something or whatever. Then one of the times he start acting, and if I keep having to drop him because he just get emotional and start. I'm like, bro, I'm not trying to do my live like that. But eventually, I just let him go. Okay, wow, do it. She was waiting for that moment. My bad. How about that time when that beat drop? Now, don't let me find out you over there doing what them girls doing over there. That was too much twerking music you've been playing lately. you had something last. Right. You right. She over there dropping it. Got that boy scraping the ground over there.
I don't know what Nay was listening to, but
Go, Nay.
It's TikTok, sure.
I don't know if you remember this particular genre of like hip hop, but it was called jock jams. I don't know if you remember that, but it was like, I don't know, kind of like Nebraska area, like early 2000s. But she just whatever she was playing it just reminded me of like that kind of music.
I probably never heard that one though. That remind me of some of that New Orleans music though.
You would recognize it like a famous song is like it's I believe it's called You Dip, but it's like when you dip, I dip, we dip.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that type of genre, that like really like poppy, clubby.
I remember that type of music. I get what you mean. Now that was back in the
Talking about Mr.
like the 80s, right? Or the 90s. That was the 90s, right?
It was the 90s, yeah.
I guess I'm showing my age a little.
Just a little time.
Just a little bit, Mr. Brent. Hey,
Don't you
Mr.
got me?
Brent,
Don't y'all got both y'all got me about like at least maybe less than 10 years? I believe so.
Yeah, because how old are you, Mr. Brent?
37.
Dang,
I thought you was less than 10 years. You got me about 4 years.
I'm going to be 44 in January.
Oh, she got me about 10 years, see? Oh no, see, no, she got me about 9 years.
Yeah, I hope I make it to 44.
Hey, it was God's will. So.
God will. My husband is 9 years older than me. So age ain't nothing but a number, right?
Age ain't nothing but a number. That's true, because you can see people today.
Younger than me, my old lady, so.
Some people acting like a little babies on here. Speaking of, so they be about 56 years old.
I was just saying that earlier. Yesterday I was on a live, and it was like a lot of these adults are out here acting like children and trying to raise children. It makes sense.
Societies go through this weird phase, like I feel like if you looked at like humanity, there was like this urge to become an adult and step away from childhood like pretty early for most of society, you know? And now in society, it's just like there's this desire to prolong childhood as long as possible. You know, you have people who are cohabitating. They don't want to get married. They're not having kids, but they go to Disneyland every 3 months together, and act like children all the time. And it's like, you know, They fear growing up. They fear the work that you have to put in as if it's a bad thing. I don't think work is a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing we have to work. You know, idle hands are the devil's plaything. You know what I'm saying?
And I think like what we were talking about with ages and stuff is in our era with what we were going through, it's like, you know, well, we still live in a very controlled society. Our controlled society tells us, like our parents, like once they bore us or we're born, you know, we're told, oh, laugh this way or cry this way, or, you know, I'll take care of you this way. And then they're like, okay, well, let me go throw you into the government system and you need to figure it out. But but you're still controlled until you're 18. And then when you get to be 18, they said, okay, go live on your own. Go be by yourself. It's like, wait a minute, you've been telling me what to do my whole life. And now I'm allowed to do what I need to do. And so it confuses people. It's confusing. It's kind of like passive. It's kind of like the gaslighting at its finest.
Gaslighting isn't real. You just made that shit up.
Huh?
Gaslighting isn't real.
What the heck? Is it? What? Oh, Rick.
I don't know if Lovely's still talking, but it's muted.
No, I'm muted because I don't agree, but I'm trying to hug lions again.
I was making a joke. It's a
Wait,
joke.
she just said.
She said I don't agree. I'm trying to hug lions.
It was just a joke. That's all.
Mr. P, why you doing it? That was so funny though. When she
Oh, y'all got me crying already, man. It just started. Don't agree. I'm trying to hug lions. She said I'd rather mute because I don't want to go back.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm not gonna lie. She stepped right into the thought, you know.
That was funny. Y'all got me cracking up, man. It's something about when I get y'all my powers, y'all just be juiced. Y'all personality get juiced too.
And you know what? Sometimes I forget I'm a mod here.
Right.
Because I enjoy it so much. And, you know, I've been on your page and on your panel for so long, Kev. For so long. I always come back here because there's an attraction to it. Because you can, just the way you create your panel and keep it, and the jokes that we have for each other. The ones that we know about the each person's personalities and their characteristics. You already know what I'm gonna do, or I already know what you're gonna do. You know, so.
I wasn't expecting to be crying this early from laughing. I'll tell you that right now. I would have been here 10 fucking minutes more tearing up.
You know what, Mr. Prince, though, you made me think. I was like, wait a minute, is gaslighting not real? Like, you made me, I was like, wait a minute.
I was like, I wonder if somebody gonna finish it or anything. I'm like, let me see how this gonna go.
I literally gaslit you.
And the only thing I could
gaslighting, right?
And the only thing I could come up with was what we were talking about before you came up, Mr. Prince, was where Kev called me out because I said, I ain't hugging lions no more. And I had to go back to hugging lions.
And she went off on that one lady last week. I think you was here. Y'all was here last week.
Ain't nobody ever seen
Lovely, I think you should know me by now. You should know I come off really dry and sarcastic. But,
I know you do.
You know.
And I was like, wait a minute, you know, and that's why I was like, you know what? Let me go
just
back
hug the lion. Let me hug my lion now.
Man.
Oh, my
I'm not going to sit here and deny that I have trauma that is caused by non-existent gaslighting, and it just results in more trauma. And I don't know where I was going. I know we were talking about trauma and bonding.
Yeah, well, when we were talking about gaslighting, a lot of people don't even know what that means, you know, or I think it's really just more manipulation.
And it just provoking.
Yeah, it's
Well, I
provoking.
mean, that's just a new word. It
I'm not
seems like
gonna
the
lie,
kids came up with that though, but 'cause I ain't never heard that until TikTok. Yeah, it's like,
Well, I almost called you cousin. Kev. Yeah.
wow.
There's
Now
a
I'm getting
play.
gaslighted. I'm about to know hug lines.
There's a play called The Gaslight, and the whole concept of the play is as the play moves on,
What's up, John?
he keeps on turning the gaslight down, so the room keeps getting more and more dim. And every time his wife says something about it getting more and more dim, he keeps telling her that no, it's super bright, like it's fine. What are you talking about? So like intentionally making it dark in the room, her complaining, then her saying that like no, you're crazy for an extended period of time eventually makes someone lose their mind because you're telling them that he did it on purpose to make her go crazy.
Oh, wow.
So that's what gaslighting, that's where the phrase comes from, is it's like if someone's gaslighting you, it's like when they're telling you to your face, like, I didn't do XYZ, yet 5 minutes ago you watched your Ring doorbell footage that's showing them do XYZ.
Oh, I get what you're
They
saying.
know that they're
That's
doing
why I
it
said
wrong.
gaslighting comes
Like
from
being disingenuous when they say stuff like that.
No, it's manipulation. They're trying to manipulate you. That's why gaslighting it'll try to make you think that something really didn't happen when it really did. It's like a manipulation. Yeah.
It makes you
What a
question.
warlock.
It makes you question if you're seeing the world correctly or if you're going crazy.
Right.
Boy, I got a puzzle this early? That's crazy. I ain't never got a puzzle this early. Y'all hit them likes and share for me real quick, y'all. I don't know how I got a puzzle this dang on early. That's crazy.
All right, let's all do a
Only been
tap.
on for not even an hour. This thing is not letting me get my puzzle in. Oh, there we go. We good now. Man,
People that are
I
coming
ain't never
in.
got a puzzle this dang on early in the game. That's crazy. What up, Warlock and my big brother John in the building? How y'all feeling, man? What up, Warlock?
Hey, Warlock.
He just told me about that. I ain't nothing about the gaslight. Hey, y'all, y'all keep on sharing. Do y'all thug? Share, hit them likes. Let's get to 10K at least for the beginning. This week.
Here's the crazy thing: people will gaslight you or manipulate. I guess we can use manipulate. And then they'll love bomb you, and then they'll love bomb you and make you feel like everything's all good.
Oh wow.
That's
NWA, what's the deal, my brother?
Actually, gaslighting and love bombing are two of the main characteristics of narcissism.
Narcissism is not even that common though. Everybody's narcissist, so they found that word out.
It's not that common. It's not. It's the character, but the character traits some people have. I don't want
It's
to
called
say
selfish.
Hey,
Yeah,
Warlock.
exactly. Thank you, Kev.
Mm-hmm.
Kev, let me say something about the guy.
Nay said hi. Her voice
Mr.
very
Warlock.
light, but she said hi to Mr.
Hey,
P earlier too.
lovely Kev,
Hello, my love. How are you?
I'm tired as a dick in a whorehouse after a weekend.
Here he go.
Oh,
He started by part 2
Lord.
from yesterday. What's going on?
Nah,
Are
man.
you hugging lions too?
No, he being Warlock.
Y'all
Nah.
gonna have to talk a little bit more, like, so TikTok don't get blocked. What a live don't get.
You know, TikTok don't give two shits about me. I ain't even gonna lie to you. Last time I got banned for anything was...
Wait, have you ever got banned before? I'm wondering because you be going berserk.
I've been banned twice, man.
Oh,
Warlock's
that's it.
been banned.
After they figured out I wasn't gonna stop cursing, they was like, fuck it.
yeah, they do that with a couple people because I be listening to like Slim God. He be going berserk, saying the N word and everything. They let him still keep his page. I'm like, what the
Oh,
heck?
see, I don't go that far.
He say
Yeah,
all
this
type
is
of
my
stuff.
fourth
I'm like,
account
dang, that's
now,
when I
right?
learned they got TikTok can make like favoritism when they realize your lingo, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, that's
But
true.
no, I'm just getting home from a pep rally
Like Saul,
tonight.
he go crazy. He been good lately.
You know what? Saul been on a mellow tip lately, man.
Really? Mellow?
Yeah, he has not went the hell off on nobody in a
Wow,
while.
I'm shocked. I'm shocked.
But no,
He
we had a
still
pep
he
rally
still be
tonight.
hurting
I'm
them
just
feelings
getting
out there
home.
though.
I gotta be back up at the field at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Mhm.
I was gonna do a live tonight, but I'm tired as two thugs. I did a short live while I was up at the field. Only person that came through was Jen. Thank you, Jen. Much appreciated, baby.
Jen, she a good,
Yeah, the
very
hell
good
with the rest
supporter.
of the hell with all the rest of y'all motherfuckers. Y'all didn't come. Anyway.
Hey, you don't.
When did you get on?
You didn't send no invite, but I was working all day today, so.
No, I was too busy talking and being on the field trying not to get run over. You know. But yeah, I'm gonna take a couple clips if I'm gonna make it a post. But
Hey,
Ken, what's
Warlock, I don't know what I missed or what I did, but I probably deserve it. So you're all
okay.
whatever it is. I'm sure it's fair.
Hey, look, if you ain't did nothing in a while, it's for something that you did prior. Anyway, we
Yeah,
good.
yeah, exactly.
It all comes back home to roost, right?
Mm-hmm.
All your dirty deeds come back to roost eventually.
I like this one I heard. What don't get you in the wash will get you in the rinse.
Yep. Ain't no doubt. Kev, what's this bullshit you got up right now, man? Is pro-black a joke today? Dude, don't get started with that shit.
You know it.
Please. I'm glad I
We gonna
can't read
talk
what's
about
in,
it, man.
I'm glad I can't read what's in the white. Cause y'all
It's
so
even worse. Let me I'm gonna get I do got a couple more people I gotta get in here because I noticed they ain't nobody them two others. So y'all ready to get started? Y'all ready to get it started now? We can get it started then.
No, I ain't ready to get shit started, but go ahead, because I'm gonna listen. Cause I gotta get out of this call, man. I gotta get out of this call. I'll be going in the house, but I'm listening.
Before we get started, it was nice knowing you guys on this account.
Why is that?
Because this is gonna get a heated topic, I think, man. So it was a pleasure. I'll be on account number 5 tomorrow.
Number 5. Oh, wow.
Jeff, I hope you're working on your 4th account.
This is my
I got 5.
account.
I literally got 5 pages. One of them is a secret page. I ain't telling nobody that one, but I got 4 pages though.
I only got 3, but all right. Go ahead, get it
I got
started.
that other one just so I can be able to sneak up on some people like, what the f you talking about? And I can know when people block me too. I'm like, oh, this person blocked me. I didn't know that. Okay, now I know. All right. Let's get it. Well, let's start off with Rambo. This is a new person. We got Rambo. I like the name.
What's going on, homie?
What's the deal? What's the deal, my brother? You all right?
I'm doing real well, man. Enjoying my Friday. Hey, what's the number one say on that screen? What's one say?
That's what I like to hear, man. So we got to get it started. Y'all to slow down on the likes and stuff. Let's at least get to the 10K, y'all, and go ahead and get the shares going. Go ahead. If y'all haven't joined the team, y'all should have a little orange heart near your name. If y'all joined the team, it's right near my name. Y'all can press that little heart up there at the top, and then you will join the team. It's only cost 1 penny. That's just that simple. Let me get a couple of hashtag FYPs in the comments so I can keep it active. Even if y'all in the panel, y'all can hit the likes too, just to make it quick. Then y'all can take a rest at 10K. I think I said everything. So, Rambo, is pro-black a joke today? How you feel about that?
Hell yeah! It was a joke yesterday. It was a joke 10 years ago. It's been a joke.
Dang.
It's and it's kind of almost always been that way. Because you come in, during civil rights, when the brothers was really and the sisters were really putting in work, getting laws changed. Nobody said they were pro-black. They were just black. They weren't even hardly black. They were really like Negro, right, or color. And then after civil rights, there's this reshuffling for power. And so you had, these pro-blacks came around, and a lot of this is like prison culture. You know, your skin tone worshiping prison cults turning into religions, and it turned like being a black person who works on behalf of the black community so we can move up this socioeconomic ladder and build a better life in America for ourselves. Instead, what it became was this performance of blackness. Let me grow the afro. Let me put the clothes on. Let me dress in all black. I eat blackberry ice cream, and I wear shades during the daytime because I'm black, and it became more of a performance. Now, it didn't really start off that way, but that's kind of where we're at now. To now, like pro-black basically mean we just know, like when you say you're pro-black, you're about depolicing men and pocket watching. Like Dr. Umar, he represents modern day pro-blackness as well as anybody. Everybody knows he's a joke unless you're pro-black and you take that BS seriously.
I think I like this guy. Okay. All right, let's go. Lovely.
Oh, this is such a hard topic for me to
I know it's
speak.
a hard way to. I would say, from your observation, right?
Mhm.
Do you believe? How can I word this? Do you believe?
It's okay. I'll answer it because I actually agreed with what Rambo was saying.
Okay.
If you go back into the civil rights movement, when black people were fighting for their civil rights, they weren't pro-black; they were pro-rights. So there was a different. It was. I just wanted more equality than I wanted to be labeled black or white. Like what Rambo just said is like you look at Negroes and you look at YT people. There are a lot of YT people that are going through the same things that black people are going through, and actually a lot of our racism was not created in America. It was created before it came to America. So a lot of people don't even understand the territorial wars that we have, and why do we have to check a box? That's the difference between the United States of America and America as the territory. So because a lot of black people don't even understand that they were already here before the slave trade even ever existed, or brought to us. Because I know me as coming from, like, my ancestry is more from a European accent or European descent, and the Europeans more came over here, but there were already black people here. So a lot of those black people that were fighting for those rights, or that pro-black, was actually just fighting for rights.
Okay, she bringing the history on it. Yahweh, what's the deal? The truth. You there?
Hello, how you doing?
How you feeling?
I'm feeling okay. I think I'm getting sick.
Uh-oh.
It's so bad.
You got your mask on? We ain't trying to catch no cold up here, man.
No. I don't think you can transmit it today.
Right, that'd be some new technology. I'd be scared to get online then. Let's get it. Is pro-black a joke today?
I definitely get what the other two people said. And I do agree, in a sense. But pro-black in general, like the statement, I guess it's not a joke, it's serious. I definitely get what they're saying though. Are we just answering the first question?
Yeah, we just on that for now.
Okay, yeah. I don't think it's a joke. Some people take it as a joke or like what they said. But that's all I really, have to say about that.
Okay. CD, my brother, CD.
What's up, everybody?
Hello, my brother.
Howdy.
So, is pro-black a joke today? How you feel about that?
Honestly, yeah, because too many people hijacking it for clout and because it's a flashy hashtag. And I be sitting here like, you have no idea of the history behind things, or the main ones you see are still being the same stereotype. people behind closed doors, or how you gonna sit up there and say pro-black this, that, and the third, but you ain't got one child by a black person. I'm like, huh? Now, I ain't against interracial couples. I'm not, because I got that in my family. At the same time, there's just certain parts I'm not going to go to because I'm either going to be a complete hypocrite or I just ain't got no dog in the fight. But at the same time, I can call bullshit when I see it.
All right. Okay. Yeah, stick your chest out, man. Let's get. We gonna get it. We gonna get it, man. How you feel about it or not?
Can I
John, I
respond to
know he
that?
gonna stick his chest out.
Let me respond to that real quick because he's kind of making my point though about this de-policing, like how it's embedded into pro-black. That's why it's hard to take it serious because it really comes down to where a black man, where he's putting his thing at, and what's he doing with his money. That's really what it is, man. And I look at this and I go, well, who's these pro-black leaders that you could really get behind? I'm like, very rare, and they're not out there like that. And if I listen to them, I don't see good leadership in that way. And I think part of this is just like the pro-blackness is so much of a performance now. It's like, well, let me see your kids. Are you mentoring in the community? Where do you spend your money at? Who are you married to? Pro-blackness, you never hear pro-black say, I hate being pro-black and we have 80% of our kids being born out of wedlock. We need to do a better job of building the families and getting married before having children. Like nobody says these fake pro-blacks are having all these kids out of wedlock. They got all black children, 3 or 4 of them, and he ain't married to none of the mamas. Nobody ever says that. It's always interracial. And I get it. I mean, I get that's part of it, but that's like probably the number one thing. And number 2 is pocket watching. Well, if you marry her, where's the money going to go? Are you spending your money in the community? You made all this money, and then you move it out to the suburbs. It's always like this pocket watching. And I think if we were really pro-black, if people were really pro-black, they'd say something like, we should have the highest marriage rates instead of the lowest. And we should have the lowest divorce rates instead of the highest. And we need to stand on that. And what's wrong with our people for not loving one another and building the strongest families in America? But you ain't gonna hear that. It's always this goofy stuff.
I really like that because a lot of people say you can't be pro-black and date interracially, but like somebody who's black who has a bunch of black baby mamas who's never married any of them, that definitely makes sense.
All right. Let me get John in here. What's up, brother John? How you feeling, man?
Warlock, you ain't gonna talk. I see how it go.
Look, man, I was coming in the damn house.
Nicky.
Y'all motherfuckers just not satisfied when a motherfucker's quiet. God damn. Y'all know when I come off mute, I don't know how to shut the fuck up. But you just want to call me out. Like I ain't talking to no goddamn body. No, you done called my ass out now, John. You gotta suffer with this shit.
Man.
You gotta suffer.
What?
You guys stop. You guys stop.
We on Warlock. What?
Go ahead, Jay. What's going on, man?
Nothing but love for you, man. Nothing but love for you.
Oh, man. Go ahead. I'm on the mute again.
All right. Look at here. Is pro-black a joke? It is a flying butt-in joke. I come up from the times when you were proud to be black. We're talking about the 60s and the 70s for me, at my age. And the thing that humors me, you ever notice whenever we get pro-black, is when a YT cop kills one of us.
Unalive, but yeah.
Unalive. F1 in the chat.
But if you ever noticed that, go all the way back to George Floyd. Oh, you had the what was that movement that was going on?
Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, that was a major joke. I'm sorry. That had nothing to do with civil rights, nothing. Because they did nothing for no black community. They did for themselves. I've been watching a lot of things over the decades. For a long time, I kept my mouth shut because the backlash would have got me locked up with my temperament. Because I wasn't accepted in the white community being a foster kid. I wasn't accepted in the black community because I was raised in a white tea household. But the funny thing is, I went in and out of about 7 different black homes before the age of 7. But let's get back on the topic of what I'm trying to speak on. I've seen a lot of things in 6 decades. And the funniest thing to me is seeing when a white tea cop unalives one of us, oh, we screaming to the high heavens. But when it happens in our own friggin' community, ain't nobody saying nothing, ain't nobody trying to speak up and try to stop that violence. Here I am down in South Carolina, originally from Seattle. I thought Seattle was off the hook. South Carolina makes Seattle look peaceful. They brag about it. I know who did it. I know who pulled the trigger. That was one of my friends of friends. Like it's no big deal. But back when George Floyd was unalived and they had that all over the news, these fools were talking about burning down a place of business that is mainly and primarily right in their backyard. I was down in California when that riot broke out back in the 80s, when they were burning down their own community, stealing from their own community. But they're talking about I'm pro-black. The last time I went through California, which was 19, them same areas they burnt down, they ain't fixed them. How can anyone claim they're pro-black and don't care about their brothers and sisters of the same melanated color? It's some goofy ass mess to me. Anyone that tells me these young folks I'm pro-black, I just snicker. I just laugh at them. They ask me what's so funny. And I flat out tell them, you funny. You have no sense of history whatsoever. Oh, I'm tired of being a slave. Then quit working and go find somewhere, dig a hole. Exactly what I tell them. Go find a hole. Go dig it. I'll come over there and cover you up. Here lies another dummy. This is coming from an old man. You see too many young people talking all this crazy mess every time something bad happens. But when it's their own neighborhood, right on their own block, couple houses down, they don't care. If it isn't pew-pew violence, it's the epidemic of the drugs. Before that, back in the 80s, it was AIDS. Here we are in 2024, and we still got to worry about COVID. Everyone's bashing one candidate over another. And we got to take this election dead serious. Because anyone knows about that thing that the Republicans got going called 2025, it's to put us way back. Anyone that's a minority is to put us way back, well before the 1940s. Nobody paying attention. Don't be foolish and blind. I was in another live before I came up in Kevin's, and I heard a Mexican lady say that veterans are dangerous. Military men and women are dangerous. And it's crazy to me how people are willing to put their lives on the line, whether they're police, military, firefighters, EMS. Once upon a time, it was respect. It was honor. Now the big joke is pro-black. Put that fist up in the air. Kevin laughing, but I know you see it around your area, Kevin.
That's true. That's true. That's what I saw.
All of us see it in the cities or states that we live in. But everybody's perspective isn't that far off. That has already spoken. That, yeah, pro-black is a joke because we don't stand for nothing. We fall for anything.
Can I say something to you on that, John?
Go ahead.
I love what you said when you.
So lovely.
I'm doing great, John. How are you? I always love when you talk because you bring so much wisdom. I love when you said, like back in the 60s and 70s, it wasn't about being pro-black. It was that I'm proud that I'm black. I'm proud. There's something, and I'm married to a black, but most people know that I'm married to a black man. And he's kind of a very similar way of that. Is that he's pro-black. He's just proud to be black. He's proud of who he is, who he wants to be, who he needs to be, who he's allowed to be. Do I give him that? It's there's a proudness that comes with who you are, whether you're YT, whether you're black, whether you're Mexican, whether you're Hispanic, whether you need to be proud of who you are. And I love when you said that. And that hit me, it didn't hit me, but I've heard it before. But I'm so glad that you brought that up because it really did. Because if you look at pro, I'm not gonna break the word down. I can't, because Kev, me. I'll go into like etymology of words. Like you look at proud. Can you put proud up there instead of pro? So I appreciate you, John. I just wanted to give you your flowers on that because it really spoke volumes.
Let me go ahead and finish so I can land.
No, I'm good, my brother.
You said it very well. You said it very eloquently. Irregardless of our skin tone, we should be walking around with our heads up, stepping with purpose and pride of who we are, where we come from, and where we're trying to head to. A lot of us will not make it to become wealthy, but the fun part's trying to get there. As long as you're taking all the correct steps. You're gonna make missteps, but be proud of where you come from, who you are, who you carry yourself to be. And when somebody tries to challenge you and try to throw out this ridiculous little statement Kevin threw up here as the first question, if you're melanated, just smile and walk away. Because if you know that shoe don't fit on your foot, what does it matter? I'm going to end it like this. Being that I was raised in the white tea household, I took a lot of my values and principles from my father because he came from the 20s. He would not allow me to use the excuse of my skin tone as a reason why I did not, could not, or was not allowed to make it. To me, that is a better definition of pro-black. It's being proud of who you are in your skin. I'm going to land there.
Okay. Nay, what you got for me?
So I agree with what Rambo was saying, and also John. Okay, so I think like being pro-black is a joke because yes, like how we act, like it's just. And what Rambo said, like the kids out of wedlock is just another thing. Like I guess now, that's becoming a whole trend. Like the girls now, they just popping up pregnant. Like you don't even have a husband. What are you doing? Like, like and then be saying like they don't have no help and all this. Like it's just a lot of stuff. Like not only like the kids out of wedlock, but I think John said this. Like even like with the police now.
Don't tell me TikTok doing it to her again.
I don't know what happened to Nay.
We can't hear you when you go off TikTok.
Okay, can you hear
There
me?
you go. You back.
And we just be saying like, oh, freedom. Like, why are you saying freedom? Like they need to be there for a reason. Like what? Like especially like if they did something to somebody, like, are you cool? Like, like what? Like I don't think these people be cool today, cause because what do you mean? Like, are you living under a rock or something? Like, stuff really be crazy. But, like, what's really crazy to me is the kids out of wedlock. Like, that would never, like, I don't know, like, my mindset would never change on that. I really just think it's a joke. And also, like, how John said, like, when they was like saying like the Black Lives Matter, and also like yeah, like because we can be like doing stuff to our own people, but like nobody does nothing. Like I don't like all these killings, like all these shootings, and like people getting unalive, like it's really sad.
Man. I think you hit that on spot on that one for sure. On that part.
Hey, can I share a story about the Black Panthers? A lot of
Wait,
people
before
don't
you
know.
do that, I'm gonna let these two. Let them two go. Then we're gonna do an open panel. Was you done, Nate, or no? I can't tell.
Yeah, I was done.
Okay, I'm making sure. Yeah. All right. Go ahead, Warlock, and then we got Mr. P after that.
You sure you want me to go?
Should I get you go last? Because I know you gonna get.
It's your choice.
I'll make you go last, then. You can go last. Because I know you gonna for sure get the fire going.
All right.
So let me get Mr. P, and then I'm gonna go to Warlock. Then we do open panel after Warlock.
Go ahead, ask me.
Is pro-black a joke today?
Yes.
Okay. Why you say?
Because I think being pro race just in general is kind of silly. Race is like one of those things that it's truly a spectrum. You know, I mean, look across this panel. None of us are the same color. We all fall on a different part on the color spectrum. Every single one of us. Some of us are closer to the others. Some of us are further away, but whatever, it's still on that same spectrum. For me, it just boils down to a general thought process of when I want to support somebody. For me, I've learned that if I invest my time, aka my most valuable resource, into someone based off of their appearance, I'm probably going to get let down. And I've learned that if I'm going to be pro anybody, it's going to be based off of their merits. And I also am a believer in that the individual takes priority. If we want a good society, we need everybody trying to be good individuals, and that will create a good society. You can't demand that the society be good and spit out good people. The society is just an accumulation of all its moving parts, all of its individuals. So we all need to strive to be pro ourselves. And what are we doing? So it's a joke, and if it wasn't a joke, I think the statistical numbers would reflect that. So I think that when people look at statistics, I think that can be misleading. Look at gross numbers of what's happening to all of the communities. Don't just look at one. Look at all of them. And it'll really change the way you look at it when you see the gross numbers of how many people's lives are actually being affected. So, I think that anybody who's going to say they're pro anything, I think that it's all a joke and the numbers don't lie.
I like that. I just said that I had a laugh about that pro anything. Open panel, y'all. Let's get it.
Absolutely not open panel.
I mean, my bad. Warlock, my bad. Just thought about that.
Yeah. Don't forget about Warlock.
You're right. Don't want to store him up. It's gonna be a wrap.
Last year, and then Warlock had to pull some fucking magic trick and get me booted out of last place. So now the pressure is on, and he better drop the hammer. So let's get it.
Ooh. I'm not dropping no fucking hammer.
What?
I'm gonna drop a fly swatter. Check this out.
No, you're waving a wand.
Has anybody ever heard of George Carlin?
Yeah, the comedian George Carlin. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
He's funny as fuck, but he makes some real good points. But I'm not gonna touch them right now because they don't apply. Not the ones I'm thinking about anyway. In reference to whether pro-black is a joke today, yes, it is an absolute fucking joke. Because of the simple fact, there's this: if you are pro, you are for something. Right? But I do believe, this is just my thought process, that we despise each other more than most other freaking races do. How do we say it? How do we say this? Because we do more damage to ourselves than just about any other race does nowadays. We will allow each other to be deleted in the streets. And say, shit, I don't know who the fuck did it. When you got the goddamn residue on your fucking shirt. Snitches get stitches. But yet you want everybody else to say, oh, this white teacup deleted this black kid when that motherfucker got a rap sheet longer than your goddamn car. But that the one that just got deleted, y'all didn't raise all that hell when he was out there doing his dirt, and the young lady was unalived in her goddamn living room, just doing her freaking homework or eating dinner. What did it say? Y'all know what I'm saying when I say this. How do I hate thee? Let me count the ways. We despise each other for our financial status. We despise each other for our goddamn skin tone. Colorism is a motherfucker.
Boy.
You know, we even can't even get along with each other when we have a difference of opinion. So how can you be pro anything when you don't even really, evidently you must really not like yourself or even your next door neighbor. You may even take out your own brother for some stupid ass reason. Just because he wore your daggone tennis shoes. God damn it. Tennis shoes was worn between 3 of us in my fucking family.
Mm-hmm.
It's dumb as fuck. Unless you, look, just because you are for something does not mean that you condone the fucked up behavior. Right? I can love all my brothers here.
Say that part
But
again.
as soon
I
as you
need
do
to say
some
that
stupid
again.
shit, I'ma still love you, but I'ma bomb your ass out for that stupid shit that you doing.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way that it goes, man. It's just like your first love, right? I always tell people this. Love is never lost. It's just buried under a bunch of frackle-knackle bullshit. If you can wipe away that bullshit, love is still there. Very few people I know that really love somebody and they wound up that they passed that they didn't feel a damn thing. That's the same way I feel about my brothers. My brothers or my sisters. One of y'all unalive, I feel for you. It hits me a certain way. That don't mean that I condone the dumb shit that you did, but you still my brother. Or you still my sister. It doesn't matter. And when I say brother or sister, I'm not even talking about black folk now. I'm just talking about human beings. And I think that's a part of our freaking problem, is that we have separated everything by way of shade of skin tone. Like I said, darker folks got a problem with light-skinned folk. Light-skinned folk got a problem with the olive-colored people. The olive-colored people may have a problem with the goddamn pink-colored people. The pink-colored people got a problem with the red-colored people. Motherfucker, who actually loves people? Not race. People. We all breathe the same freaking air. We all bleed. When the air hits our blood, what does it not turn red? Who had a choice in their pigment freakentation? Name one child that had a choice in their pigmentation. Name me one. Aren't we all somebody's child? Did we have a choice on whether or not we were born whitey, black, Indian, Hispanic? Did we actually have a freaking choice? I don't think we did. I don't think we were in our mother's womb talking about, man, I wish I had some major pigmentation, or I wish I don't really have too much. That's the way I want to be born. I don't think we had that choice. So why can't we just love each other as people, man? And I tell people this. As much as you may hate YTP, as much wrong as they may have done, you look at your life now. You look at where you are now. And this is going to the black folks. How many black folks gave your great-grandparents or your grandparents a fucking job to help sustain the family so that next generation can live, so that next generation could possibly prosper and be better than you? How many? How many black folks actually gave them a fucking job? How many black folks was actually in a position to get a job? Now you look at today, you got black folks all over the place claiming they own businesses, but they won't give another black person a fucking job. Make that make sense to me. If you're so pro-black, I understand you don't want to carry everybody up the daggone ladder because some motherfuckers just gonna hold you down. But the motherfuckers that went to college, got that quote-unquote degree that would fit into your business, but you don't want to give them a job because you're afraid you fall into that stereotyping of a black person. It's all stupid and silly as fuck to me. It really is. Don't get me wrong, I'm not discounting the shit that's happened to us. And as I always say about that, people always want to take it back to slavery time. They want to skip all the way up until the civil rights movement, and skip all the way up until the day and all of that. But I'm like, yo, you forgetting the parts where we prospered. You want to leave that part out. No, we can't talk about that. That was in the past. But then you just go back to slavery. How much more in the past can your ass get?
Mm.
You don't want to talk about when we were the most married people on the fucking planet. You don't want to talk about that because that kind of shoots your argument to shit to make you realize at some given point in time, we failed and we just got stuck in that fucking failure and became freaking worse.
Mm.
That's where we're at. We are that person that made a bad decision and just wallowing in that shit talking about it's got to get better. It's got to get better. Not even trying to get better. I tell people, I'm going to land on this. We are the motherfuckers, whoever invented the damn crutch. We have funded that generational wealth for the next 10 fucking generations because the shit that happened to us, we're still using as a major crutch today, as in somebody said, why I can't do well now. And I'm going to land on that shit.
Before we go open panel and everybody starts getting all their points and their questions out, I'd like to everybody do a mad rush on the tapping. So let's do a mad rush on the tapping. Let's really go crazy with the sharing for a second and some hashtag FYPs. So let's go ahead and do that. Feel free to go ahead and gift Kev. I know he likes gifts. I think everybody else on the panel likes gifts. Me, I don't like gifts. Don't gift me. Please do not gift me anything. Anyways, I think we're going to be going into open panel, but Kev is the host, so I just wanted to get that in and do a little mod break. But Kev, go ahead and take it.
All right, appreciate you. Y'all better see them lights. I know y'all be playing around. Okay, y'all doing it. Y'all doing y'all thug this. All right, a couple shares and stuff. We're going to get this going, though. We got
I'm
a
not
few
gonna lie,
more.
I did say 20K likes, and if I don't see it in 10 minutes, I'm gonna be shutting the comments off. That was like 7 minutes ago or something. So, you know, I don't want to be turning off the comments or nothing like that because I know people having good convos down there, but we need to be seeing those likes. And you know what? If you hate my voice and what I'm saying, really tap the screen.
Boy, Warlock was preaching, boy. So what y'all got? Anything before we go to the next one? We got open panel now.
I wanted to tap into that but I want to give Mr. Print some flowers before Warlock came in because I definitely got to touch base because I love my Mr. Warlock. I love Mr. Warlock. But he brings so much wisdom. But Mr. Print, you mentioned something when you spoke on, are we pro-race? Like, are we pro-black or are we pro-white or pro-Hispanic? Like, kind of what Warlock was speaking on is like, whether we're Hispanic, whether we're black, whether we're whitey or, you know, whatever we are, we're all still human. We're all still humans. But you mentioned that pro-race thing, and then when Warlock got to talking, that kind of really tapped in to exactly what you had kind of spoken on. Is like, are we really pro-race? Are we pro-everybody? Are we for? Because pro means like for. Like you're for that race or you're for that.
In favor of is how I was thinking of pro.
Yeah, in favor of. Yeah, you're in favor of. So, and you mentioned race and like what Warlock is speaking on too. And I love how Warlock wrote it down. And it was like, wait a minute, at the end of the day, it's like, look, we got all different types of communities going against their own communities, going against each other, going against YTs and, you know, blacks are going against blacks and YTs going against YTs, you know. And I think Warlock probably spoke on what I was speaking on yesterday or the day before. When, you know, there's levels to this shit. You know, we're not just fighting with each other. We're fighting with a government that is telling us that this is how we need to live. You know, so it's like, who are we really for? Are we for our neighbor, or are we for even if you're kind to the stranger? Sometimes you got to be kind to the stranger. Sometimes strangers are nicer to me than the own people, the people that I live with. So I love when I hear Warlock speaking, and I love that you brought up that pro race thing. It's not a color. It's it's kind of like that human race, and that's where I tapped into what Warlock was saying and what you were saying. It's like it's human race. It's not color of skin. You know, because what like Warlock said, he was like, I didn't when I was in the womb, I didn't ask my mom, hey, I hope I'm born more melanated than I am less melanated. I get really dark in the summer, but I'm really light in the winter. So I didn't ask to have the skin that I'm in, but the skin that I'm in, I want to be okay with. So I love my plane there. My apologies.
I don't think you have anything to apologize for, to be totally honest. Anybody else have anything that they heard that they wanted to speak on, or are we all ready to move on to the next?
Hey, what was you going to do? Because I missed that because I was listening to something real quick.
Well, right now we're open panel, and
Okay.
I don't think that there's anybody
Cool.
that has anything they want to add to what we talked about.
All right, so here's the thing.
Warlock, you missed
Yes.
all the love. You missed all the
No,
love.
no, I heard all of that, baby. It was like the last 10, 15 seconds. I heard all of that. I appreciate you very much. Remember I said something about George Carlin, right?
Yes.
And that was a reason. That was a reason. That was two reasons. But I'm just going to play something for about 40 seconds. And this is dealing with color and all of that shit. All right, so just listen up closely.
So, I would like to tell you how I handle some of these speech issues concerning minorities. First of all, I say black. I say black because most black people prefer black. I don't say people of color because it's dishonest. It means precisely the same thing as colored people, which is an insult. So if you're not willing to say colored people, you shouldn't be willing to say people of color. And besides, to me, the whole idea of color seems a bit specious, really. I mean, what should we call white people? People of no color? Isn't pink a color? And in fact, white people are not really white at all. They're different shades of pink and olive and beige. In other words, they're colored. And black people are rarely black. I see mostly various shades of brown and tan, and in fact, some light-skinned black people are darker than the darkest white people. I'm sorry, lighter than the darkest white people. Look how dark the people in India are. They're dark brown, but they're considered white. May I see the color chart, please?
My point exactly.
Warlock, perfect. Hey, we're gassing up the plane again.
Listen, a lot of people don't like to hear the shit, man, but everybody's colored to some degree, right? I understand that some people gotta fill up by whatever means that is, and I don't want to get into that discussion. But at the same token, like I said before, we're still all people. You know, I gotta bring this up. And this is personal. I rarely do personal shit, but I gotta do personal. My sister Valerie, that's my baby sister. Even though she's 9 years older than me, damn near 10, she's my youngest sister, so I call her my baby. All of my other 4 siblings, they wound up marrying within the race. They're all fucking miserable. They're all miserable. My sister, however, she wound up marrying a white dude from Montana. She dated some black guys before she met Donnie. And coming up, I actually broke my parents' banister and got a ass whipping for it because one of them tried to sneak a kiss on my sister, bringing her ass home from work. The one thing that I can say is that my brother-in-law Donnie has treated my sister better than any of the black guys that I've known her to date. He's treated her with more respect. He's never tried to be black, doesn't want to be black. However, he does ask questions. I don't see whereas though you know how you have some people of a different race that you can hear them almost slip the fuck up and say some stupid shit. Out of 30, I think it's 36 years, 38 years, 36, no, it's 38 years. 38 years of marriage, I've never heard them even come close. That's not to say that white men are better than black men or anything of that nature. I just think that we get so caught up in color that sometimes we bypass the blessings that are meant for us. I dated a white girl when I was overseas. The reason why is because at the time, there was like one black woman for like every 20 some GIs. And even at that young age, when I was 18 and 19 years old, I knew what I wanted from life and I didn't have no time to play games. This girl turned out to be my platoon sergeant's daughter. Didn't know. But she respected me more than just about any black chick that was over there. I hear people calling other people race traitors and you must have some kind of deep self-hatred or you must fetishize or the white dudes must fetishize about black women or whatever. My question to you guys, and you can answer it to yourself, you don't necessarily have to answer it to me. When does loving somebody for who they are override their race? Why are you so hell-bent on staying within your race when you've probably lived 30 years and haven't had any respect from your own race yet? Are you going to live your entire life trying to find that person? Like they said, there's somebody for everybody. Maybe, just maybe, that person isn't in your race. No matter what your race may be. Think about that, man. I'm done.
Can I jump in really quick? Because maybe this is just a generational thing. Maybe someone else can relate to this or not. I don't know. But I was born in the 80s. I grew up in the 90s as a child. And when I grew up, like racism was never even on my mind until the early 2000s when I moved to LA and my life changed. And all of a sudden, I was introduced to, the fact that gangs exist and that whole kind of lifestyle. And it just was, to me, it's like, I'd never take race into my judgment of someone. Like, I'm very pro merit based. I have a small business, you're talking about having a business and then, these people say they're pro black and then they don't hire a black person to work for them. I personally, I'll let someone work for me, and I have 2 people working for me right now, and they're both people that approached me. So it's like, I gave them a chance based off the merit. There's someone who's actively seeking work. I didn't look at him and say, oh, well, he's a tall, muscular black guy. Maybe I shouldn't do this. I saw a young man who was asking for work and willing to work hard. And both of these are young men that I see with this potential. And their merit is what earns them their respect with me. I can give 2 shits what they look like. And that's just how I am with everybody. I wish people were like that with me. I get judged hardcore. Depending on the time of year, it depends on how people treat me in public, no joke.
Let me go ahead real quick and see if I can get this. So I got a request. I'm about to go ahead and snitch on some people's, see what y'all likes is at. So let's start off with, dang, can't see. Yeah, Lucky Rambo, they won't let me click you. Let's see what Lovely got.
Number with all the shit I was talking.
Dang, they not showing Lovely's either. She got lucky today.
What the hell you looking up there?
See what people taps is. Dang, Truth
Oh,
got
you can
lucky.
do that?
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
been,
but
I've
some it
been,
used to
I've
could
been
do
tapping.
everybody, but now like it's doing certain people. You can see they taps how many they did.
I've been tapping.
CD, huh?
I've been tapping.
I know you've been tapping. I just wanted to see how much you did, but I can't see it. CD, you did
He
379, and he did one share. Okay. Let's see what they got.
You don't have to show me how to
What's
do
that?
that shit.
You can do
They
better
go
than that,
fire.
man.
What was that?
Those are rookie numbers, my dog. You
Roger,
can do
good
better than
looks,
that.
man. I don't know what that was. That was good looks.
You gotta
Let's
teach
see
you how
what
to do that, Kev. Cause I'm gonna be calling motherfuckers out crazy
Yeah,
when I
right. Yeah, you click on their name, you're gonna see this thing. When you click on their name, you see it say like, and then on the other side it's gonna say send or sent, or it's gonna say something on the other side. You click that other side. Nay, what you got? Let's see what she got. I believe in her. What she got?
Oh man.
She got 2002.
Call my shit out because I've only probably got about 50.
2,200. You said call it out. I got you, Warlock. You right next in it.
Let's call out like. Hey, if you want to compare likes, can we compare gifts?
Ooh.
Because I don't have none. I have no
She
money.
talking big money. She want to stick it out like that.
Come on, lovely. Keep the gloves above the.
Right.
Kapow. How about that? Kapow.
What is that? Somebody just said something else. Oh, that's Roger Big Money. What is going on? Good looks, man. Again, what the heck?
Kapow.
You know it's Friday in this, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
hold it.
Roderick, how are you, my brother?
What's going on, lovely?
Hey.
Nay. Mr.
Hey,
Lamb.
brother, you been listening for a minute or not?
No, actually, I was helping support another channel before I get on my own, but I come through the show Kev Love all the time. But I do got some stuff to say though.
Well, hey, since you're here and you got some stuff to say, how about you give us a rundown really quick? Is pro-black a joke today?
Yes, it definitely is.
All right, go hit us with why it is. Let's hear it.
I knew Roger was gonna go that route.
Being pro-black is a joke because it's whatever the person that says that they're pro-black is what their agenda is. So I mean, so if you look at a person that gets on social media and they say, "Oh, we need to uplift the women, we need to uplift the men," and all this other, they're not doing it just because they want to see people succeed. They want to do it so that it fattens, of course, their pockets and shit. And then what winds up happening is when something happens, or you see them in another debate, what winds up happening is they dog the women and they dog the men. So it's a joke. If you're gonna be pro-black for a reason. Be pro-black to uplift the education. If you want to be pro-black that people get the jobs, people have the certain titles within companies. Being pro-black is having and supporting the education so that everybody that is just like you can actually have an opportunity to be the greatest version of themselves. That's what pro-black is. It has nothing to do with you marching and holding signs. Pro-black is literally helping people become more educated, more successful, more financially stable, and then actually having their emotional,
looks lovely.
The emotional side of it intact. That's what being pro-black is. It ain't about all this other shit. It really ain't. Because when the makeup come off, when the lights from this camera go off, when you get back online again, do you remember your script? It's 7 days out the week, and you want to get on here talking that pro-black shit, and you don't remember what you said yesterday. It's a facade. Being pro-black is nothing more than uplifting the education, the root value of your family, and then trying to put that where it needs to be for yourself. If don't nobody else know what pro-black is, then how the hell you gonna tell people to be pro-black? No, it's just a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. Because if you look at it, if I tell my daughter to be respectful and mindful, but then in my neighborhood I see young girls and young men cursing and just being destructive, then what the fuck I'm being pro-black for? Not for them. I don't want to waste my energy trying to fix your home. Hell, I'm not even welcomed in it. Being pro-black is for educated people. It ain't for the riffraff. Stop letting these 304s and all of these no nonsense ass people come in and then play that victim card and then be like, oh well, the people don't support. Of course we don't. Your music is trash. Okay, your movies is trash. You can't act. You get caught up every single time you turn around. No, being pro-black is for the people that are educated, because that's what we push with being pro-black. So if it ain't education tied to it, then there's not going to be no comments. There's not going to be no common sense. There's not going to be no foundational structure. There's not going to be any type of integrity that you can have that's going to actually push you away from no nonsense ass people. So hell no, it's a joke. It's a joke. You have to be around like-minded people. Everybody ain't like-minded. It's impossible. Everybody's not educated enough. It don't come from reading books either.
Hallelujah. I can tell you this, I'm pro kids. Fuck that.
You're pretty much in alignment with majority of the people here.
Yeah, I know.
Just so you know.
I know. Trust me, I know. I know.
The hell?
But for the countless people that are watching Kev's live,
Sounds like a little chihuahua in the background. What's going on?
What you hear in the background for me is a pack of coyotes eating dinner.
Oh,
In the distance.
not a chihuahua. Okay.
for everybody that's up here, I know I follow probably everybody up here, but yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that I've been seeing. I've had my lives where I've been, can't go on for about a week, but it's fine. I sit back and I watch a lot of people talk about it, how people pick apart each other, but it don't work. It don't work for me. I've actually reached a pivotal point in my life, which I did a couple of years ago, and now it starts to make sense why I actually crossed that milestone. So yeah, it's just a secret of life. It's just one of those secrets of life. It's just a secret of life, and it's so heinous. It is actually so heinous that it makes it. Most people will not be able to do it because it's just like they just have to feel like they have to belong with something. I don't have to belong with shit. It's just truth is truth, and facts are facts. And a lie is always gonna keep going. A lie is like a virus. So hell yeah, is pro-black a joke today? Yeah, it's a joke because you got people that have social media platforms, and like I said, when you see them in other people's lives or descriptions of what they're talking about, it's so different than what they want to rally the troops behind. And the thing about it is, people that are pro-black aren't really truly pro-black because we actually have the common sense to get along with everybody else. We know who don't like us, so we steer clear from it. So when those people go through something, it's just like, okay, and we'll still be within our boundaries to be like, hey, you okay? Because we don't want to see anybody hurt.
That part.
That's the gift that God gave us. That's the gift that through our teachings of Jesus, whatever you want to call it. Matter of fact, it's just how we were raised. You know what I'm saying? These people, they always want to play the damn victim. They always want to be like, oh, well, ain't nobody messing. You know why? Because you're reckless. And you do just the most heinous shit. You speak to people wrong. You don't know how to actually be in a room, a group of people without tapping a person on the shoulder and be like, man, hey, look at this motherfucker. We ain't got time for that. We passed that. That's some little kid shit. I say it all the time. A lot of people have developed, but who the fuck done matured?
You know what that reminds me of, Broderick, is because it kind of reminds me of the like when you said heinous. It reminded me of the H word, HATE, because I don't want to say it because I don't want to get blocked because I've been on these lives for quite some time and have not been blocked in a while. It reminds me of the H word, and it's like if you look at pro-black, there's no like like if you look at the if we were to say pro YT, guess what they tie it to? The K word, the triple K.
They do it to
So
us all the time because they try to make us to be racist. But the thing about
exactly.
it is this: we have shown through history that even through all of the heinous acts, we still can coincide with people
Still love
like
and
you
still love
and still love. So the thing about it is, it's not hatred, it's not racism, it's just ignorance. That's
exactly.
what gets it, because when you tie a race or a color to the word ignorance, then that's when it becomes something heinous when you speak about it. I do it all the time. I don't give a fuck. I promise you. I take a pill every day called fuck it all. And when I wake up in the morning, I pop 2 of them bitches and I just go about my day. Y'all need to try it. It's free. It's
You
called.
know, I did this, Broderick. I had a conversation with somebody yesterday, and we were talking about like if everybody was blind, and I think I even mentioned it on Kev's live earlier. If everybody was blind and had to fall in love with somebody, would color matter?
No, it'd be sent for real though. But some of you
Like you
motherfuckers
smell like a bitch.
I don't underestimate the human ability to find ways to hate each other. I don't underestimate our ability to do that at all. So we're all blind. We'll figure out another way.
Cocoa butter shit.
But hey, Broderick, I want to ask you something. Do you remember what you said at the end of your statement?
Yeah.
Could you repeat the phrase you said at the end of your statement?
That was about the racism and it's just being ignorant.
It was about being I can't remember the phrase you used, but the saying it made me think of is that you can be fully grown and still not a man. Being fully grown doesn't make you a man. You know what I mean? You were talking about something along those lines.
No, it was a lot of people have developed, but there's some that haven't matured. So,
The maturity. Mm-hmm.
so
Yeah,
it's-
I just wanted to say that was a brilliant point, and I didn't want it to get swept under the rug. That was a really good analysis that got snuck in at the end. I wanted to highlight it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, because I've been saying it for years, and people just look at me like, what the hell are you talking about? It's just what it is. Yeah, you can be fully developed. You can have everything that a person wants, but your mindset is still 15. You could put on what any type of clothes you want to look the part of being mature, but your mindset is that when you were 18. You're playing a character. Because whatever happened, and I call it when I talk to people a lot of times when I'm counseling, I'm like, you still stuck in this teenage phase. You're still stuck in a teenage phase, and you're seeing the world move past, and you're just stuck. You have developed into an adult, but your maturity, your mind, your thought process, you are slow as fuck. Like,
You
what
know,
are you doing?
And Broderick, and I've brought that up in your lives before, and I brought it up in Kev's lives before. It kind of reminds me of like, look, you're a child from 0 to 5. You're able to do whatever you want to do as a toddler, and your parents are trying to let you grow, or your caregivers or whoever they are. You get to be 5, and then you get to be 15 or 16. You're told to get a license. Then you get 18 and you're told to vote. You get to be 21. You can go through all these phases in life and still be dumb as fuck.
Mm-hmm. I want to say right now, I'm looking at the likes and stuff. So first off, we're gonna give a shout out to Lovely. She number 1 in the gifts. Even though I love the thing. I'm not big on the gifts, but I love it anyways. I don't love any type of support is cool though.
Who's sitting at number 1 in the like department? Just curious.
Jen, she was in number 1. I thought you was in number 1 at first, but it's Jen. She got 5 points. Not y'all in competition.
I'm not even gonna try to compete with their asses.
Exactly right. Don't do that. They in their own lane over there. They doing a good looking project.
I just put out $850 for some damn uniforms for these kids. I can't compete.
I'm about to take advantage of
Right.
that TikTok shop sale for the screen tapper thing.
Right.
I tell you
Yeah,
right now, you
Jen got
came in with the ace, but
5.4
I had
that
no
last
chance.
scene. You in second place with 3.3. Warlock got oh no, Nay in third place and with like three something. I think she got three something. And Warlock got one something. Right.
Yeah, I got
I couldn't see Rambo.
I got the #1 badge giver gift. So yeah, I'm good with that.
That's all I care. Yeah, he got #1. So Broderick is in #1 with the. Y'all good on that. Y'all don't have
So
to do.
Roger
Y'all
beat
don't have
my
to do that, man.
galaxy? Oh my goodness.
He over there trying to
Hey,
steal
drop
people shine. I used to do that in
Wi-Fi
other
off
people's
and
room
on
too. I'm like,
again
oh, you trying
real
to take my
quick.
first place? Boom.
Hey, if you want to run it, I'm telling you right now.
Don't do that, y'all.
If you want to run
It's
it,
gonna be a long night anyway. I'm trying to make it up. But all right. So what happened to 2 people left? Hold on, who was it?
yeah. But did anybody have any other questions or whatever? I mean, because
I think honestly, Broderick, you like really hit so many good points. So many good points on that. Like, you know, just it was very, very similar to what Warlock was saying on that humanistic aspect that we have to have. And like what I was saying with Mr. Print, are we pro race or are we pro human basically? Are we pro human or are we pro like the color of our skin?
I'm
Like
pro God.
Warlock broke that down, you know,
I'm
when he
telling
said
you,
everybody is melanated to a certain extent.
we just
Everybody.
different color shades of rice. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
so I have a question then, since we're staying on this topic, and I think Lovely kind of was leading in this direction. So if you don't mind, I'm going to branch off of that. Someone said that I can't remember who it was. They said that they weren't pro-black, but they were proud to be black. And I can't remember who said it, but the point that they made, at least how I absorbed it, it comes with a few assumptions that the example of black men that came before them were people worthy of honor. So they were drawing, when he was saying, I'm proud to be black, in my opinion, this is just a speculation. In my opinion, that's saying that they're drawing back to an example of a father figure or a leader or someone who played a role in their life. And they're saying that that's the example I've got to live up and surpass, and that will make me proud because it's based off of previous determined merits of what's good.
Yeah.
So it's like my house. My dad would say to me, you're turning into a young man and you're an Italian man. You have to go out there and work hard, and you have to uphold your word, and you have to be willing to work harder than anybody else because everybody's going to look at you as a dirty Italian. Like, you got to be willing to go out there and bust for it. And, it's like he was saying, be proud that you're Italian because I worked hard and your grandfather worked hard and everybody in our family were all people that worked hard and did the thing that was right. It wasn't saying that every Italian person in all of history is worthy and I need to be pro-Italian in that sense, but I can be pro my ancestry, I guess. But ultimately, being pro-race, I don't think that really is beneficial. And I think that if we're talking about being proud of our heritage, I think that as much as race plays into that as it's more family dynamics, the people who preceded you.
Well, it just depends on who's answering the question. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing about it is I know a lot of Italians. I know Arabic families. I know Chinese family, Japanese. I know the job that I have met so dynamic of people, and their tradition and how they live, what they wear, how they talk to people. If they were to say to me that they are proud to be Asian, or if they even went as far as to say that they were proud Arabic or whatever, proud whatever race, right? I wouldn't hold an offense to that because it goes deeper than the words. It goes through the memory banks of what everybody has actually seen. It's only when people say, I'm ashamed to be this. That means that you've heard. That means that you've been introduced to a certain aspect within a culture. So to be proud, if there's no ignorance that's involved with it that has you to continuously to have shortcomings in your life, then of course be proud of who you are. Be proud of be proud of who you became. So if I said I'm proud to be a black man, then of course I may get flack for it, or I may get judged by people that may be darker than me. Oh no, you're not 100%. What the fuck is that? I should be like you.
Broderick, it's like at that moment, it's like if we were sitting at a table and you said that to me and it's just you and I talking, my inclination is I would say, okay, can you tell me what qualifies as the quote unquote a black man that you're proud of being? What boxes are checked? Because I think that the boxes you're going to check are going to be very similar to what was taught to me in the boxes that I would check that would make a good Italian man. You know what? Do you see the connection I'm making? Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, facts on God. Because the thing about it is, I was taught to work hard because I saw my grandfather, I saw my stepfather come in and help and take care of me for 20 plus years. I saw my grandmother work every day. I saw my cousins work. I saw my aunties work. I saw the cousins that were the little cousins grow up, and they do hospice care for the elderly. And we know the elderly, when they get old, it's all different type of races involved in that. So I'm seeing them out. Seeing one of my cousins out. So for me, I look at life on a different spectrum. It's just like, as long as I'm not being disrespected by you, there's always respect on the table. But if I see you looking at the respect that I'm giving you and you're just not comfortable with it, that means that you're dealing with something and I don't have to force the issue. But when you see me, just know that the respect is still on the table.
Well, and being proud actually stems from like pride. It's like, it has to do with like I guess bravery, like a bravery, like you're proud of, like we're not proud of the race that we're in. We're proud of who we are.
Me personally, race and pride. I mean, for me personally, I know I can't change.
Like, yeah, you're not tied to it. You're just proud of just who you are. Like whether you're
proud of the people that fought before me. Like I'm proud of it. I mean, I know everybody made mistakes. My thing is this. I wasn't there when all of this shit was going on. I know from 83 up until 2024, the people that I have been associated with, I'm like, okay, this is what it takes to be a man. This is what it takes to be a father. This is what it takes to
I think that's the thing, Broderick. It always goes back down to self. It's always going to go back down to self.
Like I said, as long as it's not associated with ignorance and how you actually communicate with people outside of the people that you know, and there's respect on the table, I think no matter what you say, as long as it's respectful and there's a conversation that is intelligent and you can articulate yourself in a way, then say what you want to say. But when that line, because there's a thin line, it was a soulmate. It's a thin line between, love and hate. But the thing about it is this. That love and that hate, it's respect. So let's just draw the line with respect. And you draw a line, and I draw a line, and then we'll sort out this gray area. And then I promise you, after having a good, heartfelt conversation, because I promise you, a lot of the times, a lot of people have an experience like he's Italian. I don't know what growing up in an Italian household is, and he doesn't know what growing up in a black household is. But we can find in that gray area the joy of how we should be connected.
Right, and I brought that up in I think it was in I don't know if it was Kev's live, but it was another live where I said, why are we always focusing on what's not going right rather than what is going right, like the joy, the love, the kindness, the compassion? Why do we not focus on those things? Or well, some people don't, not everybody. I'm not all, like we were talking about earlier, Kev. Like, no, it's like, why are we not focusing on there's a lot of joy and love and compassion that actually comes into unity.
You know what? I'll tell you what. This is what I feel like right now. You keep on talking, lovely. Keep on talking.
No, I'm good.
No, I'm gonna mute up right quick because you know what? It's Friday. It's Friday. Let me say this, right? I love Kev. And I got much love and respect for him, right? Anytime I'm in here, it's always resolved for some of the issues that we have. So I'm gonna start at the bottom and I'm gonna go up. All right. But I'm gonna mute up. All right, just give me a second. I'm gonna mute up right quick. All right. I'm gonna start with Mr. Print.
What am I starting with? What's going on?
Just be calm and patient.
Those are like not in my strength category.
There you go.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Did you not get my disclaimer that I don't want gifts? I guess you didn't hear my disclaimer.
I wasn't in here that long enough, so my bad. But hell, it helps when you get on somebody else's live and you may want to send gifts. You'll have it in your.
Hey, I'm just gonna let you know. Any gifts that do make their way to me, basically go back to Kev and go back to Cousin and every once in a while when I'm in Warlocks live. So anybody's live I go into, it just goes back to the creators because I just do this because for some reason the space tolerates me. So I'm just here to have a good time.
Hey, I know, and that's why I like talking to you because we always have a good time. You pick my brain, I pick your brain. So this is why I say that racism is the dumbest shit ever because we're having a full on conversation in somebody else's live, and we're actually vibing. There's no arguing. The only thing we missing at this right now is some music and some food.
Okay, so I want to ask the panel something, and there's a variety of people up here. So maybe you guys can just tell me what you think about this, or if you've experienced it, or if maybe it's something that should be given more attention. For instance, when I was a teenager and my grandmother was still around, God rest her soul. She saw me going through I guess you could say, a pro-Italian kind of phase in my young man years. And she told me that that's not something that my grandfather would appreciate to see. And I asked her, well, what do you mean? And she said that when they left Italy, they left a dictatorship. And they came over here because of what was happening there and the lack of freedom and self-determination that they had. And that he ended up fighting in the war, the big one, WW2, as part of, becoming an American. And she said to me that if I were to be pro anything, that I should be pro-American because it's not something that is limited to one individual. It's something that you can't tell who's an American by looking at them. And that we can honor our heritage, but we got to remember why we're here, because I'm a second generation born here. And it was just a profound moment in my life when I realized, what, maybe there's some bigger history here, and maybe I need to humble my own ignorance and my own pride here and realize that I'm propped up on everybody that came before me, and maybe their ideals deserve a little bit of looking back on.
Well, I'll say this. And, excuse me, after this, I got to bounce because I got to get up. I got to be up in the field at 8. But I never thought that a person should be disliked hated or have a major disdain for because of their color, heritage, ethnicity, race, nationality, or whatever. Because that's the one thing that we don't like. We don't like to be thought of as a whole when you're talking about negativity. So I never thought that anybody else should. In reference to what we claim, in reference to what your people said, Mr. Print, I think that's an actual good way to look at things. It keeps you from pigeonholing yourself and pigeonholing other people. You don't look at a person and say, oh, they're black, they must be thugs or gangsters or this, that, and the other, or the Hispanic, oh, they must be a gang member or this, that, and it keeps you grounded to the point where as though you can look at people as individuals and take them as such instead of putting them in a one category just because of skin color or what have you. So I think that was a pretty cool, neat way to look at things. And with that, y'all, I gotta bounce up out of here. It's a long day tomorrow.
We love you, Warlock.
Thank you for having me.
Love you, my brother.
Thank you, and
thank you for the kind words, Warlock. Appreciate it.
All right, people, y'all be good. Kev, I gotta end it with this, my guy. Fuck you.
Hey.
Hey,
I love it.
Kev, man. You know
love
that,
you too.
All right, man.
Yeah,
Later,
I love
y'all.
you too. I've been saying that. I was like, Kev, you didn't even need all the other questions. We've only got through the first
I
one.
only got the red one. Got to the red one. Well, I guess let's
No, I
let's
don't even
expand
know
on
if
it. So
I don't even know if I can go into the white questions.
right, they deep. Yeah, they gonna be real deep. So we already heard one of them is like, so the other one is like, it ain't, not that it's just a joke, it's used in manipulation, which I noticed. We could say that too. Let me make sure some of my peoples is woke, because I ain't hear them talking a while. So let's go ahead and check on, let me do a random. Hold the quietest. Rambo, you there? Wake up.
I'm here,
Okay.
brother. I'm in the background just listening. I'm here.
Oh,
Let me know when
okay.
I can rock out with
So
number
he
two.
ain't with the big dogs. Okay. Let's hold up one more person. Nate. Let's see. Oh, I think I seen her comment. She there? Okay, she there. Okay. Y'all. She said that's all I gotta do is something. She even saying it. Okay. All right. Let's see. CD. You there, my brother? Let's see. Gotta make sure all the people. Okay. Okay. There you go. Let's see. I got some real ones up in the building, man. All right. So let's get to the next one. So this one was, if it wasn't a joke, right? Because we already know that I'm trying to just look for my pro-black people, you know, the ones that, that claim it. It's a lot of people that still say it or whatever. I just really want them to, kind of tell me the meaning. Because from my perspective, I do feel like it's a joke, It's like it's only used to, and it's only like a one way of thinking. Like if you don't think the way I am, I'm thinking that it's you're not one of me, and just like was mentioned before earlier, yeah, take your black card away if you don't do that, and you not my stand for us and all this stuff. Like, what is the part that I gotta stand on? You know what I'm saying? Do I got to stand on everything because it's the skin color? Like, that doesn't. If that means being pro-black, I would never join that. That's crazy. I would be pro nothing because. That's no different from like how when they got that sister thing, whatever it is, where it was a pro woman, because I never heard of pro man. I guess that's some crazy stuff. I've never heard that, but somehow they made pro woman. Like I think that's a deep one too. I hear them say that too, and I see them never check. I think pro anything, right? Pro anything is a freaking problem though. But is that my brother Cousins in the building? What up, bro?
At this point, I can't tell the difference between the pro-black and stay woke movement. Like, I was up there saying the same thing in reverse and getting nowhere.
I ain't never heard that one. The stay woke, right? I heard that one. So what's the deal, cuz? It's about to get super interesting. Don't let him come up. Ain't that's right? That's weird. The Warlock jumped down and then when Cousins come up, what y'all doing? What y'all got going on? Why y'all switch up like that? Nah.
They do that.
Mr. P ain't playing. He gonna get everybody up in the panel. He said, I'm sending invites to everybody. But so let's get to this one though.
Hey, really quick, we got Cousin B coming up in here. You know, I threatened to lose the comments, and I got us to jump pretty big in those likes. I really don't want to have to keep threatening to take the comments away. I might just do it, just to tease everybody with it. That being said, we need to keep tapping. Cousin, welcome. And whenever Joseph loads up, hello.
There you go. What up, Joseph? Welcome to the panel.
What's up, Deuces, bro? What's up, Deuce? What is it that sets a good donut apart? I'm on it, bro. It's good. Man, I'm enjoying the chat, bro.
Oh, I see you down there. You was over there hitting it, and I seen you, my brother. All right. So, okay, well, let's get them get y'all two on this one, then on this part there, because y'all haven't answered. Then we go to the first prompt finally after almost 2 hours. Is it 2 hours yet? Let's see.
It's been about that long.
Yeah, about 2 hours and a half. So yeah, we gonna get to that. We gonna get to these prompts because we only did the first one. So since we got Joseph and cousin that just came. So Joseph, how you feel about the topic, man? Do you feel like pro black is the joke today, or it's not the same? It's a manipulation. Like, what is it now? Or do you stand on it and say why? You there, Joseph?
I'm not coming live.
Joe, what?
It's just the front of the fryer. Next, I bite into a fresh peanut butter chocolate banana fritter known as the Memphis Mafia.
Joseph, we can't hear you if you're talking.
I'm not talking, bro.
Oh, okay.
You want to answer the first
He probably
question?
kind of new to this TikTok thing. All right, go. Yeah, hold up. I'll just let you back in. I'll let you keep it back in the comments, my brother. He probably just ain't ready, but you can keep on just listening, my brother. So cousins, the topic, and welcome, my brother. Welcome.
What's happening?
What's happening? LSC is in the building.
You already know.
How are you, my love?
Chilling. What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing on this Friday? I guess it's Saturday now. I don't know what it is. Wherever y'all.
It just hit Saturday, literally just.
It's not Saturday yet for me yet, but we'll take it.
It's still Friday.
Catch up, mustard.
It's still Friday over here in Tucson.
Oh, okay. We
It
time
literally
traveling.
hit Friday for me right now. 12 o'clock on the 9th.
Yeah, we time traveling. It's all good.
Right.
Hey, so cousin, you want to catch us up really quickly on is pro-black a joke today? Yes, no, and why do you stand on that?
Pro-black, is it a joke today? You know what? I'm gonna say it depends on who you ask. I think that it has been hostage. It's been hijacked.
I love
by a
it
lot of
because it make it so interesting. Let's go ahead.
Yeah. It's been hijacked by some people who have made it a joke. I'll say that. You know what? I think it's similar to any other movement, right? Feminism. You could say like the premise of it is fine, but you have individuals who take that shit too far. And it's the same thing what I think with pro-black, because now you got all these rules and this, that, and the third, and I don't know. It's just, you can have pride, you can be for your people, but then all the extra rhetoric and all the extra shit that go along with it, you know, the theatrics, that has kind of turned the optics into a joke, if that makes sense. So But then you have some old school, and some motherfuckers that actually get down and it's a whole different situation when you talk to them. You know what I mean? When they say it's pro-black. So I think for those type people, it's real and the difference. But I don't know. I think this real popular, they kind of made it into some parts of it being a joke. So
As a white guy, do you think it's funny that I have white pride or no?
You said what?
Am I allowed to have white pride if I'm a guy? If I'm a white guy?
Are you allowed to have it? You're
Yeah,
allowed
you
to do
can
whatever
do
you
what you
want to.
want.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing though, right? I believe that the short answer is we should all be proud of who we are, period. That's the short answer, right? But the nuanced answer, because we are in a society with history, why do you need to proclaim your pride?
You're
You
saying
see
I have
what I
white
mean?
privilege.
That's the nuance, right? Because the nuance is you've never been beat down to a point where your pride was stripped. So now when you have a group of people, whoever it may be, who have been deprived of something, when they are able to take that power back, that's why they have to proclaim that pride.
Oh, so you mean like the Jews? You mean like the Jews too?
Hold on. Cousin just said exactly what I said 30 minutes ago. What talking about being proud
I
and
think
how
you
that,
guys are overly proud of yourselves. It says in the Bible
I
you
don't-
should be proud.
hold on. Hold on one sec, Mr. Factual. Hold on one sec. Because I love what cousin was speaking on. Because he literally just voiced exactly what I was saying earlier. Because he wasn't here, and we all know we love when cousins talks. Because what you spoke on was that being proud, that proudness, that pride that you have within yourself. Oh man, I'm not sorry. I just got interrupted, so I couldn't. I'm still trying to hug lions right now. I'm still trying to hug lions right now.
Really quick,
Because I
cousin,
went
before you
I went off
continue.
on somebody last week, and I don't do that. But it's just but thank you, cousin, for sharing that, because I think everything that you touched on was actually perfect into the conversation that we were having earlier.
Right. But
All right,
you know,
really quick,
understand what I
cousin.
mean by pride.
Cousin,
Understand that.
really
Uh,
quick for a second, buddy.
okay.
I just want to let Mr. Factual understand that there's a certain decorum and a way that we kind of try to operate here, where everybody on the panel is pretty much is capable of defending what they say, and things like that. But we really try hard not to interrupt people when they're in the middle of a statement, even if we have an idea or a question. So, just write down your idea or try to remember your idea. And when they've landed their idea, they may have already answered your question because they spoke longer. But then you could also, at that point, they can be prepared to answer your question. Not over talk and just sidelined. Okay, that's all I'm saying. So we want to
ask
hear
you
what
a
you have to
question.
say,
Do not
and we want to
interrupt.
bring your questions in. But we just
You're
try to
not
let
going to answer
people.
my question. You're ignoring me right now.
Well, you're coming in here really emotional, Mr. Factual.
I'm not emotional. I'm not emotional at all. It's just funny coming from a woman calling me emotional. But who did I
So
who did I
so
interrupt?
I'll finish if that's all right. I'll
No,
answer
answer
your
my
question.
question, please. Who did I interrupt?
Well, I'll answer it.
You would have to.
Exactly. I didn't interrupt anybody.
Yes,
So
You asked the question. You kind of asked your
no, I
question
didn't. Because you
before
can't
I
even
was
give me an
finished the
example of
statement.
who I interrupted.
But you asked the
You can't
question.
even give me an example.
You asked the question before I
Cousin, hold
even
on.
finished my statement.
Mr.
I'm
Prince.
going to answer you right
Mr.
now.
Prince.
I'm talking to you. You
Mr.
answer
Prince.
you to me.
So who did I interrupt, Mr. Prince?
Hey,
You're black.
let me just talk to this
See,
dude.
that's the problem right there. See, when we have positive people, a like-minded mindset, this is what happens when we try to get resolved. People will jump in. The first thing I'll say is this: stay off that juice before you come up to an actual intellectual conversation, and keep your feelings to the fucking side. because this guy is known for doing it.
I can feel him shaking through the phone.
He's known for doing it. And the thing about it is this, now, and I don't want to interrupt anybody at this point, because, you know, I respect everybody on the panel. I follow everybody on the panel, especially cousins. And me and Mr. Print have been having a conversation for, I don't know, Kev has the time, the law of time behind when the time I came up to now, which has probably been maybe 30, 45 minutes, I guess. The thing about
I just didn't like him interrupting, and that's not how we conduct ourselves.
People are emotionally detached from the real issue. This is not to point the finger and be like, oh, well, y'all did this and y'all. No, we already understand what happened. So, you know, please continue. But yeah, I wish I was close to some of these people sometimes, but that's neither here nor there. But
it wouldn't be worth it.
Yes, it would.
It would be. It would be.
It'd be worth it for that first 5 minutes, and then when it be over with, you'd be like, man, why?
Right.
I was trying to give.
It's the same tactic. I already know what the person was going to do, though.
I was trying to give cousin his flowers, you know, for what he was speaking on, and then all of a sudden it just like turned into wildness.
Yeah, I don't think that was going to, it was a shocking to me. And this is just the beginning, though. I already know more people come, but you could tell, like, when somebody come up here unmuted, you already know the deal. I think by now we should know that already. And then when they do the exact same thing, so that's
Just
what
saying,
people want.
I'm not in the mood, man.
Yeah, that's what I said. Y'all mind.
That's why I wanted
Y'all
to
mind.
stop everything.
Y'all do what y'all.
Like Kev, like
I said I was going back to herd lions again, and then I turned again. Stop hugging lions.
like when they come up unmuted, they already be triggered. Like
Yeah, Nay. Yes, Nay. That's so true.
I knew what I was watching already. All I was making sure they wasn't saying no TikTok unfriendly words. That's what I was caring about.
I think
know
I
some people
triggered
just be
him when I
trolling.
called him. I think I triggered him when I called him emotional, and he said that sounds funny coming from a woman.
No, he's been triggered before that.
like because are you cool?
I was gonna say
He
you
didn't
know,
like what who said
yeah,
somebody
one
said something about
mouth
pride
and,
or the cousins.
ears.
He ain't like that.
But that's what you were speaking on was pride, right, cousin? Cousin, I was trying to give cousin props on how he was speaking on being the pridefulness and the proud, because that's what we were talking on before cousin even ever got here, and we had already brought that up.
The crazy part is CD just said, he said the message in the chat. He said, we don't need you around certain folks.
Right?
CD always comes with the he always comes with the gems.
Hey,
CD's coming with the gems.
That's my
Yeah,
guy.
we brought her catching
So,
staff infection being around.
Wait, hold on. Kev, what you say the last time? Like when someone's talking on a panel or the host, like you don't talk. Like these people don't understand. Like, why are you still talking?
Man, I can't. Man, I swear we all need to have like a get together because it's too much.
So, cousin, do you remember where you were even flying in that plane that you had of a thought?
Oh yeah, I'm hovering.
Please,
All right.
cousin.
What I was saying is that, like, you know, there was a certain pride when you had the older generation who actually fought for these issues and was on, you know, boots on the ground, stomping the pavement out here, you know, and you can talk to like our grandparents and great grandparents that actually went through in your face type of, you know, segregation and shit like that, where we can read about it. We still get inklings of it. You know what I'm saying? We still feel certain isms in certain things. You know, don't get me wrong, it's still present. But it's different because we have so many other opportunities that they slide it in here and there. You know what I mean? But like back in the day, it was in your face every day, all day. You knew. You know what I mean? You couldn't go into this restroom, had to go into that restroom, couldn't drink this water type shit. We don't have to deal with that level of it. So when they were dealing with it and they were talking about being pro-black, their pride level behind that was at a different, it was on a whole different frequency. You know what I'm saying? Them dude, they was serious about that shit. Nowadays, I think people get offended just to pop off at people. You know what I mean? Like, I honestly, and somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that the majority of people who claim that they're offended by racism or whatever, that's just a tool to start fighting. Because we frustrated in life. We frustrated with a lot of things going on in our life. We need a reason to whoop somebody's ass. And if you call me the N-word, that's my reason. But I'm not offended by it because I use the shit every day in my life, right? And I'm not saying I use it, but this is what I see. And it's like, if you were that offended, you wouldn't say it. If you were that offended, you wouldn't let none of your friends say it. You wouldn't allow, oh, my partner, you know what I mean? He a lighter shade of brown, right? My Mexicans homies, they say it. Well, no, but they grew up in the hood, though. It's different. No, it ain't different.
Cause you about to hurt some
difference
feelings,
is
chill.
you're not serious. You see what I'm saying? This is not a movement for you. This is just something that you can use when you need to have some selective outrage. Now, does that mean that that's for everybody? No, because I do believe that there are some people who stand on that shit. You know what I mean? But you know those people when you run across them, they're not playing. You know what I mean? They're not dealing with none of that. And those be the ones you like, okay, yeah, I got you, play. I respect that. But there are so many, of us that just go for that selective outrage. And so I think that pro-black has fallen into that because there's too many players in the game in that particular realm who are just, they saying ridiculous shit. And now they trying to just be shock value, you know what I mean? Just to get attention. And that's not what this movement, that's not what it was about. It was about collectively enhancing and basically pushing forward a culture that needed to be pushed forward because we were always held back. So being pro-black was being proud of who you are because who you are was always being demolished, being taken away, being stolen. If we had an invention, they was gonna take that. If you know what I mean, all of the work that you've done was being discredited. So that's why we had to actually have Black Pride. You know what I mean? That's why. It's because we were considered a third of a human. So now, fuck yeah, we proud to be a human. Because with this third, if we only a third of a human, look what we achieved to being a third of a human. So guess what? Yeah, we proud. God damn it. And so when someone else comes from a different perspective of power, well, I have to say that I'm proud. No, you don't. You've been proud for 2,000 years. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? In the last 300 years, you've been proud as fuck. Why you need to proclaim your proudness now? See, so there are nuances with it. And that's what I was going with. And then, so if anybody was listening and wanted that answer, that's the reason why that YT pride ain't the same. Because usually, like I said, when that comes, it follows with a cross with some fire on it. Or usually when that comes, it follows some rope. You know what I'm saying? A tree or something. That's what usually follows when it's YT pride. When it's Black pride, it's all, we just got some good ass food and we chilling. There's a difference. So, anyway. But back to just to answer that pro-black, yeah, man, I think there's too many people making it a joke.
Can I ask you a question, Kev? Is that cool with you?
Come on with it.
All right, so we all are aware that pride is associated as the deadliest of sins, right?
In a certain context, yes, I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe this is just semantics, my thought on this. So, the reason I agree that pride, as that word specifically, pride, is the deadliest of the sins, is because its intention can be well founded. But pride is kind of a statement of, to the future. I'm proud. It's not the same statement as I'm proud. I have pride in being black is like a future statement and almost, whereas I'm proud to be black is making a statement recognizing what came before you. So I'm asking, I guess, is there a difference between pride, being prideful, and being proud? Because I can associate pride with a lot of negative behaviors, but when I associate being proud of something, for some reason, that typically is always associated with what would be, quote unquote, the right decision, what was sometimes the hard decision to make where I had to do the right thing. It's usually merit based, meaning like I'm proud of my achievements in college because of XYZ. You know what I mean? So I guess maybe I'm just asking, is there a difference in pride, being prideful of something and being proud of something? Is there a difference or no?
I would say that when you say prideful, when you put that full in it, right? Now you're talking about pride to the point of arrogance. Now that's when I feel like that's the part that when me and Kev had this discussion before. When we
Yeah,
talked
I'm
about the
not
Bible,
coming from a
that's
point of
where,
being
yeah,
correct. This is a question, like
right,
ultimately, like
right.
this
So
came up because of
proud,
what you were saying.
but what I was saying is just so being proud, right? That's just feeling good and comfortable with who you are. That's what being proud is. Meaning that I don't have to belittle myself for who I am. So I feel just as good as you do, right? And I don't think that if and I'll just say this right now on whatever, and you can fight me, but uh if feeling good about myself is a sin, then fuck it, I'm sinning.
Well,
Period.
and think
Because
about it.
that's pride. You see what I'm saying? So but now if you take that pride and now you bring that into the realm of where it's arrogance, right? And now it's like you have to proclaim that pride to the point of you think you're better than. I think that's where the interpretation of the sin comes from, right? And I could be a little mistaken with that, but I think that's
I
the
know you're on the right track, cousin. But I want to break this down with Mr. Print. Because if you look at it, because sometimes people can be proud of bad things that they do. Like sometimes people are okay with the bad things that they do. Are you proud of what you do and how you do it, or are you more in pride?
Well, I think that you're diving deep into intent. But like an example, like the atrocities that someone has to commit in a war type setting, to the initial person, those things can seem very bad on the surface. And the individual who had to do those things can be proud that they were successful and that they served, but it can still be surrounded with the most extreme violence humans are capable of, even though there's pride of being proud is associated with it because of the stakes.
I think another reason why it's a sin is because as I noticed and as I got older, that's the reason why a lot of us have that problem today, because we believe we got so far in life because of ourselves.
Right.
And I think overall, the reason why it's a sin for people that believe, because we're supposed to give our gratitude to God, not ourselves. Because if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have got this far. That's for people that actually believe, you know what I'm saying? Because some people just think, they self-righteous and stuff. So they like, well, I'm the one. I put all this work. I did this. I had to get the energy and all that stuff. But I think when we humble ourselves and realize that if we was just to move only up on our own and all that, we wouldn't have. So we could have got taken out any other time. But some things have not happened to us that we may have deserved, and it didn't happen to us and whatever, and we didn't ever notice it. And we just, as long as we keep putting it to ourselves, you know what I'm saying, and not giving thanks to something above, beyond just us, that's probably what make it. Like, that's why you notice, I think that's and you could tell this why it's one of the biggest things, because they said it, like, even the devil himself, the reason why he ended up where he was at, because he was so prideful. That's the main thing what humans do, right? When they when they come here, they think they own some stuff, right? And not realizing that you wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for your person that created you. You know, you wouldn't have been here. You know, you thinking you. So it's just, you know, it's more and deeper and deeper. And then people, like I said, people's mindsets is getting destroyed off this thing because they really think, you know, like calling themselves gods. And I mean, I never got it though. I guess I get it. I can get if it's an uplifting thing or whatever, but you supposed to be gods and stuff, but you're working at McDonald's at the same time. It just don't make sense to me on that part. But whatever, I don't know. You know, some people, like I was getting into it with. I recently made a post about like this the topic I got today. Somebody's like, well, our skin is superior and all that stuff. I'm like, what does that mean? You know what I'm saying? I still don't get it. I don't get what's the competition for it. But it's the melanin, we got that and whatever. But it's like, what does that mean when we hit the grave, though? I just don't get it. Like, we keep talking, uplifting that, but none of this stuff means anything. The stuff we be fighting over and cussing each other out and saying how much better than we is, what is the point? Like, if you get popped tomorrow, what is your skin gonna do for you? It's not no superpowers gonna stop a pew-pew from unaliving you. You know what I'm saying? Your skin is not about to help uplift the next person. Your skin ain't about to none of that stuff. So that's why I'm like, the things that we be fighting for and arguing and being proud for, what is it? It's not doing anything. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's something bigger than just that. You know, if we gonna be proud of anything, I can get like at the beginning, right? That's the reason why I say it might be it got to be a joke today. Back then, I'm pretty sure they were using it to uplift them. Go to bed, go to bed. I think she about to say it. Dang. I think I beat her, y'all. I think I did. But but they used to use it to motivate themselves. I can understand that, right? I'm proud, I'm black and I'm proud and all that stuff. That was back then. Now, I believe they're using it as a, you know, and I think it's getting to number two, though. It's like to use it to like a counter racism thing. You know, let me show my prejudice. I don't like that or whatever. Let me tell somebody to do something that's the opposite color to me. I'm gonna put my fist in their face like, I'm proud and all that stuff, just to like provoke now from this point, you know, because it's like they got this inner hatred that's still within them, you know. I mean, it's just all type of stuff, and it's like at the end of the day, I just my thing is, and that's when I could tell what people's heads at. I don't be like talking about people because I feel like a lot of us are still just trapped. You know, I realize, and I can thank God that He didn't give me the mentality to just be stuck at what I've been taught, but till today, people are still stuck at where they at. You know, they still have the same talking points from what they learned in elementary, you know, and they still saying the same thing. I'm fighting for this. What are you really fighting for? Because I mean, I haven't seen you step out the house, do anything. I haven't seen you just running your mouth from this point. You keep talking about you just want to sound good in front of everybody else, but I haven't heard you do anything. I'm this and I'm proud. Okay, what are you doing with it though? Like I'm saying, but that's what I'm saying. That's what when that proud start turning to pride, and then like, what are you doing with it? Like, I can get you using proud as a self-esteem, you know what I'm saying? To boost your self-esteem and to, you know, to become better and make sure and uplift the next person that may have problems or may have insecurities about themselves. I can understand that. But if you're using it to this point to just keep on saying, I am better, I am dominant, and I'm that, what is that doing? You know what I'm saying? You so dominant, but you broker than a regular person, or you barely making it, then you still, that's why I be saying, even about us, that's why I be, and I'm always going to be speaking on stuff like this. That's why a lot of people don't like me, though. I believe a lot of us, we be acting so dang on powerful and weak at the same exact time. That just don't make sense. We be like, ain't nobody messing with us and all that stuff, and they're like, all right, cool, let's make it happen. But they're holding us back. Make your mind up. Like, which one we gonna do? Is you weak or is you strong at the same time? So that's what I'm saying. I notice people only use it when it benefit them. So it's like, don't be contradicting what you stand on. Or do you know what you really stand on? Like I said, it's getting to a point where people just running their mouths, talking, and they don't even know what they talking about. But like I said, I'm trying to have compassion for people nowadays. That's what I've been learning as I've been on this app, you know, and just learning with people, man. I do really feel sad for people that's like that, you know, and I really wish people can just wake up. And like I said, what I notice is everybody's not meant to be leaders. Everybody's not meant to I guess wake up. The term is wake up. You know what I'm saying? And all we can do is continually pray for them. That's all I can do. You know what I'm saying? Because I've got to that point. I can't keep on getting, making them demonizing them and all that other stuff, because I realize there's a lot of lost people and stuff. But yeah, that's what I'm getting to about that, because it junk is crazy though. But I'm good. I'm done, y'all. My
But
TT in the vibes. Hey, TT. You still go to bed.
hey, Miss Kana, I wanted to touch.
Hey, Kanai.
Hey,
Hi.
Kana.
Did you know her birthday was in the same month as mine? A week
to.
after mine? That is crazy. That's my
I
TT for sure.
just wanted to say
Yeah,
something.
you
on
didn't know that, huh?
I just wanted to say something on what Kev touched on, because you said when you were talking about God and you were talking about the Most High, and you were talking about humbling thyself.
Yeah.
Do we really humble ourselves, or does God humble us? Like we're not giving enough.
Yeah, life itself will. And some people never humble themselves.
Exactly.
Some people
Yeah.
never do.
God would humble yourself if you don't humble yourself.
Oh yeah, you ain't gonna like it either.
Exactly.
You won't like it either.
Exactly.
You won't.
That's why I was like, I wanted to touch on what you were saying on that piece,
Yeah.
kid, because you were preaching, my brother.
I realize
just wanna
humbleness
point
is
out-
it's a big thing. Like really, you have a deeper connection with God when you humble yourself. Like you can't be, and that's the reason why. Like this is why we're gonna talk about why is it sin again? Because it's like when you're prideful, that's less like you're gonna go to God. You see what I'm saying? That's the reason why it's a sin. You see what I'm saying? Like the more you like. Cause like the more you be humble, right, and be like, I give it all. I'm gonna give it all to you. I realize I can't go this far. You gonna just it's like kind of like taking the load off yourself. I mean, it's hard to really explain it to you really like experience though. But I'm telling you, like people be wondering why I be saying that. Be like, why are you talking about? Do you know the definition of humble and all this stuff? I mean, less than and all that stuff. But that's the reason why you're going through what you're going through. You going. Day after day trying to prove your image. You don't even really know what your image is, you know what I'm saying? But you're going day after day trying to prove that. And it's like, but like I said, when you get to that point of like humbleness and humility and all that stuff, like literally life, it kind of get light on you. You be like, all right, cool. It ain't work out in my favor. I know God got me. You know what I'm saying? I know, at least that happened for me. You know what I'm saying? Because I know like, all right, this ain't meant for me. But if I keep putting everything on myself, or if I'm just ego driven and prideful, right? Then it's gonna be hectic. And if you ever notice, everybody that's so arrogant and is always talking about I'm the best and I'm the, all this stuff, they go through a lot. If you really look at it, they the ones that's cussing each other out on the app and all that stuff, and just I'm trigger. They trigger every last second, but you're so prideful at the same time. Like, all right, I'm done again. It's just deep.
Hey, I just need to say real quick that the live goal has not been met. I just want everybody to remember that right now. The live goal has not been met.
What is the live goal?
It's right there at the top. It's at 9 of 100. It's pretty pathetic. Anyways, go ahead, continue. I guess we're just not going to think about that. Anyways.
I'll jump in real quick.
Is my guilt trip working? That's like my damn guilt trip. Is it working?
I don't know. 'Cause I mean,
To piggyback what Kev said,
for me,
I don't believe people are stuck. They're just choosing to stay in place. Because if you look at things, everyone goes with the times, but they just pick and choose what they go with. Because everybody's not walking around here with a, remember, I don't know, I'm not telling my age, but I'm used to dial up phones where you had to catch the number, ring it back. And I've even had them old school push mores where you had to push it for the blades to turn. Now you see all these people out here now with these touch screens, these zero turns. People aren't stuck. They choose what they want to go with. Even if it's something that's going to keep them back and looking crazy, it's their choice. Because no one has if you choose to be stuck versus stagnant. Stuck, you trying to get out of that. Stagnant, you know what's going on and you're still standing still.
That's right.
That's facts. You know, it's hard work to be an activist or anything like that. You know, that's not for the weak of and the faint of heart. That's dedication. That's hard work. That's going to be determination. All of that shit. And I think he just said it. A lot of people we are too comfortable. You know, and I always said that it would take something major for us to like, you know, find some type of like overall unity. You know what I mean? And everyone was to be actually pro-black. You get what I'm saying? Like there would have to be something like, oh my God, they just reintroduced slavery. And the only way that you're gonna have to fight back. Like, you know what I mean? Like, oh my God, they just started a plague. Or they just started to, you know, we gonna if you see us, y'all can catch them and y'all can keep them in your house. Yo, that'll bring us back together. Or like aliens come down and we all gotta join together to survive. Like it gotta be something crazy, something, you know, for us to, I think, all unify that way because it's just too comfortable. And when you don't have no stress, no fire under your ass, a lot of people don't move, you know? And, you know, I think when you remember we used to talk about shame and we used to talk about, you know, while back in the day there, you know, we should bring shaming back. And while I don't believe shaming is necessarily a good thing, I think the sentiment behind that is that it was a motivation, right? It was something that was fire up under your butt that you knew that you was not going to disappoint your family or your neighborhood or whatever it was that you was involved in. They kept a standard for you. And when you didn't reach that standard, they embarrassed you. So we may not like that tactic, but it was a purpose, right? Nowadays, nah, go do your thing. You can do whatever you want to do. It's free. You good. Go ahead, go on, do your thing. And so now everybody's out here on their own devices and fucking up. And nobody is going to say anything because when you do, you the bad guy, right? And so that's why I say all the time, like, it's hard to stay on the right path because they don't support you. You're going to have low numbers. You're going to have people hating. You're going to have people not trying to push it. You know what I mean? And you're going to have to endure it and talk to empty crowds. And you know what I mean? All of that. And sometimes these people don't like that shit. They'll easily turn to the dark side because they don't want to be alone. They don't like them voices in here when they alone. So they got to be, I got to get a crowd up in here. I got to get a crowd because I can't, you know? And then they go back to doing what they do to get that crowd. And then all the work is lost. And that's the real thing I think we're fighting. Because there's a lot of people here that think our way, but they just not on here talking about it.
Well,
That's deep. He said that was deep though. That's facts. I gotta hold up, y'all. Before I gotta get my TT in, man. It's the reason why I'm on this app. I gotta say it every time. She the reason. What you got for us, Tay?
Hello.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, I guess I have to respond to what I've already heard already. First, I want to deal with the aspect of humility or being humble. Being humble is absolutely not being less than. Rather, it's taking an attitude on that. You're humble, you know. You know you could be. It's like being a millionaire and still being able to be down to earth. You know, not thinking that you know you better than others or you can't have compassion or have mercy. That's the example of Christ, right? Christ was a humble man, right? He was a meek man. You know, he went through the streets of Compton. He went through Oakland. You know, he went through Detroit. You know, he was around the wino and the person that was doing drugs and the woman that was having illnesses in her body. You know, he wasn't too high to come down to a place where people needed him, right? And that's actually more powerful than anything. That's why I put in the comments that the scripture does say that God will exalt the humble and bring a person that's prideful or proud low, meaning that because you're so high-minded, because the word does instruct us not to be high-minded. High-mindedness is something that the Most High cannot stand. He doesn't like arrogance, and he doesn't like pride. He doesn't like prideful people. So if you're not that way, you will find that in your life you're gonna make a whole lot of mistakes just being prideful alone. That's just kind of how it is. And I can't say enough about being humble. It's a fight too, especially when, you get to a certain point in life. People always talk about celebrities and how they do this and how they did that, but you just don't know how the spirit of temptation can come upon you, and you could be a P. Diddy tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Preach.
You could turn into, it's not good to laugh or make fun of or talk about people who got that kind of power, right? Because it can happen to you, right? And so I think that throughout life, even with all the accolades, when I could be pompous, and when Kevin say, "She the reason why I'm on here," and I could be like, "Yeah, you right. You are the reason why I am the reason why you on here." And you should be getting me 10% of your TikTok earnings every month, And so, but it makes me uncomfortable, accolades and praises. If you just look at Michael Jackson, one of the most humblest men in the industry, he was always so shy and timid, and just so it makes us uncomfortable. It makes humble people uncomfortable to get all those accolades and stuff like that, because we always feel like we could do better, and we always feel like we could do more. And I think that when you keep yourself in a position where you make room to grow, and that your attitude is always stable, where you're not high-minded. And if you magnify God, if you see, that's why it's important to have him, because I don't think that there's no way I could be more, see, when you think about him, I'm just lost for words. Like, he is just everything. Like, there's no way that I could think that I'm remotely better or more magnificent, or there's nothing I could do. I can't be that. And I'd rather be in the position where I'm able to be humble and to realize how much I need him because of my imperfection in my flesh. I'd rather be there than to be prideful and to be, on a pedestal and call myself a queen and a goddess. I don't even like those terms, right? I don't even like those terms. I don't like to be called queen. I don't like to be called goddess. I don't call myself any of those things, but that doesn't mean that I don't think I am somebody. I am a daughter of the king, but that's all. That's it. That's it. That's it. I'm your sister. I'm your friend. I even be your auntie, but I will never be somebody to be, so pompous and so prideful. And a lot of this stuff is where my attitude comes from sometimes, with all of the talks that we have, even with trying to get our community together amongst our women. It's like you so prideful, you so pompous, you so proud in the wrong things that you're proud about. You proud about being naked. You proud about being single and independent, strong, black and loud. You proud to be overweight. You proud, like all of this stuff. You proud in all the wrong things, all the wrong stuff. And do you notice that all the proudness that you see amongst a lot of people, look at their life. Just look. Just pay attention. Look at it. It's right there. All you got to do is look at their life, and you will see. You will see it. You will see why certain things are the way they are. So that's all I wanted to say to that point. And I think it was the last thing we were just talking about as far as shaming. Brother, Cousin B said something about shaming. Shaming was never something that was supposed to embarrass somebody. Okay. That, I believe that is the negative side of shaming. shaming was in place and put in place by the Most High, it was to reinforce, right, the consequences that you suffer for bad behavior. But it was never to take your child out and put them on TikTok and embarrass them openly. That's the wrong kind of shame, right? Right. I mean, they used to do a form of that, but it wasn't to, embarrass you to the point where, somebody's got you on a film and it's not a private situation. It's not meant for that. What it's meant for is to remind you, right? Because the person already knows that they feel embarrassed already. You don't have to kick a dog down twice. They already know they down. The key is to allow them to deal with the consequences that's going to befall them and allow them to deal with that. And even as a parent or whatever, okay, you talk to them. Hey, what you did was wrong. I don't approve of what you did, but these gonna be your consequences for whatever you did. So it wasn't to embarrass, but sometimes it does come out to where you're getting a reinforcement to correct bad behavior. God always uses a method, right? In order for something that was supposed to go a certain way and be in the right alignment, he always has a correction method. Just like your parent. Your parent has a correction method, right? And sometimes it might be embarrassing. You steal something in the store and your daddy catch you, you might get a pop right there on the behind in front of everybody. Actually, yeah. So that's what it's meant for. And if we had more of it, if we did not celebrate certain things, then I don't think that we would be, witnessing as much as the nonsense as we do right now. Because back in the day, those women, even the men, if you did something, if you had a baby, or if if a man was a thief, or whatever the case may be, people like, hey, we gotta deal with you. We gotta get you out of the community, or you can't come around the family anymore, right? It's a disgrace. And that's not something that the Most High is not opposed to. He actually put that in place for all of the people in Israel when he said, hey, a daughter can bring shame to her father's house. You bring shame to your father's house when you act like a 304. You bring shame to your father's house, to your father's name, right? When you do certain things. And men likewise have things that they would be ashamed of, like a man that don't work, a pookie that we always talk about, a man that's not productive, a man that's not out there trying to get, be successful. You don't take care of your family. That's a shame for a man. To not take care of his kids, or to not take care of his wife, or to beat her, right? You get dragged out back in the day, right, Cousin B? You get dragged out in the middle of the street if the brothers in the neighborhood heard that you were putting your hands on a woman. You was gonna get embarrassed. So actually, Cousin B, that's what it was. That's the right kind of embarrassment, though. You need to get embarrassed, right? So anyway, that's all I wanted to say with that, based on what I heard.
Right. I think, yeah, that's what I meant. Like, I think in print, kind of, we were talking in the comments about it, and like for me, the embarrassment, sometimes the embarrassment is for yourself, right? Like when you was in the house and your mom or your dad told you and was telling you what you did wrong, you already know what you did. Nobody else in the house is hearing it but y'all. But when you hear it out loud in your ears, that shit is embarrassing to you, which is what, that's how it kind of motivated you. Like you, after that talk, you in your room and was like, God damn, I look, and then you felt like you let them down, right? Then you felt all the other emotions, and then that's what kind of plotted that correction course. Or if, it was the fear of being embarrassed. So like, that's when, when you go in the store and you act out, that's when you gonna get, hey, you better not. And so it was like, it was always kind of used because embarrassment is a powerful tool. It's almost as powerful as fear. Fear is a driving force for people, and embarrassment is right there behind, because nobody wants to look stupid in front of everybody else, right? So people use that. But I was just saying that I think, shaming had that effect in one way or another, right? But like you said, it was some people abused it and it went too far, you know what I mean? But like used in the correct manner, I think there it was. And to my point with print, I was just saying, like, when you have someone with integrity, right? When you have someone, you can talk to them and tell them whatever the thing is you can use, they're gonna absorb what you're saying. But for those who don't, right? Those people that don't have integrity, they don't walk in integrity, they don't do that. That's where that shame and embarrassment comes from. That's where that's a useful tool, because that's how you reach those people. They don't want to feel embarrassed because they're too busy high-siding. They don't want to be embarrassed because they're too busy lying about their life, right? So that threat of being exposed or embarrassed, quote unquote, that is what kind of gets with people who don't have that moral compass. Because other than that, they would it's nothing you can say to them. But that, if you look at society, if you kind of look at it, that fear of embarrassment, that's really the only thing that keeps them in line. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I meant by that, Print, but I don't know if you might want to touch on it.
Okay, can I touch on what you just said, Mr. Print, or Mr. Print, if you want to go ahead?
I would just like to interject. I'll try to make it quick, and then you can jump in if that's okay, Lovely.
Yes, sir, of course.
Yeah, I guess maybe we were discussing two different perspectives of the idea. I was speaking from the idea of what should be pushed from society onto the individual. Should society shame an individual, or should a society regulate with guilt? And the reason I asked is because I think that while they on their surface look like a very similar principle, I think that the internal reaction to the principles is where they differ. So I think that guilt can be more associated with you feel guilt because you can understand how your actions affected another party. Whether that party be someone who's, alive and well, or whether that party be, representing, physical damage to a building or property or something. Does that make sense?
I got the definition too, the one you said you want me to look up.
But that's what I was saying. I think it has to be both. You get what I'm saying? Because some people, because guilt doesn't work. Because guilt doesn't work on someone with no moral compass.
Whereas shame comes across as being more of society telling you, not that you made a mistake, but you should loathe oneself because who you are is incorrect, instead of maybe addressing the action. And I know Kev looked up the definitions, and I know Lovely, I know you're chomping to get in. So I was just not but just explaining where I was coming from, looking at what should society hand down. I don't think that the individual should avoid feeling shame or should avoid feeling guilt. I'm just saying, if we had to practice one as a society, I think guilt is the one to push, because shame is gonna cause a lot more internal problems.
It's almost like what you're saying, Mr. Print, is that we shouldn't rely on society to bring that guilt or shame to us. That guilt and shame can come but within us. Like what Cousin was saying when he brought up. Well, if guilt is, I did something I shouldn't have done, and now I feel guilty about it. The shame is, I am a bad person. That's
I guess I get you. You said shouldn't rely on, but I was about to say at first we did have to get it from society itself.
Yeah,
'Cause otherwise, we
well,
wouldn't
but
know what's right or wrong. If they don't just get
right.
internalized out of
I
nowhere.
don't mean that it doesn't come from
Yeah,
there,
I get
but
you.
we
I get
just
you
don't
saying
want
basically
to.
don't depend on society to do it in a way. I guess.
Right.
Yeah,
Well,
I
and
get you.
that's what goes back to like the validation and
Right.
like seeking validation from other people is like what does society need? But I want to go back to what cousin was saying because he was speaking on some really clear stuff and what Kanal was saying as well
Is it
is
about the guilt and shame?
no well
Wait, before you do that, let me just
there's
read the definition real quick. Do you? Because I don't want to miss
go
that.
ahead, my brother. Go
Yeah, before
ahead.
we go to the next one though. But I'm gonna be quick. So because he wanted me to look this up. Guilt is a feeling of responsibility or remorse for an action or inaction, while shame is a feeling of being defective or flawed as a person. Guilt can be based on external judgment or society terms, while shame is more about internal judgment. Uh, Guilt focus, and this the focus motivation. Okay, so for the focus part of guilt focuses on specific behaviors, while shame reflects on you, or reflects on who you are as a person. Motivation. Guilt can motivate re- repair. Dang, I ran into a word. Reparative. Okay, or self-punitive behavior, while shame can motivate withdrawal and increase effort to build your identity. Psychological response. Shame can increase inflammatory markers in your body, while guilt hasn't been shown to do that. That's all I got for that. But
That's
go ahead,
exactly how
Lovely. I know
I
you have to have some.
That's exactly how I explained it. Guilt is the things that I do are wrong or I shouldn't have done this. Shame is I am a bad person. The guilt is based off the behaviors. Shame is how you look at yourself. And that's why I wanted to go back into what Kana and Cousins were speaking on, because if you go back into embarrassment, and that's exactly what it leads into, is humility. When you're embarrassed, when you're uncomfortable, that's when you kind of become humble. Like you're like humbled because you're like there's that fear of that embarrassment as well. It's like, am I gonna do right? Am I gonna do wrong? Am I gonna give in to my guilty pleasures so that I'm gonna become a shameful person? Or like it all ties together.
So I
Everything
want
that
to
we
know. So if
discussed.
that's the case, the question is: if is it really that people is feeling shamed or being shamed, or they feeling guilt?
Well, shame is I think it ties back into
Both.
like a person saying that I can't stand myself. I don't like myself. I did all
People are
these
too proud for
guilty.
that.
I know most
People
people
too
are.
proud to say that one.
Most people are that.
Some
But
people do that though. The ones that just feel like nothing but today, they not
but think
saying
about
that.
so if we want to break down shame, do you think let's say I haven't dealt with my own shame or still trying to like better myself and get out of that? I'm not a bad person. I'm a good person, even though I make mistakes. But what about the people who put shame onto other people?
But see that's the thing that we were talking about. Like, so if it's coming from outside sources,
I got
right?
you in a minute, Earl.
My thing is
If it's
that like from outside sources. Okay, so if you have someone with integrity, with a moral compass, right? Then guilt is what's going to work because they will measure that within themselves. They will feel that guilt. They will sit there and internalize that, like, you know what, damn, I feel bad about that.
True.
I feel, you know what I'm saying? But shame works on people without the moral compass. So
Right.
you have to have both. So because now they are so worried about what they appear to be, what others may think of them. So now if society is throwing out shame, where if you do this, we're going to shame you, that is, I mean, unfortunately, if we look through history, that is what keeps these type of people in line. Because that is the only thing that they have to measure because they don't have the integrity to measure it for themselves, right? So they need someone to be like, if you do this, we're gonna talk shit about you. We're gonna put you on blast. That's what keeps them in line. Because those type of people, they need external stimulation to keep them going or to keep them in line, either way. So they live within that. You get what I mean? So I think that there is a point where we need both because some people can look at, can look at shame and let that roll off. Like you can try to shame me all you want to, but I'm gonna be like, you know what I'm saying? That don't work on me because I know who I am. But I will feel guilty for some shit. Now, see, now if you throw the, you know what I mean? You go, hey, if you did this and that, and you start giving me all the bad shit that happened from it, I'm gonna be sitting there like, ooh, damn. I messed that up. You know what I mean? That's gonna work on me. But that you trying to roast me? Come on, I got jokes too, motherfucker. Let's get it. You can't. That don't. You see what I'm saying? So, but some people, it's the opposite. So I think it just needs. I just think it depends on the situation where we need it, and I think that it has to have a line to it.
That's why we need Big Mama. But
I like
before you go, Lovely, I know you better get
Hold
another
on,
one
you
in.
guys. Let's tap the screen. We got Kevin don't have his live goal met. We got 20 something minutes. He needs his live goal met. Let's try to get that live goal met, and also let's try to get the live likes up to about 40,000, so we can keep his live going. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, TT. Let me get Earl into it because I want to make sure he get a word in.
Yeah, I don't want to have to shame people with saving their damn numbers. And instead, I'm just going to guilt you with the fact that I'm disappointed with Alexa.
You're guilty.
So, and I got one more question before Earl go. Well, I'm just throwing it in the air. Ain't nobody answered now. But do you believe that shame can get someone to? Because I feel like they the same thing, and it's just depending on how they. Okay, no, they probably not. We just explain it though. But do you believe can you shame somebody into guilt? Okay, but I just threw that in there.
Oh, that's actually a good question.
Yeah, because I was thinking about that. Oh, but go ahead, Earl, and then we're gonna leave that to open panel then.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
What's
I
up,
just
welcome?
wanted to kind of piggyback off Cousin B because he made a valid point, but I wanted to add on to more of what he was saying. I think, to be honest with you, and I've read about this, and I'm trying to break my own generational curse, but the best way to be pro-Black is to be raised with morals, principles, and values. Morals in knowing the laws of ethics, knowing the laws of utilitarianism, principles, you standing on your own core values. You stand on business when you're in a business setting. You stand on your own 2 feet when you know more about your self-worth and value. You know your own personal value. You know your own self-worth. You understand your sense of self. You understand your emotional intelligence. You understand your emotional levels. You understand what you come with, what you bring to the table. And I think a lot of people don't understand the notion of what that is and what that carries. And the thing is, a lot of people, I don't think, are willing to do the work because they don't know what the work is. So it takes a while for people to understand, like, hey, maybe I need to break it. In order for me to break it down, I have to break it down to the lowest terms. And by doing the lowest terms, maybe it does include me increasing my emotional intelligence and reading more about emotional intelligence, or reading more about how I could increase my own self-worth and finding that self-discovery from within. And again, this goes into doing the work. And I don't think a lot of people know how to do that work. Exactly. I don't think it's a thing. And I get it, I think for Black people as a whole, we are taught, go to work, go to school, get good grades, and society throws stereotypes which hinders the growth process. So with the stereotypes, it hurts us. So it kind of brings us back down if you decide to make it bring you back down. But you can be the equivalent. You can be something farther than what you see on TV. But a lot of people don't seek the equivalent. They don't seek that because they feel like that is the norm. So I must stick with the norm. I must stick with what I know. And a lot of people, again, don't want to me, do the work. And I land my plane there.
Keep tapping, y'all. I see y'all done slow down. We can get to that 40K, man. 16 of us in here, man. Keep on tapping. I'm gonna start calling y'all names out now, because y'all know I can see how many likes everybody got now. I don't want y'all to be shamed and feel guilt when I call it out.
Tell me what I got.
So I catch y'all with 3 likes only. I'm gonna be like, what the heck
Shame
going on?
ain't gonna work on me, homie.
It ain't gonna work.
You're gonna start using
Since
that.
you just said it out loud, let's see how many you got then.
I
Tell
got
me
like
what I
10.
got.
Cousin
Tell me what
got
I got.
245 in it.
It's like,
Nigga shit don't work.
hey, I feel guilty because I didn't. I feel guilty because I didn't tap enough, but am I a bad person? Ashamed because I didn't tap enough?
Ain't nobody said it but you. Hey, you
You are
lucky.
not
I
a
can't
bad
see yours
person
though. I
because you
can't see
didn't
yours.
tap.
No,
No shame, but you
I
should
like
feel
what.
guilt because you could have.
Yeah, no, I think Kana said it earlier. Kana, you mentioned shame should make somebody change. So if you feel like you're a bad person, do you feel like you need to change, or are you gonna stay the bad person? You know, or are
But
you
what
gonna?
is the idea? What makes a person
Oh,
bad? Because a lot of people could do something and think that they're doing a good thing. That's why I said, it falls along in the lines of having principles, because I could go out and think that stealing is doing a good thing. I'm bringing it back to my family. I'm feeding my family. I don't think that's a shaming thing, but a lot of people would deem it that, it is a bad thing because you're stealing from one to give to another. And
right.
Until somebody steal from their family and give it to your family and then give it to somebody else, then be like, dang, it is wrong.
Amen.
And that's why we talk
He
a
stole
lot
from my
about.
mama.
That's why we talk a lot about being subjective. A lot of these things are very subjective. It's like it's just finding that balance.
Some of that stuff is not subjective. I think it is like stuff like that is not subjective.
Hey, if I saw a woman walking through a store and took diapers and did not ring it up because she maybe didn't have the money or whatever and walked out the store, I wouldn't tell on her at all, because I know she was trying to do something for her child. So does that make me a thief or her a thief?
She the thief. You just
I'm
you
an
just guilty.
accessory.
You gonna feel guilty. You gonna tear your own self up.
Give legal advice to anybody.
But am I gonna feel shameful? I may be guilty.
Whatever you gonna feel, that's up to you what you feel though. But you know what's right or wrong. Inside of us, we know what's right or wrong. We can make justifications for what we do, but right is right and wrong is wrong, no matter what's behind it. When you have to throw an excuse behind right or wrong, that show you that what's right and wrong. Well, I only did that because of this. That means that it's wrong.
Exactly. Yeah, I had no excuse for it. My thing was human nature. So is that
Human nature is not right, so that's why we always have to control it every day.
I would just say, Lovely, is justice blind, or is justice allowed to lift up the blindfold every once in a while?
Is justice blind? Well, that was kind of like what we were talking about with race earlier, with being pro-black. If all of us were blind, would race exist? Would justice exist? Because justice comes from just the judgment. Who's judging you? Am I judging myself or am I judging you? And are you judging me because I let the woman walk out of the store with a box of diapers?
Hey, but
Well,
you smell
justice isn't
YT.
blind. I think
I
justice
can smell
is
the black on you.
That's all it is.
Man.
It's too late. It's too late for that.
They gonna still find us something to argue about. The way you sniff, you one of them sniffers, no? What up, my sniffer?
Like, bro,
Instead of the other word.
why you sniff out the left nostril? You ridiculous. You're supposed to
So
be
why you
right.
using a word
You
that
know
I
that's
can't? You
wrong.
can't say sniffer. We can say sniffer. You can't.
Hey, I can say sniffer though. I can say sniffer though.
Oh my God, we are
13
so.
minutes, y'all, man. She said 13 minutes, and we gonna be done with that goal. I appreciate y'all anyways, man. We just trying to keep this thing flowing. Get some more people up in here, man. If y'all have not shared, go ahead and share it out too for any more new people that came in here. Especially if you're enjoying the live. Get some pro-blackers in here. I want them in here too. We just what we need to talk about. I just want to understand where everybody's standpoint, because I believe it changed. It changed a lot from when it originally came out, and people just making it be the way they wanted to be based off their feelings. No, it's nowadays. You know, if you don't agree with what I talk about, I'm going to take away your black card. You know, that's what I've seen nowadays. And if you speak again, so why the heck is you holding men and women accountable? You're not pro-black. Like, I don't know. They make up all type of new stuff. I don't know. It's something new. So I just want to see where these people stand on. And myself, like I said, I believe it's a joke today. It ain't the same. You know, back then it was it might have been a motivational thing or whatever. And something to bring some type of equality or something to you know, whatever, you know, I can get it back then, but now people just using that, and they really don't know what they fighting for. They just heard it and read it in the book and just making it up as they go. That's what I believe. That's what I see. But,
hey, I have a question for you, man.
Yeah.
Do you think it's better for me to be like only interested in, like, you know, let's just say a hypothetical, like I'm going to be pro-Italian. And do you think that I would be limiting my capabilities and my own potential impact and effect on this world if I decided to only interact in that area, being pro-Italian?
Yeah.
Or do you think that I would stand a better chance at success in this world if I'm willing to step outside of that pro-Italian mindset and be welcome to all forms of people coming in and mixing with my life? Which one do you think is going to give me a more fuller, better life with a better understanding and feeling better, you know, on my own life?
I would say it depends on where you come from, on where you stand when you made that assumption. So you got to think about it like this. When we look at, if you look up the definition or in the Urban Dictionary or any type of thing that you read, pro-black is about dealing with power, okay? It's about gaining power, equal power, the power that everyone else has, okay? So that means that if you've already had equal quote unquote power, why would you need to be pro anything? See, that's the whole key. And I think people get this shit misunderstood. I'm not an activist. I'm not Farrakhan. I ain't none of that. But I understand the principle behind it, right? It was because you have been behind the 8 ball simply because of who you are. So now, as a people, when you are deemed as 1/3 of a person, okay? When you are deemed as 1/3 of a person, you are now trying to fight to get 2/3 back. That's what pro-black is, period. So now, all of these other things that people put in that's that extreme part. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, people start to bring more into it. Now, if you talk to a white person, then you ain't pro-black. If you got somebody like this, shut your ass up, you dumbass. Like, that's when it becomes ridiculous, right? That's the part of it where I said it has become a joke, because there are people who are taking it and just using their bitterness, they're just using their bigotry, and they're trying to return it and use that as a reason to fight or to, you know, let out their frustrations, right? But the reality of it is that it is about, you know, equal footing. That's it. So my whole argument would be that, or not argument, but to answer that question, if you being Italian, did that mean that you was on some lower footing before? Because if that was the case, right, then I would say, no, you need to focus on just being Italian until you got equal footing, and then you can include everybody else, right? But you can't include everybody else if everybody else is the ones that's making you without the equal foot. See, that's the key. You can't include and bring kumbaya to a motherfucker that then made you the 1/3 person. See? So that's where it gets sticky.
Yeah, and I mean, I was really only speaking in like reference to like today. You know what I mean? Like as I'm alive today, because it's like my mindset is coming from the perspective of I want to be a tide that raises all ships, not waves that sinks the ships of my enemies. You know what I mean? So like, I really, it's like for me, it's like the being pro whatever from my perspective doesn't really give the benefit that I want. I want to be able to help anybody that is willing to take my help and willing to help themselves. Like ultimately, that's what I'm pro. If I had to be pro something.
We can't discount the fact that, like, you being Italian, your skin is what color? It's lighter skinned, right? It's like white. It's white.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah.
Okay. So we can't discount the fact that people with darker skin or melanated skin go through something different because of the way that everything has been designed to do so. So, and that kind of goes back to that humility, that humbleness. Sometimes we have to sit back and say, look, yeah, we may want unity. Remember we were talking about, and I love that Cousins just brought that up, because Cousin, you weren't here when I talked about this first, where I said it's not about being pro-black, it's about pro-rights. It's like pro-rights. It's like, why am I treated differently than you are based upon the color of my skin? So, you know, a lot of people are not, we can't discount the people that have to walk out of their house every day that look different than us.
Right. And let me.
So I heard you say that 3 times. Who I'm trying to see who discount what in here.
Right.
So,
Like, and let me just say this too, right? Let me clarify something, because I know we had a lot of people, we got a lot of fair-skinned brothers and sisters that's invited to the cookout. So I'm talking to y'all right now, okay? When you talk to a person of color, okay, that has been, let me give you this analogy. So imagine if you are in the Indianapolis 500, right? That's 500 laps around the track, okay? Now, when this race started, all of the people in color, we had to sit back and we couldn't even start the race. We in the cars, but we had to sit back. So we had like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80. It's 100 laps. And then they let us start. Right? So now they let us start racing. But they only gave us half a tank of gas. So not only are they 100 laps ahead, we still don't even have enough gas. And we start catching up anyway. So what do they do now? They're like, wait, hold on. Y'all got to sit back down again. Y'all got to pit stop longer. So now we got to wait. Every time we pit stop, it got to take us more minutes. And here we are now. We fast forward to 2024. And everybody's like, hey, no, we equal footing. We gave y'all a whole tank of gas. Y'all all got the same tanks. You ain't even got to stop in the pit stop no more. You can run just like us, right? It's all fair. So we should just be cool, man. We running. We only got 2 more 100 laps to go. We all good. Everything is good. No, it's not, you motherfucker, because you already got 300 laps ahead of us. So what does that mean? It's not fair. That means that now that's when we get that equity, right? That's when we talk about equity. And because now it's your turn to sit in the pit stop for a minute so these motherfuckers can catch up. And then when they catch up, then we can start this race again and be fair. How about that? No. Now when we say that, it's a problem. You see? So when you talk about, well, listen, that's my ancestors. I ain't got nothing to do with that. We just good right now. It comes off as a slap in the face a little bit. Now, no one means it to be that way. But I'm just letting you guys understand how someone of color can feel about this and why it may why they looking at you crazy when you say it. Because you can have the best intentions in the world, right? And you can say, hey, man, I just gave you a full tank of gas. Really? Well, how about you give me 100 more laps? Can you do that too? Okay, let's make this even before we start saying it's even, because it's still not even, regardless. So I think we have to have more grace and we have to have more understanding when we talk about these type of things, because we're talking about a lot of history. We're talking about a lot of history. And it just don't go away in 10 years. You know what I'm saying?
Can I ask
And I
something?
know you're not saying that, Print. I'm just saying that just for people who might be listening. Because
Yeah, I want to ask
Yeah,
because
go
this
ahead.
is where the conversation always drops off, and this is where I want it to try to continue,
Mhm.
because this is the part where I genuinely don't know where to proceed. So help me with this. Like, I understand everything that you said, and I love the illustration that you painted. It was a really good illustration, mental illustration. It was really beautiful. Good job. So I get that, but the perspective that I'm coming from and the what I'm trying to put out is coming from that of an immigrant that came here about 60 years ago.
Mhm.
My family came here. And I'm not discounting or saying that whatever happened didn't happen.
Mhm.
All I'm saying is that it's like where I was raised and what I was taught puts me in a perspective where I want to be a good influence on everybody around me. I don't want to limit myself to one group of people, because the people that do look like me and share my heritage and share the same rituals, they can fuck me over just as quick as anybody else.
Oh,
And
yeah.
and it's like I was taught, it's like if you run into a good person and you can help them and they're willing to take that help and help themselves, that's something worth investing your time in. It doesn't matter what the casing is on the outside. So I'm just was bringing up the perspective that it's like, I can understand where you're coming from with pro-black, but is the ultimate idea to lift all ships? Because I think that's a worthy cause. I think that if everybody's doing that, I think that's worthy. I think that raises us all. And if I'm wrong, I can accept that.
Well, no, it
Yeah, let
is.
me let me say this
Ultimately,
real
it's
quick though,
about
because
lifting all. But listen, what I'm saying is, if we lift all right now, right? If we concentrate and say, hey, lift everyone equally. When we do the lifting, guess who's still on the top? Guess who's still unequally lifted? You see what I mean? There has to be a point where it can't be equal lifting. And I hate to say it like that, right? Because at some point, like if you already on 100, right? And I'm on 50, and we say, all right, everybody, let's lift. We're gonna lift up 50 to get to 100. Cool. I get to 100, and guess where you at? You at 150. So was it really fair? Was it really? It's the same shit. See? And that's the point. It's like everybody says, okay, well, it's cool. We'll all get it. Let's all get together and all, but the disparity is still here. We have to get rid of the disparity first.
See, you're
You
talking
know what I'm
about
saying?
can I please just squeeze in real quick? Because I heard
Yeah,
what
I'm
happened
sorry,
once
John.
again.
I'm sorry.
I
I'm
just
sorry,
want to say
man.
this real quick because this went. I swear people just don't be paying attention. I don't know what's happening right now. Because like I don't get how when Mr. P went from all he said was because basically just like what they be y'all know the saying where it be like a jack of all trades versus a master of something, right? So he
Right.
said basically he asked the question was like, would you rather be a master of something or a jack of all trades? Like have multiple skills but not as good as mastering one thing. Which that's what I got out of his question. Then a counter was like, don't discount what other people make. I don't get how that even tie with one another. I don't get that though. Maybe that's why I said once again is that did we not understand the question that he asked, or did we just take out what we felt and just filled in the blank for him? Because I don't know. It's like dang. It's like I swear it's like I'm going to be listening sometimes though, because I don't even know how we shifted all into the word discount. I don't know where that came from. All he did was ask basically like no. If you would have asked, would you rather be the jack of all trades or a master of one specific skill or one specific thing. That's all that really what he asked. But it was just skin instead, you know, or it was just race instead. You know what I'm saying? Because he said, what is the ultimate goal? You know what I'm saying? That's all he getting to about that. So I don't get how discount would get out of any of that.
Well, because it's not, because when he says if you would rather put your, basically stick with just one pro-black, right? Deal with that. Or would you rather deal with everybody as inclusive and move up that way? That's what I thought the question was. Because that's when he brought, you get what I'm saying? So that's why I went to the point of what I went to. Because if that was the case, when we're talking about black versus whatever, that is a different dynamic, because we've always been not on equal terms. You see what I mean? So now that's when that becomes with the discounted and all that other extra shit. But like if you're talking about what you just said though, Kev, yeah, I feel you. I wouldn't even went into that. But I thought that he was talking about the racial part of it.
I'm gonna take accountability on this, because I'm the one who brought up the discount, where you don't want to discount somebody else's experiences. So that's where I was, but it was not after what you were talking about, Kev, like with how he brought up mastering and yeah, it was in a different time. Like that was like in a different time zone. I brought up the discounting just because I brought up the fact that, okay, so he's white, YT accordingly, but he's talking about his Italian and European descent. He brought that up after, and I brought that up before in the live, but we also don't want to discount what people have already went through.
Right.
But what we're all trying to do is get through what we've went through.
Yeah. But even that, right? Who the heck been through stuff in this day and age? Like people be coming up with stuff like they are ancestors and stuff.
Well, I just
like low key, I don't have no pity for today's people.
Right.
I really don't, because the people that fought for us that got us here, they've been through way worse, like 20 times way worse than us, and we crying because somebody looked at us at a beauty supply and said that don't steal. Oh man, he's racist. I can't believe they did that.
Right.
You know, so it's just like we be acting like we went through the things that they went through. It's like that baby stuff be making me so angry sometimes. It's not like we so weak, bro. I swear we would not last if we was back in our ancestor days, and we wouldn't. I bet you we wouldn't even trade spaces.
I was just gonna say that. I was like, now we want to bring up ancestors. I'm like, wait a minute. We don't even know what Jesus went through in those times, but we believe in him. You know, we believe it. We believe it. Well, some of us do, not everybody. You know what, the 12 tribes of Israel and how everybody's separated amongst the earth. That's why I put in the tribes of Israel in the comments. And I'm like, that's the thing, is that we've all separated, we've all been segregated, we've all been controlled, we've all been told what to do, when to do, how to do it. But at the end of the day, it's like all we got is today.
Well, I just thought, and correct me if I'm wrong, I thought you were just saying basically an example of if someone is working and they want to be pro-black and they only want to work with blacks, or you know what I mean, like they only want to deal in that sector, or would it be better to deal with everybody so that they can, you know, it'll be a better chance for them to uplift, right? That's what I thought you were saying, Print. Was that it?
I mean, there's the question was kind of speaking to generally what we're all kind of talking about. Ultimately, what the question boils down to is are you only in it for the skin that's in the game, the skin you match with? Like, if that's your ultimate goal, if that's all that your effort is geared towards is that, and that's what you're going to be pro, I'm not against it. I'm not telling you not to. Go do what you're going to do. I'm just going to tell you that from my perspective, I could care less if they look like me, if they look like you, if they look like someone else. I'm going to invest my time based on who they are, and I'm going to try to help them succeed if I can. Like, it's not a hard ask to be nice to somebody and to judge them based off of their merits. Like, I can tell you right now, some of my best friends that I've met if I were to make some silly judgment based off of how they looked when I walked up to them, I probably would have denied myself an excellent friendship. And the whole point of that I asked about, you know, what should I stick to my own or should I branch out? It's that whole idea of diversity. I need to go out and I need to be able to help other people succeed, and they're going to help me succeed, and then that's a little ripple in our society of people helping each other and moving up. That's I mean, maybe it's a pie in the sky dream or whatever, but I honestly feel like helping the people around me that I have influence with is going to be the biggest impact I can make.
Well, I'll say that just stupid to me on both ends. And then like I'm just gonna stick with my skin color because it's the skin color, whatever. That's the reason why we stupid now. That's why a lot of us don't, because they stupid, right? They do the same exact thing, and then the comeback will be, well, they're doing it. Why can't we do it? It's still stupid. So it's like, dang, we gonna do stupid over stupid, and then like I don't get. It's like people. I swear, I swear we need some help. We just need some help because it's like if the ultimate, say what if that was really the ultimate goal, right? Well, I'm just gonna stick with somebody that look like me, right? And we done got proven many of times, just because you look like me, that don't mean that you for me anyways. I done got effed over by people that looked just like me, especially, right? And I guess that's, oh, you're in the vicinity stuff. I got effed over by people that wasn't look like me. So it's like, it ain't got nothing to do with it. It's literally a spiritual thing, right? It's a spiritual or mental thing, a way of thinking. Some people want power. Some people are greedy. Some people are just selfish in the mud. You know, some people, I mean, that's just what it is. But then we just go to as I've never seen a scan like kind of determine, like I said, somebody said about, I remember somebody put in my comments when I was mentioning that earlier, well, superiority and stuff. Okay, cool, right? So, like I said, what is this? Since it's superiority, what is it making? Is it making you a better human being than everybody else? I don't see you act just like the rest of everybody else. And I done seen everybody act the same way in 1,000 different skins. So it's like, it's nothing that much special. It's just not. So I think, and that's all, like I said, I just feel bad for people that just cannot, because I've been hearing the same thing. Like I'm 34 years old, man. I've been hearing it since I done came out my mama. I've been hearing the same exact thing, and people not realizing we're not getting anywhere with this. You know what I'm saying? I gotta stick with I had to realize that my kind wasn't just a skin tone. It wasn't just that. It was literally a mindset. When I realized I wanted to grow and I started losing my kind because I wanted to grow and they wanted to still see me sit back or be miserable like them, no, I realized that's not my kind. My kind is somebody that's still trying to help me push forward. My kind is somebody that's trying to help me push forward, hold people accountable, trying to do better, stop being so dang on selfish, because that's our natural thing. All of us gonna be selfish, but I think it's a skill to be selfless. You know what I'm saying? My kind is that. But it's like we come like it's like, when is somebody gonna grow up or realize that your skin, it don't determine the way you're gonna act. It don't determine if you're gonna be a boo-boo person or not. I mean, it just don't determine none of that stuff. Like, I don't get it. But it tell me what a person mind is at when they just stuck on that. Well, I'm only gonna stick with what I know and what I do, and this is what it's no. It don't work. It just don't work like that. And anybody that's stuck at just that, you're going to continue getting effed over the rest of your life. You just are. If you think that your skin going to make a person be loyal, you know what I'm saying? It's going to make a person going to look out for your business. It's going to keep you from getting robbed. It's going to, you know, when have they ever did that? Like that don't make no sense. Like when somebody like it's people that's freaking 70 years old, 80 years old, 60, 50. Watch all the numbers before. But it's people all these ages that still think the same way. Well, I just got to make sure I take up for me. Like I said, I do understand, and I'm not going to act like I don't know what's going on in this world, right? But it's like you got to get to a point where we have to see that it's beyond that. You know what I'm saying? Just like I don't believe, just like somebody had a live about all YT people was, of course I was gonna get kicked out of that quick. All YT people was racist. I said that's not true. I said, I don't get where you get that from. That's like them saying all black people is thugs. That's stupid. Yeah, like I said, well, studies show that back then. And I'm like, bro, I can prove to you. Y'all don't need no studies to show you my interaction. I actually had people that's in my family that's like that. I had a white tea grandfather that raised me way better than my black one did. Right? He loved and cared for me and everything, no different. So it's like I knew that from that point. I'm like, no, it can't be how they be teaching us. So like that skin don't mean nothing, and that's why That's why my last bonus is like that, saying if you was to switch gender and the color of your skin, what type of person, what would you be? You know what I'm saying? Because like people don't realize that we could have grew up and been somebody else. We could have been, but we only think about who we are now. We could have been. People just don't know that though. And that's what my humbleness came in at. Like, dang, you know what? I could be this person. And should I have to pay for what my ancestors did to other people, or when I know I'm a naturally kind person, why do I got to do that? You know what I'm saying? Just like some people believe that they deserve royalty and all this other stuff, or what's the new thing they got, or the reparation thing? You ain't did nothing for it. What the heck? You so they getting all these things. You have not did nothing in your life to deserve any of these things, and then you over here you crying for it like you just went and you got whipped and all this stuff. Like I don't know. I just can't get with this new 2024 crew that act like they done been through so much and they the most privileged, especially in America. Man, I just can't deal with it. Like I said, our homeless people is privileged than a lot of people in this world because people can barely eat in different places around this area. They can't. They can go. People that's homeless, they can go find. Like I said, they can find them a McChicken in a trash can and be good with it. You know what I'm saying? But they over there eating mud pies across the seas, and eating flies for protein. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I said I can't get with it to a certain extent. I can't get with these people that so dang on privilege and they acting like they went through the worst. Y'all didn't go through anything. I'm not trying to say, and not like I said, I do understand that, some people take in things, but it's like to a certain extent, you gotta kind of blame like the society, how they push things out. You gotta also blame the parenting, because it's like, it's always gonna keep going back to what we got taught, and then the parents and the parents. So it's a forever thing though. And oh my, it's so much, man. It's so much. What's the deal? I think I seen some Coco. What's up, Coco? Sheena, what's up? Welcome to the panel.
What it do?
How you feeling, man?
Hey, Kev, how y'all doing?
I'm
Beautiful
good.
people. Yeah, you vibing? I was
What's
just
happening?
listening to you. What's happening?
Hello, Tina.
Hey, beautiful. Nah, Kev, you dropped the mic. I totally agree with your energy, how you speak. I'll be paying attention. I come from I'm an 80s baby, a little bit different generational type, the way I perceive and see things, how people move. My message was from Mr. Prince, though, but I always got to speak to the host is the most. And you just kind of laid it down with like how a lot of the younger, generational, reparational, all that type of stuff. Man, you gonna sit here and waste your time. What is your assignment? Why you here on Earth, baby? Is you
Right.
working on completing your assignment that your ancestors sent you on the mission for? If you up over here wasting time in motherfucking spaces and groups and talking about, okay, I gotta watch this language. I'm not used to these spaces, things. But like, are you gonna waste your time and your energy focused on what somebody owe you? Are you gonna get out here and get it and do what you're supposed to be doing? And you just gonna let the energy of the universe cycle and come back. But you putting out what you're gonna get back. Sometimes it ain't always gonna walk like that. If you move different and you have a spiritual type of zone, you're gonna be chosen, selected for a lot of different things that you can't even explain. So you gotta stay focused, gotta stay driven. But Mr. Print, when you pulling up, what should I do? One thing, don't take this negatively because you being open and transparent, asking like, well, how should I move? My heritage, my background, do I go with all pro-Italian, whatever you were saying earlier? Man, go with your heart say. Go with your soul say. Like the homies, somebody was saying, it's all spiritual. So that's my message to you. Go with your heart and your soul. Your spiritual gifts, what you're driven to do. Stay focused on what your assignments are. Don't worry about all the color, the context, all them different layers, religion, politics. People be wasting their time on silly things and they be missing the whole point and the focus. Sometimes it be right in front of your face. But when you spiritually gifted and you got that third, fourth, fifth dimension type stuff, elevation, you could see things differently, baby. I move differently. I'm on a whole different plane. I ain't got to explain myself to people. I ain't got to tell them what I do. I don't owe nobody no explanation. Only God can judge me. I know what I do daily. I know what I put out. I know what I receive. It's nothing that you really have to talk about when you have that gift. You know what you're supposed to do. You know what your assignments are, and you're going to do it in spirit daily. You're going to represent your culture, your heritage. You're going to help others. You're going to mix it. You're going to blend it. You're going to be about it, and you just move differently. That's my advice to you, Mr. Brand.
I just want to say thank you for that. The question wasn't posed as a genuine place of I don't know what to do. It was just posed as a hypothetical situation. But I thank you for that. I just want to just let you know that the way I interact with people is I tend to match someone's energy. So I'm really good at giving people what they give to me. If there's someone who's cordial, kind, respectful, keeps decorum, they're gonna get exactly that. If they want to hype it up to 100 real quick, I mean, I can go there. I'm just old now, so I can go there forever, but I can still go there. But I love that advice, and I second what you were saying.
And if you rub me wrong and you harm anyone in my family, my daughters, my mama, anybody, baby, I'm going to hunt you eternally. I'm calling on all my ancestors. And you're going to be hunted eternally. You and your whole family tree going to be hunted. I don't play. So I'll mess with the best. I'm going to put out the positive. But if you pull up on my studio with that fake stuff, you disrespect me or anybody in my family, you're going to be dealt with. I ain't got to touch you. I deal with you on a spiritual level. I deal with you on a spiritual level. You will be hunted eternally, you and your entire family tree, if you cross me or my family wrong in any type of way. That's just how I move. But I put out positive. I ain't here to hurt or harm nobody, but if you cross me wrong, that's what it's going to be. No matter your race, your color, your religion, your politics, none of that stuff. You rub me wrong, you harm or hurt my family or anybody like that, you're going to be dealt with.
Okay, she a thug up in this boy. Okay, I got you.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
I guess I'm gonna come with a whole different angle on that. But you heard me. I'm gonna pray for you. I'm gonna pray for you, man. But
Yeah, she's hugging lions like I am.
yeah, last week's whole hugging lions in that version. He coming up. She said, "I'm about to have my spirits come after you, though." But
For
yeah.
real.
Like I said, like from this angle, I'm just, it's not no disregard of nothing and not saying what's, not trying to say what's not going on in this world. I understand what's going on in this world, but it's like, I think we just so trapped into, all these things we have been taught, and we just haven't grew yet. We kind of stuck. We like, all right, well, we're going to keep using this the same excuse why I'm being held, or I'm saying I'm getting held back, when we holding our own selves back for the most part. That's why I got the other question now. We're not even fighting for families anymore. You know what I'm saying? But we're going to keep on talking about some pro-black. Let's be able to do that first. Like, we fighting ourselves. We fighting everything we supposed to not fight, and then we fighting against the stuff we shouldn't. It's all that junk is it's backwards nowadays. You know what I'm saying? Fighting for sleeping and self nudity and all that stupid junk. Well, we fighting anybody that thinks different from that's showing my growth and accountability. Like, this junk is so backwards, and people are just silly though. And if that's what it takes to be pro-black, F that. I ain't doing all that. Like I said, they done messed the whole definition of what it used to be back then. and making it something new now. It is like, just like I guess they said about the what they say about feminism. They said they used to be, but they done messed that up. I thought they said it used to be a good thing. Now it's a horrible thing now. But yeah, overall, so let me do this though. Let's start on there because we still haven't got to the first prompt. we been stuck on this first thing though.
Eternities later.
Yeah, 3. You already know we're gonna get deep on this though, but this is something and I might have to talk about this for a while though, because it's like some of us gotta wake up. Like really, we really stuck in that. It be getting so bad that we be like, because even now, right? Imagine if I was one of them pro-black heads, right? That sounded funny. If I was one of the ones, I'd be like, what y'all doing in my panel and stuff? Y'all don't, why is people so angry? They be mad at the people that ain't did nothing to them, but let another person do that to them. Then they gonna be over there trying to screenshot them and look at this person, they being racist. But you just did the same exact. Like, I don't be liking when and I don't even call it my kind no more. I kind of disown them when they do stuff like that. I feel sad for them. But it's just like, dang, why the heck is you got so much mean and hatred just because somebody stopped you? Somebody stopped you at a beauty supply and was looking at you, and you just called them racist. You know what I'm saying? Like, it be the smallest little thing nowadays that people's experience of racism was nowadays, and then they just prolong it with that. They didn't never experience no real stuff like back then. That's all I'm getting to. But whatever. But whatever. So with the first prompt, right, so it was either or, right? It was, is it a joke? And then I was going to either add to, and is it used to hide inner prejudice, racist, which I still believe black people can be racist. Some people don't believe it, but it is what it is. And you gotta, it's the same. It's about as bad. I don't care if you want to sugarcoat it or not, because I don't know why people be always saying, well, you got to have a power. Power or not is the same exact thing. So I can care less about what they talk about on that though. What's the deal, Tone, in the building? So with that, right? Or is it the high inner prejudice, aka racist, today? As it, and if you are prejudiced against, I've been hearing so many people that be so proudly, and especially our kind, they be so proud to say I'm prejudiced against it. I'm prejudiced, why be mad if the person is racist then? Because it's like, if you're gonna be so proudly that, which is the same exact thing in my book, it's the same exact thing. You so proud and think that it's cute because you calling it the word prejudice instead of racist, and you proud to say that, then you giving every right for let them be racist then. You know what I'm saying? Because you're not stopping it. You be treating people like that didn't say not a word to you, and you just look at them, and even the term saying, oh, this, you saying, you call this person, oh, you look like you racist. That was a racist statement. How somebody gonna look like they racist? You know what I'm saying? So that's something that was internalized in them of their racist, right? But they call it prejudice nowadays. And then they say that they look like they're racist. That's the most racist thing you can ever say. How can somebody look like they racist? That don't make sense at all. So with that one, right? How y'all feel about that one? Do you believe that a lot of, especially us, right? I'm really focused on us. A lot of us use I'm pro-black to just to hide our prejudice against YT people. Or do you think it's like that? Even if through some of y'all that's YT, you can think you could say that, have you experienced that? Because you might try to be nice with them, they still treated you like you was racist. So let's start with Mr. Print, then we go up Mr. Print, and then go to Cousins.
Are you picking me because I'm white?
Yep, I'm racist.
Oh my goodness, Kev.
So
really?
I used to. I mean, I don't know, man. I think that I think the answers alone to the prompt, the main prompt, show that the answer to number 2 can't be definitively because they're hiding inner prejudice. Okay. I think that maybe that makes up a percentage who are, their intent is malice,
And then I think there's probably people who don't even realize that's what they're hiding, that inner prejudice. It might even just be subconscious, and they're not even aware. But I just think that there's a lot of different motivations. There's a lot of different eras where the term pro-black is used. So it's just there's a lot of different things. But I think if you were referencing today, it's almost, from my own experience, there's either people who are willing to have dialogue with you and engage, or there's people who use it as a blunt object to end the conversation with them being victorious. So that's just my experience in it.
Go ahead, cousins.
Yeah. You know, I think that it could be. I think some of them, to what Print was saying, I think that is, some of it. I think that a lot of it nowadays is just trying to be part of something. That's what I think. And my honest opinion is, and like I said, this is, I got to always put the damn, figure out there that is not all people, okay? I'm not talking about everybody, goddamn it. But, I think that there is a lot of us, and I say us because I'm part of it. Not that I do this, but I can't dismiss my people because I, want to say, oh, it's them, they do it. No, we all a part of it at some point. But we do things, we have selective bias, selective outrage. When the shit suits us, we want to get mad. But when it's somebody or it's inconvenient, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay because you can't do nothing about it. But if it's in your face or if it's touched your family, all of a sudden it's a problem. So I think we just do this, this is how it is nowadays. Things are convenient. A lot of people are going to get on it. If it's the new hot trend to be against a certain war, motherfuckers they can't even pronounce the names right of the goddamn countries. But I'm so appalled that they just with the war with the people. But you can't even get along with your neighbor. Shut up. You know what I mean? It's like, it's the selective bias that we have, and people get into it all the time. It's because we just want to be a part of something. And I think this racial is a lot of that, there are some of us who have grown up and caught racism. We felt it. And we still not that biased. Why is that? You have some people that's outraged and never had any real inkling of racism that they can, they can read about it, but they never catch it themselves. But yet they pro-black, they this, they that, and the third. But when it really comes down to actually going to protest or really going to march or really going to put your, risk some jail time or something to do something about being then they ain't gonna do it. So It just tells me that it's all cap. There are some people who are serious about it. I respect them. You know what I mean? Shout out to them. But I think the majority is just cap, man, to be honest. And they just, like you said, they using it to just be ornery. Like I said earlier, if somebody, say the N-word, these youngsters ain't offended by that. You know what I mean? But if you say it, they're going to use that as a stance to sock you because they just want to sock you. Because they just want to act a fool. They're going to use this as the excuse. But they're not offended by it, and it's just cap. I mean, I think that's just all performative. And again, that's just my opinion, but, I'll stop on that.
I just want to add to you, cousin, really quick. I think that was brilliant what you said at the very beginning, that wanting to be a part of something. I think that could probably be a topic that could go on for hours just in itself. But I just don't think that should be overlooked. That was a really
that was a good one. Yeah.
That was a really important part of what you said, in my opinion.
That's true. That's true. Being a part of something.
Like seriously, if you look at eras of history, and every generation of men try to have something that's their quote unquote adventure in their life, and that can have all different varying degrees of it being good or being atrocities, what that adventure actually boils out into. So that was a good point.
Go ahead, Nay. Nay, you there? We lost Nay. CD, you there? We lost CD.
Well, everybody falling asleep this early on Friday night?
Not Friday.
But I'm in California, so I get it. You guys are in a different time zone, so.
Yeah, I think I hear some PS5s running in the background.
Right. I need to put mine on in a minute. My Xbox in a minute. Get my Mortal Kombat back. Go ahead. Lovely. Then we're gonna end it with Sheena.
Yeah. Oh man, I wanted to if I could be a copyright to Cousin, I would be. Like, because everything that he spoke on was actually like on point. You know, if you look at it, like what even Mr. Print tapped into what Cousin spoke on. Everybody always wants to be involved in something. You know what it reminds me of is like what do they call it? Mark at the cookout. You know, it's like, so as a YT person, do you want to be part of the cookout? But how does it work the opposite way? You know, are you welcomed into that space, into that, you know, whether it's YT or Black people coming together, like, is everybody welcoming each other, or are they basing it off race, or are they basing it off, you know, like Cousin spoke about this way earlier, like your characteristics, who you are as a human, who you are as a person, how do you show love? How do you show kindness? How do you show joy? Like, because again, going back to if I were blind, would I love somebody the same way that I do just because I see you a certain way? And we said, Cousin just said this, and this is what it made me tap into this. You know, we live in such a BLK and YT war, black white, and that doesn't even break down the nations that are involved in the check boxes that we have to check on there. But it's like, wait a minute, it's like, how are we loving each other? How are we actually treating each other? How are we actually meeting everybody with their rights, with their. How do we unify if all we think about is the color of our skin? How do we do that? Yeah, and that's what I'm gonna land my plane right now. That's why we see right now we're in an election year, and guess what we're doing? We're going with a YT man against a supposedly. I'm gonna say supposedly, because I'm still, you know, Black woman. You know, so it was the same thing that we had in the Barack era. You know, Barack, you know, versus who he was going against. And it's like, why? It's always verse. It's always verses rather than coming together.
Well, I don't know what I can do about that, but if eating cheesecake is going to help, that's what I'm doing right now.
Hello.
Well, you could take an extra bite for me, and I don't even like cheesecake. Sheena, you still there?
Sheena.
I think it's the echo. Am I echoing, guys? Hey,
Think
what's
you
up?
good. If you echoing, if you only want to hear an echo, you might have to drop and come back. But I don't hear nothing. No.
Yeah, I
I
think
don't
it's.
hear an echo either.
You good?
Oh, okay. Okay, I don't know how to work this shizzle for dizzle. No, yeah, homie, you got to eat a chicken wing to be honest. You talking about cheesecake? No, but I'm vibing. I was listening to everybody else with their perspectives. Mr. Pine, no, a lot of people do want to belong. They're looking for like belonging. It's I hear the echo. It's in my headphones. I'm trying to just
It,
leave out and come back.
yeah, just
It,
drop and then it come back up.
I don't
yeah,
know
it
why.
might be your
What's that?
headphones. Yeah,
Yeah, you might have
but
had went on your phone or something like that, and it might have. They be doing that every now and then.
yeah, I don't hear an echo on her end.
Yeah, it's probably just on her end. So she, oh shit, let me see if I can find her. I'll bring it back up.
I was thinking of changing my name to Echo.
Echo.
And people be like, I don't hear an echo, and then I could just start speaking.
There she goes. Let me send her an invite up. Hopefully it worked now. You good? Yeah, it was on your end. Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
OG's trying to pull up on TikTok. Don't know what they doing. But now back to your chicken wing. And you might need to get a slice of watermelon if you want to get on deck. I'm being silly, but now real talk now is belonging. Now homie was talking about just people want to be a part of something. That's like a big deal. A lot of people just want to be, you know, a place. You got chicken in the oven. Man, I ate some, man. Popeye's got some fire wings, man. Man, let me get off food, man. I'm trying to get my weight back up. Man, it's buy one, get one free. And the wings was fire. But anyway,
You got a
um,
reminiscing over there.
man,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. But back to the point of cheesecake, Mr. Pint. Who eating cheesecake, Mr. Brent? I'm so thrown off listening to everybody talk. No, but people do want to belong. And you know, that's one thing about me and how I raise my babies, yo. Baby, we ain't about belonging, baby. We do what we do. I want you to walk in your path. You your own person. You your own soul. You ain't gotta be like the rest. You be you. You be your best you. You be at your highest level. You be at your highest peak. We gonna go out fighting hard. It's how, you know what I'm saying, I live my life. I'm gonna die like a man. I'm never gonna live like a coward, period. So that's all I got to say on that
You say
part.
you gonna look like a man? Don't tell
Man,
me you
I'm gonna
wanna.
die. I'm gonna die like a man, never live like a
What?
coward.
What do you
Never.
identify as?
What do I identify as? What type of question is that, man? Oh man, see that's some
You
of the
say
questions,
you say
man.
you
See,
gonna
that's some of the
unalive like
stuff.
a man. I'm like, hold up, it's
Man,
2024. Anything
I'm a
possible
die like a
nowadays.
man, baby, but I'm a woman
I
and
said
I
you would have
love
got me.
man.
I'm like, you sounded too
Man, I'm a woman and I
woman
love
like to
man.
talking about you gonna unalive like a man. I said
Baby.
whatever. This 2024, now I gotta start asking.
He said, what you I do? See, that's one of the questions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but back to your thing, Kevin, you like, what is, how does something look?
Mm-hmm.
How do people look at when, you know, doing the compare and contrast? People look at homeless people like that. What does
Mm-hmm.
homeless people look like? What's in your head? Well, what do you
Right.
consider a homeless person? They gotta be, I mean, like, they, you know, they don't have on name brand stuff, or
Mm-hmm.
they look, you know, like, but what does it look like to you? How do you know somebody's homeless? You got a lot of millionaires walking around that look a little shaggy. But you never know who you encountering. So be careful how you treat people, because you never know who you're gonna encounter.
Mm-hmm.
God moves differently, you know what I'm saying? Like people walk differently. They walk differently on a plane, so just expect the unexpected.
I'm so glad Sheena brought that up because Sheena just pointed out one of the best like points of this whole live, because we've been on here for hours, is that homelessness doesn't have a race. You know, you can walk through a gas station. Like I live in LA, well, near LA. You can walk through Skid Row. A black person and a white person can both be homeless at the same time. So does that make them any different because of the race, the color of their skin?
Bet you that's the time they unite.
Mm-hmm. And the
Sometimes.
same thing. Same thing with religion. Same thing with classism. How much money you got? Like Sheena was just saying, how much money you got? You can watch millionaires walk around, and some of them are the saddest people you will ever meet. So, it just, it's just Sheena just pointed out a lot of good points.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Didn't they just come back? I called her earlier.
I'm just gonna say to answer your question, Lovely. I was homeless when I was a child. My mother called it camping. She was clever, and I was young and stupid. And the homelessness didn't care that I was white. It gave two shits. It couldn't care us.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You can see especially going through Skid Row, because I work Skid Row every year in the holidays, especially is when I give out care packages and do a lot of this stuff. And it's like, it doesn't matter whether you're white or black, you're still human. Or Hispanic. Like, so you deal with Hispanic, you deal with Mexican, the color of your skin it doesn't matter who you are, you're still at that humanistic point, but we still don't want to discredit what society created. Society created a system that says you need to look at another person one way. That's what society did. That's why I said we're in an election year. Like we're going against a YT president and a supposedly BLK president. So it's like, and whether it's man or woman or gender or all these gender wars, all these relationship wars, we have division in everything, even beyond race. We have racist wars, we have gender wars, we have family dynamics, and that's what I was going to speak on this.
Lovely, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yes, yes.
When you stated that comment, just the supposed, whatever president, the female, but why does it, just kind of asking, why is she supposed black? And shouldn't I just ask that question? Like, where does that come from?
I don't know how I can break this down. I don't know if I can do that on this live, because I don't think that is like worthy of Kev's live. I think that's more of like one of the historical lives that I go on to, and only because there's a direct description that I have attached to her. So,
if I can, Lovely, if I can interrupt really quick, Kev, are you okay with the live going in this direction? Because it's going to fall into the political realm, and if we want to steer clear there, I want to keep us clear.
I really wanted to go into what I was trying to say was what Kev was going on to earlier was like the family dynamics, and how does this all break down into families? Just his whole topic, and
there ain't no simple version you could say. I thought it was just basically that they didn't even know that she was black. I done heard this 100 times. Like somebody done said that she not even really black for real. I think that's why. I thought that was the reason why you saying she's supposedly black.
Well, and I just asked Lovely that because, like, that's another one of the stigmas. Like, and I'm not attacking you, Lovely, personally, but like, I've seen, man, this some of the command politics go hard, y'all. I don't do politics. I don't do religion. I ain't about to be looking at all this news stuff, baby. I ain't got time for all that. 'Cause along with the situation I'm dealing with currently and how I'm facing and conquering the world right now, baby, I don't move like that. I have one assignment right now, and that's justice for Sade Robinson, my baby, right now. That's my only focus. My only goal. That's my only drive right now. I don't care about nothing else that's going on. Boom, boom, left, right. Who gonna pull up? Who gonna pull up and make these laws right? So this stuff. So in my region, where I'm at, you up in Cali. I got family up in Cali. And we got homeless. We got a whole little skid row up here where I'm at in the Midwest, Milwaukee. Milwaukee got a whole bunch of serial type individuals. You need to be careful with you got to be careful how you walk, how you move. It don't matter what region you in. Well, whether you urban, Midwest, West Side, whatever, you got to watch and pay attention to your energy daily. You got to watch
Mm-hmm.
people. You got to pay attention. You can't
Mm-hmm.
move. You can't move the same way. You can't date the same way in 2024.
Mm-hmm.
The way my kids can't date in 2024 the way I dated back in 2004.
How old are you,
When I
son?
was not, I'm 43,
As
born in the 80s.
I'm gonna be 44 in January, so we are the same age, and
I
that's
was born in the
probably
80s, and we
yes,
what
ma'am.
Kendrick say? And we what type of babies? Bump died, a high tolerance. My
And
age
I
don't exist.
and to answer a little bit of your question about the saying supposedly was because Kamala came from more of the California side, the California side. She was a
A
DA
district attorney, I a little
yep,
bit, I've been kind of
for
doing
Department of Justice, and was
right.
actually very closely tied to one of my cases.
Oh,
So
okay. So you have some
yeah,
personal kind of
yeah. So
ties.
there,
Okay, that's different.
yeah,
Okay.
so there was it's not, I don't want to say supposedly black, but it's almost like kind of going into what Kev's question is, are you pro-black? Are you actually really for your people? Or are you really against your other people? Like, it's like once you get to a certain level, do you just start to turn your people away? Whether it's family, friends, your cousins, your liked ones, or whatever. Once you start to get to a certain level, like you were mentioning, like with money earlier. So I think that's how I was trying to say it. I wasn't trying to
Okay.
say, yeah,
Well,
in
thank
that
you
type
for
of way.
answering. I just like wanted to be, because I heard you mention it not once, but twice. Suppose it. And so what does supposed mean? Because is it because she's biracial, she's half black, she's half Indian, Asian?
Yeah.
Like what makes it supposed black? Is it because of the way she moved? Because you had a personal tie? Maybe was it a that's between. I'm not trying to go too deep. That's your own individual walk. But like,
Exactly.
what makes that come the way you projected it more than
Hmm.
once? Like, why is she supposed black? She looks like a light.
Well,
We all
I
come in
was
different shades, and I'm not
right.
attacking you, but I have
No, no, no.
a
I know you
right.
weren't. I know you weren't. And I was trying to figure out a way to reword it, especially
It's
because
okay.
we've been on this conversation for a long time about
hmm
the pro-black, and that's where I was trying to take it. It was like, are you really for your people?
And at the end of the day, we got two people to choose from, for the president to run the whole country. So, like,
Yeah,
I'm not going into politics, but
I
each
know.
individual got to make their own best decision. As long as you go vote and you register, you can't be back talking about stuff if you didn't go make your vote or do whatever. We want to talk about, ancestry and what our ancestors did and all that type of stuff. Um, like, make sure you registered and you go vote no matter which candidate you pick. Um, that's just how it moves. And I'm not here to go back and forth over. They did Barack like that. Suppose it, like that's a part of the bullying and the stigma's like they didn't ask to be biracial. They didn't ask. Like, so what makes them supposed black? Why they gotta be bullied because they want to run for president and so they're smart. This is my personal opinion. I like some of their views. Ain't nobody perfect. Ain't
Mm,
nobody gonna be perfect, and you can't solve or save the world. But like at the end of the day, you got to make one decision over the other.
it's kind of like the same way that they treat like biracial children. They say, well, what do you like more, your YT mom side or your BLK dad side, or vice versa? It's like, are you gonna pick one? You gotta pick a side. Everything that we've ever experienced since we've been born has always been through division. It's
And
always been
see, that's not
like,
right. That's not right. And
well,
that's not what I'm going to do. Because my
no,
youngest daughter is biracial.
no,
Her father
no.
is
I'm
YT.
saying in a, okay,
Yeah, just on a personal perspective, my youngest baby, her father is YT, and I'm African American. I don't play those games with her. You want to eat Italian, she got her Italian Nana. She
exactly.
eat her pasta over there. She eat her soul food over by my
Yeah,
parents. I ain't finna pick and choose. I ain't finna pull you. She got taste and flavors on both sides. She want to play
exactly,
soccer. She want to play golf. She want to play basketball. What makes one sport black over the white one? Well,
exactly,
what is your passion? What do you like
that's
to do? What do
that's
you feel
what.
good at? I don't do
Mhm,
color and race, and I don't do all that. I support
mhm.
my kids in whatever path they want to walk in and how they feel and what they feel good at. So that's how I look at life.
Well, and that's what we've been talking about a lot for a long time on this live, and I've always brought this up in Kev's lives, months ago and years ago probably, is that identity crisis is that a lot of times society tells us, even as children, who we need to be, but it's our parents that actually need to strengthen us to say, no, you need to be who you want to be. And I think that's what you're doing with your kids. I think that's amazing. That's what we should be doing. And that probably goes back into that family dynamics that Kev was going into earlier.
Yeah,
Well,
thank you, Lovely, for sharing and answering this. I just kind of wanted to understand why you had stated that comment a couple of times and you answered me. So I appreciate that, both.
and I appreciate the conversation. Believe me, everybody knows on this platform I hug lions, and sometimes it's like sometimes you need to be called out on some stuff, and so it took me a minute to process that question, but I was able to, to respond and to give you the answer that where I was coming from, without no argument, no just, no disruption or anything like that. It allowed us to kind of break it down together. So I appreciate you as well. I think it's amazing what you're doing. You're like, even with your kids, like, how you're showing them a different avenue, which is good.
Well, what time is it?
Hey, you just said what time is it, and I'm sitting here going, I know what time it is.
I
I
forgot
know
I
I
can't go off your time.
I know I'm in Cali, but
I think I might. I'm gonna do this again. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna run this topic back again tomorrow. Do the rest of them because we only did the first two. So we still gotta do. What does it take to be pro-black? Can another race be pro-black? Can you can you be pro-black and be not for marriage? So we got a few questions we gotta finish up, and then the last one be would you switch. But yeah, we can do the rest of that tomorrow. Though. Yeah, because I'm gonna just call that. And everybody, there's a few people that fell asleep already anyway. So
You better shut him down.
not Alter coming in here when I'm about to shut down. That's crazy. That's where she came in here. She's hiding on the outside. I'm saying, now what's the deal? Twin Z. What'd you say? You already on mute.
No, what? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mm.
love you all. I gotta go.
All right, then.
I might make a. She. That is so crazy. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta stay on if she come up then.
Well, Alter.
Yeah. That was like, I swear that was like the perfect. I made the word up. The timing was crazy. As soon as
Timing was
I
critical.
think yeah, Nay and CD done fell asleep.
Alive.
Let me see. 4 hours and 48 minutes.
What the? Ain't no way. That's so crazy.
That's
Were you
just
live
scary.
yesterday?
It might be a twin telepathy, whatever they call it now.
It's like,
Gotta
you
be.
trying to leave?
I wasn't even about to say it for a minute. I was like, you know what? I probably could do the rest tomorrow. Altered. That was funny.
Who didn't finish it? Where were y'all at in the thing?
We only been at the first two, been stuck at that for all these hours.
Okay, so it must have been real today. Damn.
Yeah, it was real. And then we just was talking about many things like shaming, and TT Kana came in, you know, blessed us with her presence. And
Alter, we ain't answered shit.
Not at all.
I didn't answer nothing.
Motherfucking thing. We diverting everything.
We did do a lot of diverting. I ain't gonna lie, we did.
Why are we diverting?
You know how that gets. She said, why? She said, why you do?
How y'all gonna leave and nobody answer not one question? Nah, I'm sick of it.
I know.
We would start with a question, and then that person's answer wouldn't even be an answer; would just be another question. And we all just been going for fucking 5 hours with questions that ain't got nothing to do with what was asked.
That's crazy.
Yeah. This one I still want to even if we do some of I still want to run this again though.
You probably should then, for sure.
Yeah, I gotta run this one. I want this to stick through.
Are you
especially my peoples, man? We gotta stick through our head, man, because it's like I gotta really know. That's why that main one, I just want to know, what does it take to be pro-black? Because like I bet you it's gonna be 300 different answers. Somebody gonna say something different.
I don't even know how to answer that. I don't even know how.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
Look, Mr. like, I'm just moderating at this point.
That's the one I was gonna skip that one.
While you guys are answering, please tap the screen.
I mean, I can answer it. I'm just telling you, someone somewhere ain't gonna
Don't
like
get too pumped up, guys. Just answer the question.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you your answer right now, so you would already have it pre-programmed. As soon as they ask you, print. So, what does it take to be pro-black? Well, it takes you to punch the screen. Go ahead on and tap Kev. You can go ahead and share the live. That's all you gotta do, and then just mute up.
Especially in this one.
Hashtag PROBLK. That's the first step.
You said right, put hashtag. All right. Love the comments with that.
That's funny.
I mean, personally, though, I don't think you could be pro-black if you don't have no afro. So I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's it. That's the only qualification. You need to have afro.
That's the only qualification.
Okay. If I can ask a question, since that's the standard, does the intensity of the pro before the black increase, the bigger and more perfectly spherical it becomes?
You said what now? A proper fro is only one way. What you mean?
Big and spherical, like perfect.
Yeah,
there's some that are small and spherical and perfect. Like the bigger it becomes, the more pro you are.
No, you got to have a 1971 prime.
Oh, so you're going to a specific model.
Yeah, you can't have no bullshit ass new ass fro. No, you got to have an old ass. You got to have an old school fist in the air fro.
I'm just saying, like, I'm envisioning a nice, solid, very, very spherical.
Yeah, it got to be spherical, but it got to be roots, though. You got to have a roots fro. It got to be solid. It got to be solid, brother.
Yeah, not like
all the way.
For some reason, jiggly seems to be the wrong word. Not jiggly.
Jiggly.
You said
jiggly wiggly.
More
Shut
for
up. Your fro can't jiggle. Uh-uh.
That's pro-black.
That pro
Yeah,
black.
that be
That boy, look at
jiggling.
that. That boy fro jiggling, boy. That boy
Oh, you talking about the
serious.
fro? Oh, my bad.
see, that's my
See,
lane
that's
right
where
there.
the
I
shit
can
went
just add
wrong.
on to
See,
what
damn,
people
damn it,
say.
Kev
Kev.
play too
Jiggle me,
much.
baby.
See,
This
Kev, God
wasn't
damn
a
it.
fun
Kev ready to
part.
go to
Jiggle me,
bed,
baby.
y'all.
I know it's pro-black and jiggling.
You done took it to a
Yo, I
whole
should
nother
let him go to
rawness.
bed. I should have came and said nothing. I am dead.
Oh, man, I gotta
He
stop,
said, I know
man.
what's pro black. I'm sick of you, bro.
So is
That's
jiggling the wrong word?
crazy.
Man, I
This
don't
shit,
need
this
no
shit,
Crazy word.
afro for that.
No,
this shit, this
It
shit
start
straight
with an
from
A,
Florida.
but it ain't no
acid. What you need to be pro black?
I
Acid.
can't do this. I forgot this.
That what it is.
I've been trying to.
Yeah.
I've been trying to be good.
That is
But
so funny,
Yeah, pro
bro.
black, collard greens and
not they
yams.
waking up. I didn't even go back to sleep.
They said, did I hear something?
I done woke up out the bed, man.
That's funny. That's funny.
Crawfish, yeah. Remember with fucking Tropic Thunder? Is that what you were quoting, cousin?
Cousin.
I forgot I gotta check in on
You talking about them yams?
Miss Ego. I'm scared ever since that one day. You knew I was about to bring it back up. I had to be out of all the time I knew her, that was the worst. I mean, that's cool though. I felt hey, she was at home. At least she was at home, but I was like, dang, she didn't say hi or nothing. She just I think that was the worst.
No, that
I
was
think
the
I at
worst
least
ever
coughed
did.
in her life. He came and took a spot and just went to
I
sleep.
just pulled up to the house and went to sleep. Like I didn't even get out the car.
That was funny, man. I was like,
That was
wow.
crazy.
I was making jokes like, yeah, no, she didn't come here. And then I'm like, hold up, she really didn't respond for all this time. They done had arguments that happened on top of her head and all. It was all type of stuff going down that night. I was like, wow. I was putting main thing to work. That no, never mind. That was another day. I'm mixing y'all up. Cause no, you got put to work that day. On another day. That was another day though. Never
No, I
mind.
think that is the day that May was put to work. Because I'm trying to see. I don't know if I know. Wait, I don't think I
No, it
put
wasn't her
that.
because you got put to work. No, man got put to work a long time ago. I remember that day. That was
Okay.
But that day that was the stuff we was going through that you already know.
Oh,
So you
yes,
was actually
yes,
up
yes.
that day. I thought about that because
Yeah.
you the one that was
I
you
was
was getting
tagged
fed
in.
up.
Well, hey,
Sick of it.
Kev, Walter,
Huh?
can we all run through these questions kind of quick? Cause I got to drop, and I want to hear what everybody's got to say to these.
Well, who's here? Because I know y'all be. I don't know who been gave out pillows, boy. I swear these things must have been cheap, 50 cents a pillow or something. Because everybody in here thinking y'all could just snore. I think
Not
this
my
is.
pillow, boo. Hey, alter ego.
Hey,
You want to be
Sheila.
my alter ego? You want to be my id, my ego, or my super ego? Because I'm a Sigmund Freud type chick. I'm a psychology chick. I want
I'll
you
be
to
the
be my
devouring
ego
mother.
right
That's what
now.
I'll do.
That was
I want
my
her to be my
ego.
ego right now.
I'm glad you up and
Nah,
ain't got a pillow.
my pillow's nah. My pillow's a little
Wait,
bit thick.
where is CDC?
Yeah,
CDC?
he that boy and he laying on a cold ground right now. Mhm.
Okay, let's see if we can go through them really quickly, y'all. Nay, I don't know if Nay's here. Nay
Mr.
could have
Friend,
asked
can
you.
I just, oh no, that's are you the guys called the moderate? I don't, guys, I'm learning. I had echoes. You supposed to drop out when you get an echo. Mr. Friend, though, like, this one thing about me when it comes, let me just be quiet and stay in my lane. I'm just gonna be quiet. I never mind. Go ahead, beautiful. Just go on here with your flow, yo. I ain't mean to dive in, because, I'll dive in and switch quick, because I'm a blunt chick, and then I'll just be to the point, and then some people might take me
Man, if you don't stick
indirective.
your chest out, man, say what you
Man,
gonna
stick
say.
your chest out and keep your head up, keep it pushing.
Hey,
I
You go
can I
ahead,
can
answer.
I can take whatever you gotta say. I leave my
I
feelings.
mean, so like, if the room is deterred, or I've probably been off topic because you came back in and threw in a punch and asked a question into a question. So you gotta throw it back off when it was in a question. I don't know which one between you and cousin or something. I don't be, I'll be multitasking. I got my headphones on, so I just was listening, transitioning on to bed and doing some things. So if you need to go get your rest and get your peace, like, just you guys know how to just remove yourself off of media and dive out. Like, if you don't get all the questions answered, is it going to do? And I'm not trying to be disrespectful with this question, but like, if like, because I'm going to remove myself, and it's time for me. I just kind of was vibing with y'all. I just opened up my TikTok, and then I pulled into y'all space, and I was checking out Kevin. I like his energy, and I was listening to y'all questions. But like, if something in spaces or whatever you guys call these room spaces, something like that, like if you need to remove yourself and get rest, how do you guys protect your peace and remove yourself if you don't get through all the questions? Like, what is your boundaries? Like, I gotta go. It's checkout time, baby. It's checkout time. Like, how do y'all do that?
I usually wait until a moment where I can speak and I say goodbye when I'm ready to go. That's how I approach it.
Interesting.
I'm assuming that's answering the question.
Oh, I was just curious. Like, and I wasn't being rude. I began. Homie said, stick your chest out, keep your head up. I'm gonna be blunt. I'll be learning and asking questions. So when you said, "Oh, I'm getting tired. It's time for me to go. Can we get through the questions?" Like that type of energy. Like if the room was talking about something else, and you need to go get your rest, you need to just remove yourself and get your rest. But see, I don't want to
Oh, so
talk to you like
what
this
you're
because
saying is why am
I'm a
I
rookie to y'all
bitching?
space, and I
So
don't
what you're
want you to
saying
take
is
this wrong because you
why am
might
I
get
bitching
like,
about getting through the
yeah.
questions if I need to go is what you're basically asking me
Yeah,
to
yeah,
get
like
off.
just like how do you guys
Thank
in
you.
spaces remove yourself and get
Well,
yourself out?
why
That was
didn't you
quick
just
version.
say
Get
it
Wow,
sleepy.
mister,
It
bluntly?
how
just be
did you
like,
get
damn, I
that out
haven't
of
done
that?
me
Because
some
I
wrong.
didn't get it.
I'm gonna get to the point.
Are you in a rush?
No, she was wondering if you was in a rush. That's what I get. See, so she's short. You just shortening it for her.
Right, you shortened it for her for sure. Because I don't know how you even was able to do that. I was confused.
I've talked with women for a lot of years, and I can understand how their brains try to get around to a topic.
No,
So
like, because he really did that, like, real life. He did that.
Yeah, he summed that up quick.
Like, man, he speak womanese. That's crazy.
Oh,
now,
wow.
listen, if I didn't want to be here and I really needed to go because my beauty rest was getting interrupted to the point to where it was going to be detrimental to the next day, I'd just drop.
Right.
But I'm an adult and I can manage my time properly, and it's a Friday night, and I'm just a little bit
Okay,
sleepy after being here for almost 5 hours. And
okay,
I would just
yeah.
like to conclude with closing out the questions. And I tried to ask so in a
What's
polite
up?
manner that wasn't disruptive to the room.
Oh no, that's fine. I'm just learning. I'm in y'all space. Like I'm the rookie, so like I'm just asking questions. I'm just learning how y'all move with the spaces and how y'all gotta get your rest. And y'all been up there like for 4 hours. Like I've probably been here. I don't know how long I've been here. At least hours, probably. Sometimes time just goes when you just up in here chilling. But anyway, thank you for your answer.
When you say new, Sheena, how new you said you been on here?
Like I'm saying, like I'm not in regular spaces or on a normalcy or like homie. I know what y'all was talking about last week. What the topic was.
I said,
I
how
just
long
go
have
off
you
the
been on
energy.
TikTok? No, I said,
Hmm?
how long you been on TikTok?
Oh, I've been on TikTok for at least like a minute, like a year or something.
Okay, yeah. So I figured.
Yeah, yeah, about a year. I mean, I guess you could look at my, I don't know, you look at my profile and see what year I've been on here. But I don't go that deep. But my point was, spaces like these talking things are newer to me.
Yeah.
So I just was that was the question. Like when it's time to go, do you guys just remove yourself?
Heck
Or you,
no. I try to make Kev stay as long as he can. But anyway, so let's go to the other one.
okay, so see that part, that part. Okay, nah, ain't no leaving.
Ain't no leaving. I said.
She said, I'm saying keep. She said, it's the opposite.
Yo,
She just said,
and
you get out of
Sheena,
here. I won't care.
and Sheena, Kev does this thing where he pretend like he don't see me saying I'm gonna be leaving, so that he just keeps pushing it off, knowing that I'm gonna be waiting for him to acknowledge that I gotta go at some point. So he
What
just keeps pretending like it ain't happening, so
Like
that
it
I
ain't
can.
happening. Cause
Like, you
why
know,
would
it's like if you go to like a cousin's house and everybody says the night and like the dog uses the restroom and everybody don't see it.
Y'all
Everybody.
better see
That
that.
dude's all funny though. You ain't going nowhere.
He said the dog used the restroom when
What's up
nobody
with that?
see
I
it.
just noticed your picture though. I'm looking at your picture. That look nowhere near like you. What is that? What's that cartoon head?
Who are you talking to, Kev?
You.
That's
You a
me,
nice.
right?
I see you as like a nice, dark-skinned, chocolate-looking girl, but it don't look like the picture. What is that cartoon?
That's so old. That's like when I first created my TikTok or something. That's the picture I put up. I haven't changed it. I have an identical picture that matches that literally. Oh, that's like when I first created my
And you
TikTok.
look nowhere near that, like that profile or that cartoon picture.
Well, if you've seen the picture, the physical picture, besides that, you will see that I literally look very identical to the cartoon picture. That's a different
Sheesh.
setting. But
I thought you
anyhow,
was
I don't pull up on no type of media with no fake stuff. I don't need to characterize or move differently. A lot of people can put things into manifest or make things a little different. Like again, I'm a little OG. There's just something I was working with at the time. That's what my picture is, and that's what it's gonna be. You can feel it or you don't gotta feel it. Every picture ain't gotta be identical. Pick up the energy from the picture. Pick up the energy, and you figure out the rest.
That's what you took out of it? Okay, I got you. I
I
was
keep
basically
it
giving you a
weird and I
compliment,
think
said you
But
looked
what
good,
does it
but
sound?
it,
You said I don't sound like I look. What does it sound like you
no, you
look? What
didn't
does
hear what
that
I
mean?
said. I just gave you a compliment, but it went
Oh
on.
no, I
That's
didn't hear
cool.
you, Kev. What did
Yeah,
you
I know
say,
you
love?
didn't. I know you didn't. I said you whatever. Well, who? Somebody who actually was just. Who was that? What was you on? Oh, let's. All right.
I was talking to Alter Ego. I wasn't being rude, Kev. I was reading the comments. There's a lot of multitasking.
It's all right, Sheena. It's all right.
Yeah,
Thank you for the compliment. Whatever you were saying, I missed the compliment, Kev. How old are you, Kev?
I'm 34.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
did y'all answer is pro-black a joke today?
Go ahead. Let's get it. Let's see what you got.
Is pro-black? Well, I mean, first of all, because I had to think about this like a while back when we said
Y'all got to get the tap in. I got a puzzle popped up again.
when people was saying this, I was like, well, how? Okay, to be pro. Okay, so when I think of pro-black, that means like all black, 100% black. It means you buy black, you are black. You clap the black. That's what I said. You just, you know what I'm saying? You just. Sorry. Like, you know what I'm saying? You 100%. So I was like, dang, if you can't even go to like an all black store for everything, you already lost. So that's why I say, yeah, it's low key. It's a group or something, but it's not like realistic. It's not realistic. So, at all.
Yeah.
Or is it used to hide inner prejudice, racist today? Also, if you are prejudiced against one race, then why be mad if they are racist against you? Can't have little stars to I swear.
I know.
Why be mad if they racist against you? Whew, okay, so is it okay? I'm gonna start over. And is it used to hide inner prejudice? I think when I think of how it could have been, at least how I used to see it, pro-black was more so a way of trying to what's the word I'm trying to look for? Trying to like represent black
and like support Black, I think. But now, so as it goes on, like any kind of organization or thing you put together can be spoiled based off of the deeper, and I think that's kind of what you're trying to allude to in a sense, like the disdain that they may have for another race because of what they either experience or what they just feel about the other race. So that definitely can play a part in the effects of that. Like when you're trying to use it as like a way of saying, hey, let's love on each other, let's support it, let's not look at it as a way of like negativity against us, as we have seen it to be. Like, let's just support each other, because we don't see that kind of support, and that's what we need to do. I just feel like realistically it's just not something that you can fully do by what I understand pro-Black to be. But yeah, can you, like if you're prejudiced against one race, why be mad basically if they're prejudiced against you? I mean, I think based off of the question or how that would be looked at, if it's already in place that you had, a race against you before you had a chance to even understand why, I don't know if it would be the same in a way. But if you do have a disdain, because like you would have to have a disdain for somebody just because, versus it being like something already put in place and you have like a disdain for it because they have a disdain for you. Don't know how to make that make sense, but that's just how my brain's thinking of that. I'm gonna just go to 2 so y'all can, if somebody else wants to answer. What does it take to be pro-Black? Again, I think what it takes to be pro-Black is that you have to do everything Black, right? You have to, like your profile picture. I'm just playing. I'm sorry. I'm so petty after 1 a.m. It's crazy. But yeah, so he said a fro. But yeah, I mean, you have to be everything Black. You have to buy, like I said, you have to buy Black. And we know we go all kind of places. We eat from all kind of places. And that's just not the world we live in. Like, I like a lot of genres of music. I like a lot of type of foods. It's just not going to always be, Black. Like, I get the sentiments of what we're trying to create it to be. But I think sometimes when you do create certain groups and things, it does become more of like I'm separating, and we already know like that separating ship is kind of sailed in a sense. So yeah, but I think what it means to be pro-Black in a nutshell is just everything Black. And I don't think that that's really as feasible as we think. Of course, you can marry Black, you can have Black friends only, but when it comes to your coworkers, you can't do everything. You won't be able to be pro-Black. It's just not even I don't know. But that's just how I see that. But like I said, I get the point of it, but it's just the honoring of Black people, each other, and supporting as much as you can with them. That's what that looks like to me. Yep, since CDC is sleeping and Nay is like in and out probably. Cousin, did you want to answer the first 2?
Let me tell you that.
Okay.
Yeah.
What?
I'm gonna say the angle I'm coming from with that too, though.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
So you the first one. So I'm gonna remember your definition, though. Wait till tomorrow. We're gonna see how many other different definitions we're gonna get. But
I know.
we're gonna see. I'm glad you ended with that's how I see it. I'm glad you ended it with that though, because it's gonna change again. Watch somebody else. Well, not by you. I'm not by you. I'm just saying by somebody else, because it's so many different angles. And I realized lately it's been like a feelings-based thing, aka subjective, right? That's the word. When it's feelings-based, so it's been a feelings-based thing. No, you got to do this and you got to do that. That's why I also added on there, like, we'll get to the marriage, but the angles I was coming from with them first two, right? The reason why I say I feel like it's a joke. Today, I have to say today. Back then, it wasn't a joke. It was probably more of a motivational thing. It was something they had to stand on so they can keep it pushing forward. This one is we using to set us back. I noticed it's the opposite way. So I think it's a joke. So they learned these things. They learned what it was, and the reason why. Okay, freeze thing out of my ear. I can't hear nothing. Hold on. I be feeling like I'm lost without this earpiece. I'll be like, ah. All right. And the other part, reason why I say high inner prejudice, because I've been hearing, like, when I remember I was at this job, this dude was just so proud to be, well, And I hear a few people even on this app, but I ain't racist. I'm prejudiced than a mother. They say it all proudly though. And I'm like, bro, that is just as bad. That sound like a racist person that's saying the exact same thing and just sticking their chest out with it and okay with it. That's the same exact. And with me, I'm sticking with this. I don't care about this. Oh, you gotta have power and all that other stuff. That stuff is just as bad. They both as bad. When you have something against another person because of their skin, that's still racist or whatever you want to call it. Prejudice, whatever they want to call it, is just as bad. And people be saying stuff like that and then wondering why the stuff is not. Well, it's not going to ever probably go away though, but I can't say that. But it's just like wondering why it's not kind of dying down in different areas, because it's like as long as they pushing it, then the other person's gonna push it, and it's gonna be back and forth doing the same exact thing. And then that's the reason why I put that second part is like, why be mad if you so proudly prejudiced against this person? You can't be mad if they racist towards you.
Right, it's
what the
like y'all
heck?
both, yeah. I mean, yeah. In that case, if in the way that you're saying it, because there are some people who have a huge disdain. So yeah, that's true.
Yeah, they got and they be like that too. I mean, and like I said, all I can do is like kind of pray for people like that, because I could have got raised the same exact way. I can't really get mad at them all the way, because it's the teachings, it's the way people teach it. It's because like hatred, I believe it's taught. A lot of this hatred is taught. You know, some of the stuff is internalized from selfishness, but I'm just saying overall, you know, having a hatred towards another person, that's through experience. It's through experience, or it's through some teachings. You know what I'm saying? Because some people hate their own people and all that stuff. I swear, you always come up here never muted. That junk crazy. I don't think I ever caught you time muted. But with that, right? All I was getting that's the part I was getting to about that. So I do believe they use that to hide that they don't like another person, because they just don't like them. They can't explain it. And like I said, a lot of people experience this. Like I was mentioning earlier, a lot of people's experiences. Oh man, I went through so much. You just don't know, whatever. Because a Chinese person looked at them in the beauty supply and thought they were stealing. Oh, you just don't know. I've been through some racist stuff, and then they use that for the rest of their life and all that stuff, and act like, but it's none compared to what our peoples went through. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say this weak version of I guess you want to say racist. This is a weak version. I just can't deal with it, because like it's people that really went through worse. You know, just like what Cousins mentioned, like some people just really using it just to hurt, just to fight somebody. You know, just to use that as a I want to say it can't be a code. It's just a reason, right? It's just a reason to hide their BS that they are. They already a BS type person, and then they use it like, oh man, you said the N word, now I get to go on your junk. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you wanted to do that anyways. You know what I'm saying? Because some people just got hatred in them anyways from the jump. You know, and it's taught. It's man, I hate that it's like this, bro. With me, I swear over the years, this junk has been getting to me, because it's like I want to be so angry at them, but then I know they don't know better. So that's where the compassion come in, and so I can't get mad at some of the people that's like that. That's what hurt my head, because it's like I'm fighting against myself at the same time too. Because it's like I'm angry that they like that. I guess the angry part is me bringing awareness to how they are. Right? I'm not really mad at them. I'm just mad at the teachers and them prolonging it. You know what I'm saying? I'm mad that they still stuck. You know what I'm saying? I wish that they can change. Hold on, let me see something real quick. I forgot it was a comment. Disagree because there's nothing you can call ties them to be our slaves. Who the heck mentioned slavery? Like, I don't know. Come on, Buddha. Yeah, I don't get it. I swear people just listen to what they want to hear and just, I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. I'm trying my best, but that just be annoying me. It be annoying me. That remind me like when I be doing posts and stuff sometimes, and I can do a whole 3 hour, not 3 hour, a 3-minute video. Out of that whole the video, a person would take out like, either they'll make up something, right? They will make up something that I never did say and then just come out with it, because some people just got stuff already weighed in on their mind already. Or they will take out one part they may disagree with. I'm like, bro, I literally just did a 3-minute video. Can you at least acknowledge that you get what I mean first, instead of telling me what you didn't get? You see what I'm saying? Like, but I don't know. That's it be getting to me though sometimes on that though. But yeah, I don't think nobody up here mentioned anything about slavery. I don't get what do racism got to do with slavery? What being racist got to do with slavery or prejudice? It's just a hatred. That's a hatred or a prejudice against somebody else. That has nothing to do with slavery. So many different forms of slavery.
What I was trying to say was, if they call you the N word due to the people who look like people who did 500 years of heinous things to people that look like us, it'll bring back PTSD and history that is still present in the future and in the present. But there's nothing you could call an Irish person because they were in Dark servitude, even though they
You
were
been in
going through the
slavery,
same
bro?
thing. But it's called systematic racism, redlining, all type of stuff. So just because I ain't pick cotton doesn't mean it don't exist. But I mean, we got
I'm
two
not
separate
saying
minds.
that,
What I'm
but the
saying,
way you were saying it, like anybody from the past, 100 years shouldn't be saying anything because they haven't got a whip across their back. Never. When was the
I mean,
last time that ever
if you
happened?
just look at history, police are really slave patrol. I mean, everybody knows that now. So if you look at how time progresses, you can't just be outwardly racist. The 13th Amendment is basically slavery. If you get a record, you're a slave.
If
But
you a
instead of just
slave, then why are
targeting
we on
color
this app?
people,
These police stopping us from being on this app?
you're not getting it. But it's like I said, there's nothing you could call a white person or Irish person who was in indoctrinated servitude that'll bring up their history from when they were in servitude. But there's plenty of words and plenty of statistics and things you could bring up for people that look like me and you that still happen today. Even in Philadelphia, I think it's like over 200, or not 200, like 20 sundown towns still to this day. So that's present. They're not picking cotton, but they still hanging people by bridges. Recently, I think they hung a boy who was in high school. I think he was like 14, 15 on the football team. They didn't make the news. They didn't talk about it, but to each his own. If you ignore it, but then it happened to you, you can't turn around and be like, "Oh, this is such a tragedy." It's kind of like Oprah. She ignored it. She went to a store and she said, "Oh, you can't buy this because you look poor." And she said, "Do you know who I am? Do you see this card? I'm Oprah." It's an old ass video, but people don't realize certain things until it hit them. I get not wanting to be a victim, but you got to recognize the issue.
We
That's
so
all I'm
live in
saying.
fear the rest of your life?
Living it, it's just like when you tell your daughter,
I'm supposed to be scared of a
you don't have to
YT
live in
person the
fear of
rest of my
men, but
life because
you have
of
to be
it happened to
aware.
my past?
So I'll use this example. I'm not going to tell my daughter to live in fear of bad men, but I'm going to let her be aware of the bad men out there in the world. Just like every white person isn't racist, you still have to let them know the climate outside. Otherwise, you're not preparing them for what's outside. You're
Yeah.
doing them a
Hey, you know how I know you
disservice.
don't stand on what you stand on because you haven't answered like all three of my questions I
I
asked.
just
You
answered all
keep
your questions. You just don't like
you
what I'm
be
saying.
deflecting bad too.
You just don't like
But
what I'm saying. I answered it
no,
multiple
I'm not
times.
saying that I don't. I'm not saying I understood what you said because I didn't taught this for many of years. So none of the stuff you're telling me is not. It's not like it's new to me. I'm the same type of person as you. I'm black just like you, right? So none of this stuff is new. You just repeating the same exact thing I've been hearing for years, though. But it's like I
So
could
how you living in
tell.
fear
I can tell you
if
don't
you
really stand on what you stand on because when I ask you a
okay?
question about what you standing on, right? You keep going to the next question, or then you take a deep breath and then you just go to the next one. It's like not from this point. It's like you just trying to
I'm
push.
explaining the
All
same
you have
thing
to
in
do is
like
say
three
you don't
different
agree.
ways.
You don't agree with the stance. But when I ask you a question about what you believe in, then you go to the next thing. That show you that that you don't stand on what you stand on. So it's okay to
So
say I don't know or something like that. I mean, we
again,
don't
I'm
know
gonna say it
everything.
again. I never
Huh?
said that. You just don't like the answer I'm telling you. But like I
I
said,
don't care
just
about your
because
answer.
you don't
What
want to
I
live
gotta
in fear,
not like the answer for?
you don't have to be a victim to teach your people about history. Otherwise, they're doomed to repeat it. Just like if you have an
I just learned
interracial
that
child or
today.
a dark
Wow,
skinned
that's
child and they
crazy.
experience something. I mean, you can know this all you want, but if you don't teach them what's outside and they experience it, they're gonna come back with something that's crazy. I mean, you can look at the news. You act like it don't happen. Redlining still
Yeah,
happen.
no, that point is fair.
I mean, I don't understand. I'm repeating the same thing in different ways, so I'm not standing on what I'm standing on. All I'm saying is there's no word you could call a Spanish. I mean, you could call them like a wetback or something like that because they come across the water, but it's not tied to no history of them being shipped across like sardines. That's still
I don't
happening to
care
them
about
today,
that,
except
man.
for
I
the
just
threat
don't
of
care.
being
I
border
really
and all
don't.
this other stuff. It's not about living in fear. It's about being aware of your surroundings. But teachers on.
If I don't know that by now, I don't get. Oh, whatever, man. I don't get who you
Look,
trying to teach on that part.
look,
But
look, can I ask you a question, Buddha? Because I think
Yes,
I hear
sir.
what you're saying, and this is true. I mean, I think that in the history of this country, though, I think that there are any like minority group has some words that they can that will mean something to them like that, right? None as deep as ours, but they have them too, right? They because this is what this country is made on. So they all got some real derogatory words towards them. If you say it to them, it's going to be a problem, right? But my question is, are you saying that it is just because I'm trying to clarify, like when we talk about like generational trauma, like certain things can be passed down, through our culture, just the way that is. But like people nowadays, if you're in this generation, right, and you say the N-word and you get upset, I said this earlier that I think there are some people who will genuinely have a problem with it, right? And those people, they're going to have a visceral response
I
to
get
it.
where you're going. Some people just use it as a way to lash out on
But
rational.
I'm saying most people at this point are just using it as a way to release their frustrations and use that as an excuse to slap somebody or whatever. You get what I mean? Because
What you mean?
if it was really traumatic to them, they wouldn't use it themselves. They wouldn't allow people that they know that's cool, they can use it, but then other people can't. No, they wouldn't do that. It would be off limits. Like them OGs, when they be talking
Right.
that shit, ain't nobody using this shit. I'm shutting this whole
Because
thing
you say
down.
it's the equivalent to a woman who say they don't like being called derogatory words like a B word or this and that. But when they with
Right.
their homegirls, they call each other B's all day.
Right. So then that tells me it's a selective bias, which means that it's really not offensive to you. That's just something that you're using for a tool to judge.
Right.
You see what I'm regulate.
See,
So that's what I was thinking. What do you think?
I will say though with that, when that's said, like, I mean, I personally don't like the word at all. I ain't gonna lie. I don't like when people use it. I don't even like the word. When it's used at all. So I just wouldn't want to hear it for real. I hate when we use it, honestly. But
So
I
I
mean,
got a
yeah,
question.
there is a difference though with that. Like if a person is saying ER on there and they're calling you, they know how they're coming. They know how they're saying it to you. Like when they're calling you, not the A, not even with the A, because I know a lot of Black people who like let other races call them GA and they like, oh, he cool. But if they know if they can't, you an NER, like that's a whole different energy that comes from that. And of course, you still can choose to decide how you want to react from that. It doesn't have to be a wild out moment. It can just be understood, like, oh, okay, I see why I need to either brace myself, look out for whatever, or respond accordingly. It just kind of depends. But yeah, I think that's somewhat of a difference when we use that like that.
I get what you're saying, but all I'm saying is you don't have to be a victim of living fair, but you got to understand your history and where you come from and why people are going to treat you the way they treat you. If you don't know and your child walk out to the school and they get attacked or they get bullied like that and they just think it's normal and they don't know the repercussions behind it, that could be detrimental to them because we see it on the news still to this day in 2024 where everything is everything and everybody can say whatever they want. So how can you just dismiss history or say, yeah, I know history, but I'm not going to let it affect me when it's still affecting people presently and there's statistics to prove it. That's my whole thing. So if my child is out there, I'd be like, understand how the world perceives you. I don't care what you think you are, what you want to be. This is how the world sees you. Just like a woman who's like, oh, I should be able to walk outside of my bathing suit and no man touch you. You should be. But there's still men out there who are going to do dangerous things. And I got to teach you that because I don't want to give you a false sense of security thinking, oh, the world is not going to do this because you deserve it. It's just common sense to teach your child this and prepare them for the world. I don't see what's the problem with that.
No, well, I'm going to respond to what you exactly said. This because y'all, but no, like that's exactly. I mean, for me, I agree with that for sure. Like because we know that it's still, it's still the way you view. Like I know when I was little, it's so funny. But like when I was little, I was in you go into the we had like a bathroom break. And this is why I didn't even pay attention to like color like that. Like I mean, I knew I was probably like a different shade, but it's just weird. I know it sounds crazy, but I had never paid attention to the fact that my palm was lighter than the outside of my skin. I never even paid attention to that. And so this girl who was of lighter expression, and she was like, why is the inside of your hand different color from the outside? I was like, shoot. It is. Like I was just never thought about it. Like I did not think about it because her hand was the same color. I'm like, okay, well, you fair on both sides. Interesting. Why am I not fair on both? Like why is not brown inside? That's literally what I thought. I thought that was very interesting, actually. Still actually think that's interesting. But yeah, I was like, that's crazy. So like we know that seeing different and that we know that that's something that's there, right? And we know that there is a negative tone to it as well. Whether it's as prevalent or not, we know that it still exists. We know that it's still a thing and people still feel these ways. That's just, just the way it is. Just like some people feel the way about people that are, heavier, right? They treat them differently. It would be remiss to say, hey, I don't want you going in the world. People tease you about this. Like, you need to get your health together. Make sure now you're not doing it for them per se, right? But it's just like, because you should be doing everything for your health anyway. But it's like, man, you're not going to go out there looking in kind of way because we know people are going to perceive you a certain way. That just goes with so many different varieties of things. So I think what you're saying is fair to say, like, hey, I'm not saying that you need to go out the door and fear every person that looks like this, because that's not living, right? I'm going to go out and live my life. I'm not going to be like, oh, crap, there's a person who like this who does these things. Like, no, clearly, right? Like, yeah, I think it's fair to always make your child be aware of what exists, not to the point of fear, although some things can create fear because history. History can make you feel fearful of certain situations and things like that. But of course, you teach your kid to live life as well still and not believe and see that every person that looks different than you is trying to harm you. But it's definitely fair to let them know what is out there and what to look out for. That's being.
I'll put it like this: if they
Hey,
teaching their
before
kids
y'all go,
history,
I want to say this too, though. I can see. Now, since you saying the teacher thing, right? I think where people so the difference is what I would do, right? To do a little different, right? Because I think the problem is we do that. We put everybody in one boat. I'm gonna teach both sides because I also feel like it's a problem when we don't teach our children that our own kind can F us over too. We act like we innocent or something like that. I think that every skin folk is kin folk and all that. Oh, he not about to rob you. He not about to F you over and all that other stuff or whatever. No, I'm gonna teach both ends that show no matter what type of skin you in, you can get done in. You know what I'm saying? And it's different type of ways. And I'm gonna teach them different type of ways. I think the problem is when we just always make it one skin against the other, and then they make you blinded to another person that'll sneak you that's right next to you. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's just, it's the teachings. Like I said, I mean, we know these things exist, right? But when we exclude so many things, or we put all police officers this and all that, all men and all, that's the reason why they teaching all men and all women stuff, right? If we're not going, but the next minute we gonna be scared of everybody. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's different things you have to look out for, different ways people move, different ways people act, and all that stuff. That's something that should be teached. I never don't teach about colorism, and that's another problem. And we do that worse than racism. I think colorism is 10 times worse than racism. Well, 2 times. I'd say about 4 times worse than racism. We do that ourselves. You know what I'm saying? That's way worse. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's so much stuff that's going on right now, and it's just crazy.
I would say I agree with what you're saying, but you learn that behavior from field slaves to house slaves, so it's hardwired into us. It's
That's
kind
why
of a
we
thing
gotta
like a
teach
paper bag
different.
test. No, I agree with you 100% on that. You definitely got to teach about colorism and everything else. Just like you got to understand, women understand pretty privilege and all that other stuff. So what I'm saying is you definitely got to teach that. But if these people are teaching their kids about the Virginia battle flag when they ain't even from Virginia, but they use it as a Confederate flag to promote their dogma, you have to teach your child why they promoting that and what it actually means. So when they be like, damn, dad, why this guy living in, Utah, but he got a Virginia battle flag? Because it symbolizes something different than what it originally is meant for. And you got to understand when these people are using these dog whistles, where subliminally, sign language, or verbally, you have to recognize it and get away because it could be to your own detriment. Just like the guy in Georgia, him and his son hunting down black people, or Trayvon Martin, these wannabe super cops. You have to teach them, otherwise they'll be a victim, and then you're gonna wish, why didn't I tell them? I didn't want them to live in fear, but now they're a victim because they're ignorant, and it wasn't even their fault. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, yo, Kev.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drop, my guy. It's pretty damn late for me.
I don't even know what time it is for you on Saturday, but I just wanted to chime in. I can understand the context in which Buddha's talking about, like when he's saying that he tells his child, this is how the world sees you, so this is how you should move. I understand that that's the advice you're giving, and I don't know if it's a hypothetical, if you actually have a child that you give this advice to. But the advice that I give that's similar to my children is that regardless of what you do, the world is going to look at you and sees what it wants to see. And that you don't have to be that. You can be something else. You don't have to let the world decide for you what you are. And if you let it decide for you, you'll find that puts you in a position where your life is always at a deficit. So the world isn't gonna care. It's gonna make its own judgment of you. It's still up to you to go out and either do the right thing for your life or not. There's evil men in the world. There's kind men in the world. So
Before you drop, Prince, I want to ask you this quick question, and I got to drop because I got to finish up. What I'm
go
doing.
for it, my guy.
What did the world teach you about being a man in America, regardless of your color? In order to get the Holly Berrys, the Rihannas, the Megan Foxes, what do you have to have as a man in America to get a type of woman like that? What did the world teach you, regardless of how your parents saw you or how they felt?
The world didn't teach me to go get those women.
What I'm saying is this: you're not gonna get a woman that you want in your dreams.
What?
But to end his statement, I've had the woman of my dreams for 15 years, and that only happened because I decided to create an environment where the wife that I wanted could thrive, and I created that environment and found that wife. So
That part, Mr. Print, you dropped the mic. I didn't mean to jump in, but that's the coolest shizzle you said all night, bro. You dropped the freaking mic, bro. You manifested what you wanted. Bump what you talking about, the Holly Bears, the Rihanna's, all that woo woo, Cardi B's, baby. I got my queen right in front of me.
hey, and
You
my
got your
wife,
queen right in front of me, that you
my wife is
manifested.
gorgeous, by the way, too. She's like, I'm lucky. She's gorgeous.
But is she gorgeous with her soul and the inside along
Oh,
with the
hell yeah.
outside? That part. That you gotta be beautiful all the way around, baby. That's how me and
Yep.
my daughters move, baby. We beautiful on the inside and outside, baby. We one of a kind, baby. You don't run across us all day and every day. You get beauty on the inside and the outside, baby. That's how we move. So what did you
Yeah,
manifest?
I always say, that she's really beautiful on the inside. It's just the exterior being really hot. That was just a bonus.
Man, that shit that's a plus, ain't it, homie? That's a
Hey,
plus, baby. You got your Holly Berry in front of you. Homie, what it do? What's her name? Man, did that part. Drop the mic. You got your queen in front of you. Bump what she's talking about. I don't do all that celebrity. I don't do that media stuff. I don't care about money, baby. Money is attractive to me. I don't chase no money. I don't chase no media. I don't chase no fame. You move different. You manifested what you wanted. You got your queen right in front of you. Live your best life. Go hard. Don't worry about the rest of the world. Worry about your family. What's inside your circle. What's in your home. You can't save the world, but you can say what's up in your house. You do one project at a time. You can't help nobody else if you ain't got your house stable. Point blank, period. Gotta have your house stable first. Then you can move outside the block. Then you could go help the county. Then you could go help the city. Then you could go help the municipality. Then you could go do this. Then you can go do the state stuff, the legislative. Then you go move over to the federal. And then you start making moves. You got to do one step at a time, period. Have a blessed night, Mr. Print, with your queen wife up over there.
Hey, so thank you for those kind words. I appreciate it, cousin.
I don't know if you're a mod. I believe you're a mod in here. So you're gonna take my place. I know Alter's a mod up in here. Really quick, what does it take to be pro-black?
I ain't taking your job. My people been working for 500 years. I ain't about to do another drop, motherfucker. No, I'm just playing.
You're gonna do my mod, and it's a real pro-black job, okay?
You about to pay me, baby.
I ain't doing nothing, jive turkey. We going back. I got a fro on right now, sucker.
Sucker?
Nah.
Can another race be pro-black?
Go ahead, finish.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. People are capable of all kinds of things, man. I don't underestimate humanity at all, man. How can you be pro-black and not be for marriage? I don't understand how you could be quote unquote pro-black. If I'm going to define pro-black, to me, it's going to be living in a very honorable way that represents your ancestors and all the effort that they put forward to put you where you are. It's going to be living in a way that coincides with honoring that. The pro means in favor of, so you're going to be doing something that that you prefer. So, how can you be pro-black and be not for marriage? I don't know, because the marriage is one of the most fundamental units in society. It creates the next batch of children who become adults, who become the society. So, if you want more black people, you need more marriage, and you need more babies, and then you need more marriages and more babies and more marriages and more babies. It's really simple. When you have less marriages, the babies can still keep coming around for a while, but eventually the society will degrade to the point to where that doesn't become the option anymore, and it ceases to exist, as we're watching right now with the birth rates declining as they are. Bonus, how would you make it in life being the opposite gender and race today? Why or why not? Explain. I'd be totally fine if I have my current mindset. I'm not really defined on what everybody else is I can't do. I'm only really defined by how much discipline I'm willing to enact upon myself. So I literally scraped myself out of the gutter in life.
But what I tell my babies, and this is how I move in life, baby, we ain't in competition with nobody in the world. Ain't in competition with nobody in this space. Baby, we stay in competition with ourselves. That's the only competition you need to be in. Is competition with yourself. You continue to elevate being your best freaking self. I don't play. Baby, I'm in competition with myself, baby. That's how I raise my daughters. Be in competition with ourselves.
All right, well, hey, I'm going to drop down, my guy.
All right, let me do it. I got you. Appreciate you, Mr. P, always.
Y'all be good. Be blessed.
Yeah.
Cousin, take care. Alter, take care.
Thank you too, Mister.
Sure. Bye, y'all. So what? Okay, since you said that competition with yourself, I like when people. Cousin got that one bar, boy.
That's all right, brother.
Cousin, I like your swag, man. When you dropped in, you had me rolling, man. I needed that laugh, man. Made me laugh again. Man, you had me laughing, cousin. Man, you pulled it. What you?
Yeah, sucker.
Man, do that talk again. What you was doing? Man, do it one more time.
Let me ask this question though to you.
Okay, go ahead.
You said you had a competition with yourself, right? Because I hear so many people say different sayings, and I'm just trying to see. So what are
working?
Huh?
You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. If you're on time, I can't tell if you're on time or not, but I can hear you. Oh, okay.
What's up, Cal? What's your question, love?
But the question is, you say you're in competition with yourself, right?
I'm in competition with you right now, but keep talking to me. I was trying to flirt, baby. Yeah, I don't even know how to flirt. Man, how old you flirt with a young one? Man, you a little bit young one. Like, go ahead. Wait, go ahead. I don't want to be a cougar. Go ahead, baby. Keep going.
I was wondering what that growling noise sound I was talking to. But no, I was saying
baby,
like
what it do, man? Let's go on, get to the point. What you on?
You
Competition
said
with
you was
you.
competing with yourself, right?
I'm
So I
competing
want
with
to
you
know,
right
what
now.
are you competing with yourself with? Like, what is it
No,
specifically?
okay, but to get back to the point, you compete. I teach them a mentality, and this is a part of our spirituality. This is the elevation of the level. Everybody who came here on this plane, you ain't in competition with nobody. The person sitting next to you at the desk, all that stuff. You could be at your best as long as you know you gave your best and you put your heart and all your energy forward and your best foot forward. That's all that matters because it's between you, God, the universe. And that's it. That's the final assignment. I ain't got to explain nothing to nobody else. Yo. That's it. We stay in competition with ourselves, and that's how I've elevated them to keep getting better and better and better and better. That's what I'm manifesting. That's what works for me. Everybody got their own planet here. Everybody walks different. Everybody moves differently. What works for Sheena ain't gonna work for cousin. It ain't gonna work for Cav. It might not work for alter ego, but this will work for me. And this is what I do, and this is my best planet care. That's what I meant, Cav.
Okay, all right. Now my cousin just gonna slide up in here and out of nowhere. What the heck you doing? Go to work. What's the deal, cuz?
What up, dog? You know I'm at work, boy.
Oh, you at work? Okay, all right. Ain't you back though? You supposed to been gone for like a couple of weeks though. I think you should be back in the city, right?
Yeah, I'm back home.
Okay, man. Yeah, we on a deep topic tonight. Neo, what's the deal,
Yeah.
brother? I see you up there.
I know. I woke up for you to be always starting trouble because I saw pro black up there, and you always want to start some trouble, Kevin. You always want to
Of
see.
course, you know it's a method. It's a method, master. It ain't to cuss nobody out. I
I
get cussed out,
know.
but it ain't cuss nobody. But
What is it? What is it? What do you mean by is pro black a joke today when you say that?
is it? I wonder
Is
if it's a joke.
I don't know. Like, do we believe it's still? Oh, do we still believe in pro blackness? Is pro blackness still
I want
really
to
a thing?
see. Yeah, I want to know.
To be honest,
I
you want me to
want to
be honest?
know.
If you want me to be honest, I don't think it's a real
Stick
thing.
your
I
chest
think
out,
it's a
man.
good
You know this
idea.
the room. You gotta stick your chest out in.
I'm gonna put my chest out. I think I'm getting comfortable now. I think I've finally gotten comfortable. I figured it
I'm
out.
supposed to been comfortable, man. As long as you've been in my rooms.
Nah, bruh, nah, man. Remember, I told you I was away for a long time. I was on
Man,
the other
true.
side, and I learned to talk my people's language again. And I'm trying to. Nah, I remember who I used to be. But no, for real. Like, think about it. Pro black. I think it's an idea now. I think we remember what it was, but I think it's just an idea that we're trying to kind of recapture again because
Oh,
we're not really pro black anymore.
over not. Hey, Neil, how you doing? I
Good
just wanted to
morning.
raise my hand. I had a quick question. How you doing? Nice to meet you. Can I
Nice to
ask a
meet
quick question? You stated that you were on the other side. Can I
you.
ask what does the other side
Oh,
mean?
you know what it means.
Oh,
I ain't gotta talk a bit. Come on, man. Y'all listen to rap music.
I'm
You
newly
understand
activated. I don't
innuendos.
understand all the terminology.
Y'all
Like I
listen to
really
rap
don't.
music, but y'all want everything else to be clear. Yeah, I was on the white tea side for a minute. I was
Oh
there.
no, I'm blunt. Like what the other side means on it? Was you over
Oh,
there?
you thought that side? No,
It could be many sides. Everybody interprets so differently. So you gotta be
nah,
blunt. Oh, you was on that side?
that side, yeah.
Okay, is that like what does that mean you were on that side? Like what does that
No,
mean?
no, not that side. My sexuality is pretty good. I'm pretty stable on that one. The other side, the color side,
Oh, okay.
yeah. The ones that you guys kind of look over and go, ew, look what he's doing.
White girls?
Yeah, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Because I was confused.
Nah, you guys have all skied before. Every guy here tries to act like they haven't. Come on. I know you guys, as long as you guys have lived, you've tried it. You may not admit it in front of these ladies, but you've tried it once. You've dibbled and dabbled. I just went
What does
in.
tried it mean? What does that mean?
Hmm?
What is trident? Like what type
Lady,
of
what are
like?
you on this morning?
No,
No,
what is
trying
you on, homie? No, what is you on, homie?
to.
It's like I'm like, what he talking about, baby? What you talking about? You
I'm
tried it,
talking
baby?
about.
Baby, I
I'm
done dated
talking
many
about
white
the
men.
snow
Baby, what you
bunnies.
talking about, baby? Because well, you know, I'm a OG, baby. I'm
You're
talking
OG.
tongues and stuff, baby.
I'm probably OGer
You
than
gonna need to
you.
talk specific to the point, what you meant by the
Oh, you
other
want that
side,
old
homie.
pimping
Yeah,
language.
I'm
You
on the
need to talk
OG,
cousin
baby.
if you
I'm with
want
the
that old
Tupac and
pimping.
them. I'm up there with Tupac and them, baby. Real talk.
Girl, I've been
That's the
around
OG
since
side of
LL
them.
Cool J, so you better stop.
Okay, then. So you should know, baby. That's what I figured. You a little bit on my born in the '80s level. So well, I'm just like,
Oh,
what you
I was
talking
born
about,
before
homie?
then.
You
Well,
talking
but
about the other side? You talking in tongues, baby.
yeah, that's right. That's how I
I'm trying
talk.
to figure out
If you
what you
want to
talking
talk
about,
real,
baby. Because
if you want to
I
talk,
done dated outside my race too, dibble and
oh,
dabble.
look at
What type
you,
of language
look
is
at
that,
you,
baby? Baby, I got
look
a
at
whole
you.
daughter. What you talking about, bro?
Oh, you've done it. Oh, look at you. You shaming me, and you've already done it already. I don't know, but
But it ain't no shame of mine, baby. I'm proud of what I created. So I don't
uh,
know how
uh,
you know what I'm saying,
oh,
when you make certain
you
language,
got a
that's what
little,
I'm asking
you got a
questions.
swirl. You got a little swirl.
No, I'm asking to understand, like, what do you mean by that
Oh, I'm gonna
terminology,
make you
baby?
understand. I'm
Because
gonna
I
make you
move
understand.
differently.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you straight up. Yes, I was with the white tea lady. I was married to it. I lived in it. I slept in it. I lived in it. I breathed it. I consumed it. Yes, I was it. I became it for a minute. I was there. I was in it. Like you guys did it part time. I did it full time. Every day, all day, holidays, weekends,
Just lay
daytime
up.
and nighttime. Yeah, I learned a lot when I was over there. It's like people didn't learn. So I learned all the little tricks. I know all the ins and outs. I know all the emotional things. I know everything possible that you could think because I know, and then I know it from all different angles and races because it was Italians
Um,
and Germans
hmm, hmm. I've
and
dated all
Irish.
types of white men myself. I ain't gonna lie, homie, man. They come from different cultures, backgrounds. Man, they all
Yeah.
mixed too, man. You don't even know what type of white you getting. Real talk, but I ain't doing no white black stuff. Oh, I don't know if you're supposed to say WT, YT,
White tea,
BT.
white tea, white tea.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I gotta get acclimated. YT.
Mhm.
Okay. But anyway, back to what you was saying. Nah, what you mean? You still got me a little confused, Neo.
Are you pro black? The way we talking
Baby,
right now, I think you are pro black.
I'm Sheena. I'm moving Sheena. I'm Justice
You're a
Lashawn.
warrior?
I'm Sheena. I'm a warrior, baby. I don't play.
All
I'm a
right.
straight warrior.
So you a pro
Yeah, I
black
ain't gotta
guy.
explain. I ain't
You
gotta
came
explain
back.
nothing but how I move, my energy. People talking about she don't sound the way she look. She looks Hispanic, baby. I don't care what you think, what you do. She a cartoon. Keep
Oh,
thinking I'm a cartoon, baby.
you a
Keep thinking I'm a
whole
cartoon.
damn. You just a whole carton of different. You're a Neapolitan. I put a scoop in you. I don't know what's gonna come out.
Baby, you ain't ready. You ain't ready, Neil.
See,
Okay,
that's why
but
I don't mess with
go
y'all,
ahead.
girl. You too toxic for me.
I
I don't know
know.
what personality gonna come in the morning.
Man,
You one personality at
Kev,
night. You another one. Mm-mm.
man, Kev, come on back
Mm.
in and intercept y'all, man. Me
See,
and
that's
Neil on
why
something. Man,
you
Kev
guys
could
be
get your
scaring me.
face on me.
Yeah, we about to start y'all a private room.
You know what I'm saying? They be scaring me. Those are the ones that be catching me off guard. And then all of a sudden I'm in it, and then I wake up with Sheena, and then at night is I don't know who this is. What? Huh? Who's this lady? Oh,
Nah, you won't wake up with me, baby, because I don't like how you came in your swag, baby.
don't
You
worry
gotta
about
come
it.
in a little Tupacalypse, baby, Tell me,
Don't
baby,
worry
are you
about it,
lonely?
Supergirl or
I need you to
Superwoman. I'm
come in a
sorry,
little bit like that, talking about what you've been dibbled and dabbed in. I need you to just give me some thug
Superwoman with the
passion.
S on the chest.
I need some thug passion, baby.
Oh, I know you
That's
like
all I'm
thugs.
looking for. You
I
got a
know you
little
like
thug
thugs.
passion in you? Because you
I
said you
used to
was on
be
the
a.
other side.
No, I don't like the thuggish thing. No, mm-mm.
It ain't about that. It's not
I like
about
my
being a
freedom.
thug.
No mind.
That's a part of being pro-black. Well, so
I
what
like
you
my
say when
They
freedom,
trying to
baby.
make some pro blackness. I mean,
when
that
people
boy.
say pro-black, baby, is that Black Panther? When you say pro-white, is that Ku
Oh,
Klux
I like
Klan?
my freedom. I keep telling you, you
I don't
trying
know
to
if you
get me
say that
locked
word
up.
on here.
Oh, we not allowed to say that stuff on here?
Yeah, you
Oh,
gotta.
my
I'm telling
bad,
you.
y'all. Okay, I want to get y'all. Okay, I'm
I'm
new to the space TikTok. I didn't know what you're supposed to say, yo.
trying to
Today,
keep
I
you.
didn't mean to get them nothing.
If
I
did everybody fall asleep on me, I didn't know that. I
didn't
don't
know they
know.
still here. Cousin got
Let's see.
one little
Nay,
red
Nay, I
thing.
think Nay. Oh no, Nay. Nay, wake up. That's how you wake up out to sleep real quick. Now she like, dang, she got slob all on
My
her
signal is
phone.
hating on me.
Yeah, your signal, boy. That boy.
That's that pimp right
I can
there.
hear you though. Still, you fighting through it though. You
I'm
fighting
not gonna
through it.
lie. After hearing all this, now I see how y'all only got past. How y'all didn't get past me.
Facts.
You
Facts.
definitely saw it in real time.
Facts.
What's up, Alter?
Oh hey Neo, you are up there. But it's good though. I mean, it's what happens with conversation. It definitely can be prolonged. So I see.
Girl, tell them to have some mushrooms and them bell peppers and onions when they sauteing with some olive oil and my man drizzle it with the whole sandwich drizzle and have some
Okay.
mushrooms on it.
What is happening? Neo, did you answer the first question?
Let me see.
Please.
Let me see if my eyes from the past can see these things. Okay, you see, these old eyes can't see no more. What does that say, Kev? On the first, everybody can.
So
Hey man,
you
I
already know
need.
what this pro blacker joke today, right? All right. So the first part is that is tiny though. I had to make it because of
For the old folks in the back, you putting stuff for young people. You see that?
so the other one I would say the second part will be is it used to heighten a prejudice, right? So basically, we can cut that part out there. You ain't got to do that part. But all right, so I hear a lot of black people may say, I ain't racist, but I'm prejudiced in the mud, man. I'm proud of me. That, I know I'm that though. But so I be hearing them basically sound like they proud to say they prejudiced. So I'm like, all right, and I look at that still racist, right? So it's like you just being blunt with it, right? And basically, you can't get mad if you being prejudiced toward a certain race, right? And they be a racist, even though it's the same exact thing. You look at the definition, but you can't get mad at that. So it's like I never got that. You prolonging it. You saying, hey, this person looked like they. I'm thinking some stuff about. Like we can come with a bunch of racist jokes, right? And as soon as one comes towards us, it'll be a rap. We about to throw all type of stuff, whatever. You were going below the belt, like, dog, didn't you go below the belt like 3,000 years ago? I mean, been doing it. So, yeah, stuff like that, right? So they get mad. It's a key word in there. I was about to say the word though, but yeah, stuff like that, right?
I feel you. Like that's why I'm so confused right now. I'm trying to understand the whole where the movement's
Good
going
luck, Big Brit.
because the movement's so weird because you see people saying putting their fist up and at the same time want to vote for and saying they want to vote the other way, which is strange to me. It's like we want to almost go back, but we don't want to say it yet.
Wait, what?
Even I think even black folks want to go back. We want to go back to the days of people putting us like I think we're kind of looking for segregation again. I don't know if it might be me, but
Been
I
doing that.
think we're kind of
We asked for
trying to.
equality, then we want segregation after that. That's so
Yeah,
funny stuff. I was
I think
listening
it
to
didn't
T
work
when
for
she
us.
said that was the funniest thing. I ain't never thought about it that way. Like, how we gonna ask for equality and then say, "Don't take this from us," and don't do this? Like, what the? We just this is crazy. I swear, I don't think a lot of us know what we really want for real. I don't know. It's like I be getting confused with a lot of women too. I ain't gonna lie. And here you go. I shake the room up so as I get to 20. I would say that. No, that was crazy. We confused with them too. It's like they ask for one thing and something different after that. I wish people really knew the struggle we go through as men. 'Cause, boy, that's not great.
The code
Oh, but
switching we
actually,
got
I
to
ain't
do.
gonna
You
lie, as men
married,
doing it
Kevin?
too. Cause we just went through that with the dude recently, man. Those people can't answer
Kev, you
straight
married?
questions. Hmm?
You married?
You said nah, I ain't married.
Are you married? Are you married?
Nah, I ain't married. Nah, no.
Do you have any kids?
I enjoy my peace. I don't got no kids.
Is this let me find out it's an interview. Okay.
Oh
He's
wow.
interviewing, all right.
Oh, he's single and no kids. Man, man, ladies, man. You got Kev, man, you got a whole piece over there. Man, if y'all ain't single with no kids, man, ladies, what y'all doing over there? The man right chill.
Yeah,
You
it
got the
just
man right
I
chill.
think the answer is I'll be too much. I ain't gonna lie. I'm the same exact way I'm
Uh-oh.
on this app, the same way I'm in real life. Like even my family be be feeling, but they know it's love at the end of the day. So the thing is, a lot of people just can't take
No
opposite of
energy?
opinion. Some people stand on what they stand
He
on. I
don't
stand
love
on what I
us.
stand on. So and then I ain't gonna lie to this. From this point, I am very picky though, because I didn't build myself up to be with somebody that don't even got themselves together.
Mm-mm.
I just can't do that, especially
Yeah,
mentally. I'm not
that
about to be the
part.
motivator of another person. I need you to tell me I'm good. No, tell yourself you good,
Man, if you
man. I'm
don't
not about to
go
do that all
get
my
back to
life.
if you don't go back to your mama and daddy, like I ain't about to raise no grown
There's
ass
people that's
man.
like that. Yeah.
I mean, my daughters is grown, and like I'm fighting for one. One is in the spiritual realm, one is in the physical realm. Real talk.
Uh-huh.
And I move
So Coco, come
differently.
on up, Coco. I've been seeing you say hi to her for a bunch of times down there. Come on up, Coco. But yeah.
Cab, no, thank you for. I just was curious.
Oh
I
yeah.
didn't know a lot about you, and I just wanted to ask. So you're single, huh?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's gonna be like that for a
Hmm.
good minute.
Alter ego, are you single, alter ego?
She married.
Let me quit trying to be matchmaker.
No, she
Don't play
she
this
married.
bitch. Oh, okay, you marry alter ego. No, let me get
She
you in
so married
trouble.
that her ring was like blinging through her profile. It ain't even on the profile. You can see it through the camera. Her camera ain't on. All right. Um. What was I getting to though? Did we ever get to the What was that?
We back on the pro blackness thing we were talking about.
I try to ignore that one
Be-
too.
before that matchmaking tried to happen.
Oh
I was trying to
man,
put you together.
that's so funny stuff. That is funny. It always be just, just people can't be. Hey, think alike. They can't think alike. All right. All right. So, what does
You were talking about how people were prejudiced, and then some people they're confused, and women are confused. That's where you left off. But
uh?
I'll bring it back.
Thank you. Yeah, the confusion you saying. Yeah. I thought I finished that up though a little bit though, but yeah. All right, let me get Cuz in here, man. I know he working. If you got some time in here or you just listening in, I don't know. We'll get you in on this topic.
Yeah, hey, 3 seconds. 3 seconds.
Yeah, I hear you. Oh, yeah. You probably mean
Three
longer than
seconds.
that.
3 seconds.
That's how you throwing some stuff. Go ahead, do your thug, cuz.
So you might need longer than that. Your camera crazy.
So it's
He
probably the
said three
last one right
seconds.
there. I don't worry about. Can you grab them?
Right here.
Toss them
Man,
in
you
the toss them in
okay?
Hey,
Working
Shout out
J-Lo.
to
hard. You
cousin
better
that. This
work
be a
hard.
party up in this boy.
You got an extra rag? You got rags on.
I had them two mindsets in my room at the same time. My cousin Juan. You gonna see all of us think we all got that different ways of thinking though, for real. I ain't gonna lie, I'm super proud of my cousin Mike though. I ain't gonna lie. Like he's so much different from when I grew up, man. I just ain't expected. He most definitely matured and he got his way of thinking and he expands some minds. I actually like. I ain't gonna lie, he shocked me because I knew him. I knew him since we was born, since I was kids though. So it's amazing seeing people grow up. 'Cause some people you just believe that they'd be stuck, you know. And I'll say I'm very proud of him because I seen he most definitely grew from a lot of things he done went through. Like, if y'all really knew my cousin Mike, yeah, he been through a lot, so he got a very good mind. I would say he got a good head on his shoulders. You know, he caught me off guard though, because there's so many people in my family now that's stuck. Boy, they so stuck, bro. I swear it's like we the only. I ain't gonna lie. It seem like the cousins that y'all see in here seem like they got a mind of them.
You ain't gonna say no names though.
What would I say? That boy toxic. Wow. Said put a name on it. Nah, I ain't gonna do my family like that. I can't do it. Like, I heard you was putting me on live. What was it?
And you know the bad news travel, but the good news don't.
Exactly. You ain't never been in none of my life, but you heard that though.
All right.
Now you heard your name. Now. Yeah, that's crazy.
In 1 second though, I'm almost done. 1 second.
Stop playing with the nuts over there, man. It's like I know you play a mechanic. What you? Is it mechanic?
Mechanic.
Okay, yeah. So I'm about to make sure I say the wrong thing. No, I had to say that was a mechanic joke. Stop playing the nuts over there.
That's funny.
But yeah.
So we back on topic though.
Yeah.
So what's the question?
So is pro-black a joke today? Do you believe it's a joke today?
Pro-black a joke today. Pro-black a joke today. I think depending on who using it, for real.
Ooh, okay.
But I think for some people, it is a real thing, and it's still the same fight we've been fighting for decades. And then I think some people just use it when it's convenient.
Mm-hmm. You sound like cousin.
Yeah.
The other cousin, or the third one. That's not blood.
Yeah. And the short answer, that'll be my answer.
Okay.
But I don't think everybody think it's a joke. I think some people still kind of want their people to do good and prosper and thrive.
And I do believe that. Do you think it's more of them or less of them?
More of what?
More of them that think that way of striving and all that stuff, or
more people that use it as when it's convenient.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying?
Yeah. Which one you think is more of? Especially looking at it today.
You want to hand me those boxes? I think people don't even. I think people are probably defining certain things as pro-black wrongly.
Oh.
I would say that. People might think like, okay, this is pro-black, but I feel like they may think the wrong things are pro-black. Like, I was about to say, I was about to start a little firestorm. But, like, people might say Kamala Harris is pro-black type deal.
Ooh.
And I think a lot of people might disagree with that, but I think people might have the right intentions, but just they direct it in the wrong places, I think. Yeah.
You know why I take it as a joke? It's like no different from the Black Lives Matter thing. Because like, I can get the ones that sticking with it, right? I really don't believe it's the same, right? It's so wavered off of feelings now. It ain't wavered off of survival. I think when it was off of survival, it was real. I think today, flat out, because it's not really the same. I believe it. I would say I believe it's a joke. The reason why I say it's a joke is because a lot of people, all it takes is you to step on their toe and they gonna be like, F you. Huh?
Yeah, if you want Mitchell, just leave it. I'm gonna go on mute. My fault.
But I don't know if you can hear me though. But what I was about to get to with that is just basically the reason why I say that is just like all it do is take us disagreement, and a lot of us so-called pro-black are so quick to take away your black card, some made-up stuff. I don't know what the heck that come with. If you think different, they're willing to shun you. They got this thing saying, not you talking like, oh, you're talking white, stuff like that. You can't. That's the silliest stuff I've ever heard in my life. So we basically just hone ourselves.
I like how
That's
you talk, Dad.
huh?
I like how you talk.
But he just caught me off guard. I don't know.
That you gotta
Hey,
stay right with me because you don't even know. I came to
I
meet
see the
y'all. Is
connection
that
happen
Uncle?
now.
Is that Uncle? Did you
Is it
bring
what?
Uncle? Did you bring your Uncle? Let me stop. Man, come on now. I'm like, where your uncles at, yo? You gotta bring
So
me
where
an
the
uncle
uncles
on
at?
that.
That's
I got a
something
Man,
new,
few of
girl.
them
Go
for you.
young. What is? You
What
got a
I
young
gotta
buck
I
that
don't
can
I don't
break
want
you.
it too young. I gotta do an OG. They don't move. The young people like they
I don't
not gonna
know.
move like
You don't
me.
know what you're missing.
Got a few
Oh,
They
uncles
got
I
for you.
don't know what
stamina.
I'm missing. Okay, let me stay on the point. I had a question before I lose focus because we be getting off topic.
What?
Okay, no, this is my question, Kev.
What's that?
So and I was let me stay on topic. So we're talking about what is the solution? Okay, we can sit here, vibe, what's the problems, all the extra. What do y'all younger G X Y G N? I don't know if I'm saying the stuff right, but like, and I ain't gonna say I'm not just being stereotypical because race. I mean, not race, but each is another stigma. Okay. Some people are
Mm.
not comfortable when you're in the corporate world and you got a boss that's younger than you. It's like that's just another example, like with another barrier or challenge. Everything's not about race, it's different, all types of different stigmas, how you look at people, you can get into all many different layers all day and every day. You could stay here all day, well, with all types of topics. It's multiple layers. But how are you gonna fix all this? So what is pro-black? What is your suggestion? What are y'all suggestions um on how to move with y'all like peers in society? Like what does what does it mean to be that individual? What your topic is about?
Oh, I got 100 things. It's gonna tie to the things I speak on almost about every day.
You
So
got
my thing
99
is,
problems, but a bitch ain't one. But keep going. I
hello,
ain't say the
hello,
word.
Well,
I ain't say
damn.
the word.
That was that was
The,
that was that was mean.
hello.
keep going, Kat.
But nah, that's what she said. Say that. But I was gonna say,
keep going,
it's because
Kev.
Whoa.
I was gonna say, if we people for the people that claim that, right? If we gonna do that, that means we have the number one thing, which I always talk about. A lot of my message be towards my own people, low key. Like if you ever notice, a lot of my stuff be towards because it's like, especially if I can't change people, but whatever. Is that these things that we stand on, we got to realize it. So if we're going to stand on pro-black and stuff, I think number one, we got to learn how to forgive one another, right? That's one big thing, and it ain't just about saying I'm
Grace,
sorry. Sometimes it take
grace.
humbleness. Sometimes it be like, hey, you know what? You not feeling it today, and I'm not gonna let my pride and ego get to me because I do want to go against your jaw because you talking reckless, but I'm just gonna let it slide because it's obvious you're going through some stuff, and instead of competing with I went through worse. You know what I'm saying? It's like we compete with everything. We compete with the people that's the opposite skin. Then we compete with our own skin. Then we compete with our own kin. It's just getting worse and worse.
I was about to say we compete for good things, like I did better than you, and we compete for bad things, like I'm
Yeah.
doing worse, like I'm sicker than you, or
Oh, we can't pick, right?
Nah,
I don't even know
facts.
what
I'm more fucked up than you. Right.
Shit, what's your health? My health better than yours, homie.
Like it's crazy.
No.
We gonna find a way
uh,
to compete, right? Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I've
the
done a
Like
people
lot
that
don't
ain't
like
nothing. I
today.
got
they
fired today.
I liked
They be
it.
like, you had a bad day. My day was worse than yours. Like, why you trying to up their bad day? Like,
Look,
always.
homie, we all had bad days, baby. Look, my day was bad, your day was bad. We had different layers of bad. But I ain't finna sit here and compare and contrast because, like, if we true people, you one of my people, and you a true person that I dive and delve with daily, and you on my team, I'm gonna duck with you. And your trouble and your trauma gonna be on the same layer. We don't do compare and contrast. So like whatever
Hmm
you going through, I'm gonna pull up and support you because that's what I do. That's what I
You,
do as a light
Sheena, do you
worker
think
type
that happens in
individual.
relationships too? In
Heck
romantic
yeah, baby. I
relationships?
do that in every layer of my life. Professional, all of that, my business,
what
everything,
what
relationships,
you
my
think
kids,
about the greater
everything.
whole?
Whoa.
Not yeah. Pause.
That's the
I
problem
meant
today.
not just you. I meant as far as like society. Do you think they move in that same type of manner?
No, nobody, and that's what Gamma. I try to like do my own best plan of
Twin, wake
care,
up.
my own assessment, because you got to do what's inside your home. You can't change your world. You can project, you can advocate, you can do what you do. You walk in your best place. Keep fighting until the wheels can't keep rolling, until the tires don't flat, and you just can't keep going no more. And you ain't got no donut or nothing. Just keep on riding, baby. But like, keep going
Actually,
She
hard,
said.
man. Keep going
You
hard for
know what?
whatever you do in life, man. That's what I tell every person. No matter your age, you can continue to learn daily. You're never too old to learn. I learned something new. I vibe with different ages. I vibe with different cultures. I dive with different, all types of different stuff. But I'm about my assignment.
You know what
What's
the
your
problem is for
assignment?
real? I'm gonna tell you what the problem is for real. And nobody trusts each other because everybody's been burnt once, and once you've been burnt once, you tend to want the person to make the first move, and nobody wants to make the first move. Nobody's gonna do the handout first. You got the intention in the back of your mind, but you're waiting for that person to make that move first because you've been burnt before. So we all talking the best game. I've heard this all before, everywhere. Everybody's looking for somebody to do that move, but nobody wants to be the first one. Everybody wants to think they're going to reciprocate, but they might end up just getting something and saying, well, I was owed this because I've done this before for somebody else. So paying it forward is what the other person just did. So that's where the game gets started. I've seen it happen. So it's a strange thing when you hear people saying it like this pro blackness and let's come together, let's doing this. That's why my brain came up with this whole thing where it's like I think it's almost like how women went to their 3 or 4 phase and they come out of it and then they're like, oh, on the other side they're like, oh, I'm lonely now. I done played around and now I'm by myself. So let me go find the best option I can. And that's what I equate the pro blackness now for black people. It's like I played outside for so long. Now that the times are getting hard, I think we need to get pro black again and come together and help each other.
I go for the man too, baby, because you got to rap I don't know what you can say on this app.
Here she go.
Your projectorary, your penal area. Well, I don't know what professional words you can use. I'm very clinical. I can't do all that. Gotta watch my tone, Kev. But you gotta wrap that up.
Your
You
phallus.
gotta watch. You gotta watch who you laying down with. You gotta get them prenups. Baby, you gotta watch how you move. Get a little level up. You can't monetize. You can't move. You can't do nothing. Yeah, everything you do, the more money, the more problems, baby. The more
I
money, the
think
more
to
problems.
what
But how do you look at money? How do you monetize money? How do you utilize your money? If you gift it and you elevate, are you rich in your soul? Are you rich in your spirit? Or are you just waiting for the monetary part? Because baby, I've been rich. I might not have the money part flowing. It might not be raining on top of me now, but it's been manifested. It's in your soul. It's how you walk. It's how your heart moves. So no matter how much money, this is just an example, or whatever you want to call it, metaphor, hyperbole, whatever. But if the money keep flowing and flowing on top of you, how you gonna move it no matter what level you at? No matter if you're on the trunk, over here, on the left, the right, and then I ain't trying to do politics. I ain't trying to go there, but like some people on certain levels move different. And it's coming to who you gonna vote for. Like I'm looking at the overall picture. I ain't doing no race, no cult, all that. This person how old, this a wannabe, the supposed this individual. Man, I ain't doing all that. What is that character? Ain't nobody perfect. She ain't perfect, he ain't perfect. But who gonna be the best planet care to run the country and take care of my seeds and my baby, and the legacy, that part. Who gonna make it happen? Who gonna be fair on the overall big picture? That's your selection. That's pro-black. That's what our ancestors fought for. For you to go get your I can't. Dang, what can I say,
Hey, listen,
Kim?
lady.
Go get your
Listen,
asses
lady.
up and go vote.
Y'all took the
Period.
check. Y'all took
That
the check
part.
a long time ago. Y'all accepted the check a long time ago.
Alter,
Remember,
wake
we
up
didn't.
now. I'm not having it today. I'm
You
I'm trying to
accepted the
shake her
check
while
back
she
in the
laying down.
70s.
Wake it
Who-
up, Alter.
That's what pro-black is. That's what pro-black is. And who accepted a check in the 70s? What are you talking about, love? You lost me.
Oh, think about it for a second. Y'all
You,
took
you
the
you
check
lost
over the
me, baby,
man.
because I'm a Navy bra, baby. I don't know
I'm
what
gonna
checks
tell
you
you.
talking about, baby.
Okay,
My
I'm gonna
baby, we
say it
work
slow.
hard,
I'm gonna
baby.
say it
We
slow.
implement, baby. We didn't say, baby. We put out,
So
baby. So
if
I
you
don't know.
you
Every check I
understood,
got, I didn't
you
earn. Me and
answering.
my
If
kids didn't earn every check that pulled up on our
you
front porch.
understood,
So
so why
I'm
you
just trying to
answering?
understand your assignment, baby, because I don't
You
work for free.
understand because you're
I don't
answering.
work for free, and ain't no checks put up on my doorstep for free, baby.
You
Anything I'm
understood
entitled
then.
to, baby, I know you got to know how
Don't
to
say you didn't
access your
understand if you do.
resources. There are resources in our communities that we're not educated about. You gonna sit here and act and talk all that stuff and project stuff. You don't think the other side, how they been living, how they been doing their best plan of care, why they got heirs and they kids just coming out rich and moving different. It's financial literacy. Get your minds right. That's what pro-black means. Financial literacy,
You
educating our seeds to
you think that
project
was
and
around in the
continue. Yeah,
70s?
no, but like, what are we gonna do now in 2025? In
Who took the check though?
2025, in my
Can you
Becky
admit it?
voice,
Accountability
whatever
for
you
the
want to
women.
call it, the whatever my daughter.
I know that's a hard thing for you guys to do.
You said what, love?
Accountability. I said accountability is a hard word. That A word, I think I got to make t-shirts for all you ladies in pink. Just the way you guys wear it for the big C. I want you guys to wear the big A
What
and
about
put
the
it on your back.
man? What about the man? Because
Accountability.
y'all got a lot. Y'all got a lot of accountability as well. This go both ways.
That's the tit for tat thing. I can't just
It's
live in
not
it.
a tick for
We have to
tat, but
be in
I'm
it with you.
neutral. I'm very objective.
Even if you put us through misery, we got to come with you every time. I get
Well,
it.
y'all put us to misery as well, baby. We got birth to you. So you won't even be sitting here talking on this panel if it weren't for a woman that shot you
Hey,
about her
y'all, this is
coochie.
not pro-black,
Real
y'all.
talk,
This
baby.
not
That's
pro-black.
pro-black, baby.
This
Don't
not
play with me,
pro-black.
baby. You
This
better get your
anti-black.
freaking mind
We
right,
got to come
baby.
together.
Neo. Neo, I love you, baby. That you gotta get to know me, baby. Man, I don't play.
Oh, no, that's not. That is pro-black.
Look,
We got to learn to
I
be able to talk to each other a certain way and
I
be able
agree.
to get along. We can't just be happy go lucky.
Y'all ain't having constructive dialect though, in my opinion.
You got to break it down to build it up.
I don't know about that.
Uncle used to say that in the military. They said to make a man, you got to break the man that they
Yeah,
used to be to
I
make
don't
them again.
agree with the military's ways all the time. So I mean, we can
Man,
agree
I
to
ain't building
disagree
no
with
man
that.
up at 43, baby. The man
She
better
done
be
told
already
you. You
built,
see?
pulling up on
Y'all
my
quick that
stage.
one.
I don't give a freak if you're in the 30s, your 40s, you better be built pulling up on my studio. Cause I ain't building up no
But
man.
look, what you were
So
saying though to
go
begin,
ahead, Neil.
yeah, what he was saying at
Mr.
the
Juan is
beginning,
talking.
I did agree with that. I think just to stay on topic, I think I think everybody in 2024, everybody has their like defense up because of like he was saying, a lot of us have been like scorned or hurt or traumatized. So a lot of people are approaching like new situations or new relationships with like their guards up or their defenses up, which can be just interpreted wrongly. That's not like your authentic or genuine self. Like when you meeting somebody, it's like I'm meeting this like protected or guarded version of you. And I think that's what we doing in like business and relationships and like a lot of things. Everybody is just like traumatized and unhealed, I guess would probably be a good word too. Like a lot of us are just unhealed. So we functioning from that hurt or traumatized place. So long story short, I think a lot of us want to be pro-black. It's just we kind of don't know what a healthy pro-black looks like.
Makes sense.
You know, the reason why we were so pro-black back in the day, we all know why, is because we actually needed each other. The moment you put
True.
a check in front of us, you put some money in between us. That's why I love to hear when people say if they're gonna get it, they're gonna share it. No, that's what you think in the back of your mind because you don't have it. The moment you get it and you never had it
Ooh.
before, boy, whoo, you
But
get a whole
everybody
different
don't move
mindset.
like Diddy, baby. Everybody
Oh,
ain't on no Diddy
stop it.
level. I can call the stuff out. Like I'm a realist, baby. I don't do media. I don't keep up with all that stuff. But karma is a bitch. And all the
Everybody
people
thinks they're
that,
Mother
everybody that
Teresa
moves
and
fake,
Gandhi.
everybody that underlined Tupac and all that stuff, everybody moves fake. Like I said, the karma gonna come back and the facts gonna come back and hunt you later. That's the only comment I got to say. I ain't said no
So you
names or
lived your
nothing.
life so righteously, you don't
I
think you have any
don't want to
karma?
go deep into that part, but like I said, that's just a hyperbole I was using again. I'm using a metaphor. If you do harm to others, your karma gonna come back tenfold. That's all I'm gonna say. The ancestors gonna come back. You want to talk about pro-black and the history and all that stuff, baby? Do you connect with your ancestors? Do you connect with that part?
Do you think karma's exclusive to just that?
Karma is karma is real, baby.
It's
It's
everything.
real. It's freaking real.
So you better do
Yeah,
right.
I'm gonna let you know that karma is real. For any of my younger OGs in here that don't think it's real, baby, you
I
better
don't.
believe it. You better believe it's the truth. Watch
If
how you
karma is real,
move
all
in
of this
life.
be done for.
Watch how you move though. Watch how you move. Pay attention to your energy daily. You think you ain't gotta explain nothing to nobody. You ain't gotta, whatever you put out, that's on you. That's what's on you.
You know what the
This
scary
is
part
me.
is? You know what the scary part is? I'm gonna tell you
What,
what the scary
Neon?
part is. When you want to be a good person and the devil can see it because he exists too, because this is a chess game that's been being played since the dawn of time. Because he's after your soul too, remember that.
Oh,
So at
baby,
the end of the
facts.
day, he's gonna put some when he sees you trying to go the other way, he's gonna put so many obstacles to test
Oh,
you
facts. Baby, you
to
could do
bring you back
everything right. You can do everything right. You could be on
and
your
let's see how
best
righteous
path.
you can stay until he puts that money in front of you. And then
Sometimes it
everything
ain't
changes.
money. Sometimes it ain't money. Sometimes you just chosen. Sometimes you're just a select chosen one. You're a
I think
select
I think
chosen
I
one.
think we're all chosen.
I didn't say I wasn't calling nobody out, and I want to make sure I'm being clear when I'm speaking because sometimes the way things can come off, they might sound like, again, you never know when you are chosen one. I'm gonna say that one more time, and I'm gonna say it slowly. And Neil, this is not just talking to everybody. Like you don't know, you can do everything right in your life. You can move positively. You can put out, but you're gonna be challenged by the devil daily. Okay? The devil gonna pull up. The devil gonna pull up and there's gonna be certain battles that you gotta conquer and you gotta be flexible and adaptable to move differently. That's what pro-black is. Pro-black, we moved and we swagged and we made it happen. We was running across from the south to the north with no shoes on, with freaking branches and rocks all in our feet, and trying to make something happen. Well, people worried about what George, all that stuff. Like they barely have shoes on their feet, yo. They have to use the bathroom out in the woods, yo. They ain't have no back, like they traveling. They ain't have no food. Like that's what, y'all want to go deep. I don't even know the deepness, but like really do the research before we come pulling up in the 2025, acting like we know stuff and talking stuff, young people, but you don't know the facts and you're coming up here with the reparation and all that extra stuff and talking about what somebody owe you. Man, sit down and go do the research and do your history and move with your ancestors and do your assignment.
I'm getting tired, y'all. Getting tired. I'm about to run this back tomorrow, man. I'm gonna run this
Much
back.
love, y'all.
Much love, man, for sure. I'm gonna run this back tomorrow, which for you guys is, man, because we gonna get deep into this one, though. We really gotta talk about this, though. Yeah, because I do want to see what people how they gonna be if they switch genders too. That's the bonus down there too. Switch genders, ain't race. Let me see how they gonna act now. I'm just curious. It's like a setup. That's a setup question. But we gonna see. So I see I will see y'all maybe tomorrow. See you, Neo, Sheena, Cuz. I don't know if I catch you. If I catch you tomorrow, I'll catch you. And Sleepy Alter and Sleepy Nay, good night to y'all. And King Flocka, appreciate you for stepping in. And anybody else that I missed in the comments, I ain't seen moving. Oh, Buddha, catch up with you if you still in here. Coco, I seen shit hurt popping in and out. Appreciate y'all stopping through. But I'll be on this thing tomorrow, though.
Get you some rest, baby. It's so nice to meet you, love. Keep doing
Oh,
what you're
yeah.
doing, Kev, in your whole space. Neo, Juan, Alter Ego, Nate, all your people, man. Much love to everybody in the space, man. Y'all
Yeah,
keep
for
doing
sure.
what y'all doing. Okay, it was
All right,
nice to vibe with you guys.
all right,
Stay
for sure.
blessed,
Appreciate you.
okay? All right,
All right.
No,
much
it's all
love.
respect over
Okay.
here, Kev,
Okay, for
everybody.
sure.
But hey, it's already morning, so you're talking about later this afternoon, later tonight.
Later. Yeah, later this afternoon.
All right, bro.
Yeah. All right, y'all. All right, cuz.